Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. The first item of business is time for reflection, and our time for reflection leader today is Dr. Yukemi Otaru, the Chancellor of the University of the West of Scotland.
Presiding Officer, members of the Scottish Parliament, thank you for this opportunity to share a few reflections. I'm Yukemi, the Chancellor of the University of the West of Scotland, UWS for short. That's still a sentence I sometimes have to repeat to myself, because it's a long way from where my family started. My grandfather didn't believe in educating girls. I have 12 aunties, none of whom went to primary school. It's just not the world they lived in. So if you could see me now, with 5 university degrees, including 2 masters, running businesses, leading a local charity, and now standing as Chancellor of a university, I think he would be a bit shocked, but maybe just a little bit proud too. Coming to Scotland over 20 years ago brought opportunities to learn, to grow, and to lead in a welcoming country. And now I have children of my own, being educated here in Scotland. That's something I never take for granted. It's more than books and exams. It's about building confidence and shaping values. At UWS, we take that very seriously. 67% of our undergraduate students are 21 or older when they start. Many are returning to education after raising children, or changing careers, or just finally getting the chance they missed earlier in life. And roughly 45% are the first in their family to go to university. I know what education has done for me. It's opened doors I didn't even know existed. It's helped me start businesses, build a career, and now giving back through charity work. And in my role as Chancellor, I hope I can be a role model for students who wonder if people like them can lead too. Representation matters. Whether it's seeing someone from your ethnic background, your gender, or your community in a leadership role, it tells people, especially young people, you belong too. As the Nigerian author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie once said, we should all be feminists. I would add that we should all be champions of education. Because when we educate and empower people, especially women, we don't just improve lives, we transform communities. So today, I reflect with gratitude. Gratitude for the teachers, the public servants, the institutions, and the policies that make education possible, not just for people like me, but for every child with a dream bigger than their circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Otaru. The next item of business is consideration of business motion 18099 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on changes to business. Any member who wishes to speak to the motion should press their request to speak button now. And I call on Jamie Hepburn to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. No member has asked to speak to the motion. Therefore, the question is that motion 18099 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is topical questions, and at question number 1 I call Carol Mochan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what discussions it has had with the UK Government regarding the use of Scottish Government-owned...
Excuse me, just one moment, Ms Mochan. I just want to check that your microphone is on. If you wouldn't mind beginning again. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it is. Thank you. To ask the Scottish Government what discussions it has had with the UK Government regarding the use of Scottish Government-owned infrastructure by the United States military in light of US airstrikes on Iran.
Secretary Angus Robertson.
I thank Carol Mochan for her question, and I can confirm to her that issues relating to the conflict in the Middle East, specifically around Gaza and Iran, have been raised by the Scottish Government with the UK Government. This took place at the British and Irish Council on the 13th of June and earlier today between the First Minister and the Cabinet Office. Ms Mochan will be aware that recent United States military action in Iran was launched directly from American facilities in the USA and did not land in any other country, including Scotland. The UK Foreign Secretary also said to the House of Commons yesterday that there was no involvement of the UK in the military action against Iran. Carol Mochan will also be aware that it is the UK Government that decides which flights can enter the UK, and ultimately, though the Scottish Government can make representations with regard to the situation in Iran and related issues, and it does, these matters are the responsibility of the UK Government.
Carol Mochan.
Thank you. Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer? The Cabinet Secretary will know that Prestwick Airport is in my region of South of Scotland. So can he ensure my constituents that sites like Prestwick Airport will not be used to facilitate attacks on Iran by the USA or indeed to support Israeli aircraft, given these efforts have no UN backing whatsoever? And can the Cabinet Secretary be clear what US activity is currently happening at the Prestwick Airport site?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, as the member might appreciate, I've been keen to understand as much as I can about this issue, and I can give her the assurance that I've not seen any information that would support any conclusion about involvement of Scottish facilities being used directly in terms of military attacks on Iran. As I've already shared with her, it's a matter of public record that those were conducted by the United States with direct flights refuelled in the air from bases in the United States of America that then attacked Iran and returned without going to any other base. I understand the point that she's making more generally about Prestwick Airport. If she has any information that would support the conclusion, the concern that she has, I would be grateful to hear that. We remain in dialogue with the United Kingdom Government. Her party is in government in the UK. Perhaps she would take the opportunity through her good offices to raise this with responsible UK ministers. In terms of devolved responsibilities, we will do everything that we can, but she will appreciate that there are limits.
Carol Mochan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I appreciate the Cabinet Secretary's response in that matter, and I also take my responsibilities quite seriously as well. So I wonder if the Cabinet Secretary will join with me, as well as I'm sure with the majority of Scots and people across the world, in saying that you cannot engage in diplomacy through violence, that we must call for peace, and all our efforts towards peace must be peaceful themselves. For our part, thus must include not selling weapons manufactured in Scotland to the US or Israel that may be used to move the world closer to war.
Cabinet Secretary.
I do agree with Carol Mochan, and I appreciate that she's taken the opportunity to very cogently and persuasively make the case that she has. We have a moral responsibility. I agree with her on that, and we should use, even if it's only our voices, because as she knows, this Parliament doesn't have powers over foreign affairs. I would wish to change that. Perhaps I can persuade her in good time that she should support that too. In the meantime, we will use our voice to support peace and diplomacy. The First Minister has made a number of statements which very much echo the position of the Secretary-General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres. We will repeat our view that we believe that only diplomacy will bring conflict to an end, and I appreciate the way that she has raised her questions this afternoon.
Stephen Kerr.
Well, the United States has acted decisively to degrade Iran's nuclear capabilities. And we must remember that Iran is a state sponsor of global terrorism. And in these circumstances, we must stand firmly with our allies, the United States and Israel, in defence of international security. So can the Cabinet Secretary confirm whether any formal arrangements, including memoranda of understanding, exist allowing US military use of Scottish Government-owned infrastructure, such as Prestwick Airport? And does he agree that such support is right and responsible?
Cabinet Secretary.
I would have to check the status. I'm not aware of any memoranda of understanding, but he will appreciate it's a matter of public record. Prestwick Airport is used by the United States Air Force, by the Canadian Royal Air Force, a number of air forces from the Middle East. I think the questioner in raising the topical question today was specifically in relation to the situation in Iran, and I was able to give her the assurance, and I give that to Mr Kerr too, that Prestwick was not used as part of those attacks on Iran, but obviously facilities in Scotland are used by our allies. But I think it's entirely legitimate, given the concerns that a great many people in this chamber and the public have, especially about what's happening in Gaza, that we make sure that we do everything that we can to support peace, a resolution there, and for the people of Gaza, and as I've often said to him, also in relation to the hostages that should be released that are being held by Hamas.
Jamie Green.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In 2023, it was reported that the airport had received a boost of over £20 million through military flight usage. And actually, since 2017, it has also been reported, although it's hard to ascertain true numbers, that over £70 million have been paid by the Pentagon for usage of Prestwick Airport through some means or other. It's also been used, though, as a hub for NATO flights, for example, sending supplies to Ukraine. Can I ask, given that the Scottish Government owns this airport, the removal of any military usage and any associated income, what would that have on its ability to compete as a going concern, or indeed be sold as a going concern, which I presume is still the Scottish Government's position?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I think the first thing to acknowledge is Prestwick is an excellent airport, and that's why it's used both for civil and military purposes. I think it's fair to say that the militaries of different countries often tend to use bases if they're dealing with military materiel, that they tend to fly from one military base to another. And in the UK, there are two bases that are operated by the Royal Air Force that have a significant US Air Force presence. That being said, as I've already given an answer to another colleague in the chamber, Prestwick is used by the air forces of allied countries, and that is entirely appropriate. But it's unsurprising to me, given what has been happening in the Middle East and the very legitimate concerns about what has been going on there, that colleagues are wanting to understand how are things operating as best as we possibly can. I'm keen to understand that as best as we possibly can, but Jamie Green's absolutely right. Prestwick is an excellent airport, and it serves both civil and military flights.
And Douglas Lumsden.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The majority of Prestwick income comes from fuel sales revenues, most of which is driven by military customers. So can the Cabinet Secretary confirm that Prestwick being used by the US Air Force directly contributes to the viability of the airport? And this also means that the Scottish Government, as airport owners, benefits financially from the US Air Force refuelling at the airport?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, as I pointed out to colleagues, it is a facility that is used both for civil and military flights, and what is true for US aircraft using the facilities is also true for other allied air forces that use what is an excellent airport as well. I foresee that continuing. That being said, the question, I'm sure Presiding Officer would wish me to bring my remarks back to the actual subject, which relates to Iran. I think it's important to differentiate between the general use of a facility for military purposes, but I was able to give the House an assurance, because it is a matter of public record, that the American attacks on Iran took place from the United States of America, did not involve any military facilities in any other country, least of all Scotland.
Thank you. Question number 2, Sharon Dowey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to reports that there were almost 30,000 breaches of community payback orders in the last 11 years.
Cabinet Secretary Angela Constant.
Presiding Officer, 78% of community payback orders which finished during 2023-24 did not involve any breach applications during the duration of the order. However, where a CPO has been breached, it is up to the independent courts to decide the most appropriate outcome based on all the circumstances of the case, and this may include the imposition of a custodial sentence. Community payback orders are flexible and a robust disposal with a consistently lower reconviction rate compared to short prison services, and that's why our budget for 25-26 includes an additional £11 million in support for community justice services.
Sharon Dowey.
Presiding Officer, community payback orders are frequently handed down as an alternative to custody, including cases of violence and domestic abuse. But it should follow that when such an order is breached, that criminals should be considered for a custodial sentence. Shockingly, only 26% of these breaches led to a prison sentence, but even more criminals simply got another community payback order right after breaking the first one. The very least that Scots expect is that criminals should carry out the sentence they've been given and face consequences when they don't, including going to prison. So in response to this scandal, will the Government bring in tougher sanctions for criminals who violate community payback orders and ensure actions have consequences?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, it is for the courts to decide what proper punishment is, and of course a community payback order is a high tariff community disposal. It is flexible and robust, and it can be enhanced. It can involve someone being tagged, curfewed. It can be combined with a restriction of liberty order. It can be combined with a restricted movement requirement. But of course, what Ms Dowey has not indicated that over the time period in her question, which is 12 years, that out of those 29,500 CPOs that were revoked due to a breach amounts to 16%, meaning that 184,424 community payback orders were completed or terminated.
Sharon Dowey.
Thank you. I don't think victims will be reassured by that response. The SNP have been clear that they want more community payback orders and less people in prisons. We see this in their two-tier sentencing guidelines for under-25s, presumption against short sentences and early release of hundreds of prisoners. But it should be a source of embarrassment for the Government that so many criminals thought they could get away with breaching the terms of their sentence. And it's more embarrassing still that for the majority of these cases there were apparently no meaningful consequences. There is also a lack of transparency. Over 2,200 criminals were issued with other penalties and over 7,300 were issued with other outcomes. But the SNP Government does not state what this means, and almost 2,000 were listed as not known. That's not good enough. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, if the Scottish Government isn't serious about criminals completing their punishment, why should we expect offenders themselves to respect the sentence?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the facts of the matter are that in the year 2023 to 24, 71% were completed and 78% did not involve any breach. And in terms of those community payback orders which were revoked due to a breach, yes, nearly 30% did involve a custodial sentence. And another 30+% involved a new community payback order. And as I said, they can be enhanced and made more onerous on individuals. And I think it's entirely right that people have to pay back to the communities as opposed to the taxpayer paying for a short-term sentence that at the end of the day is less unaffected. There is also monetary penalties which are issued for those who breached. And in terms of the other penalties issued, this can include a drug testing and treatment order or even a restricted life order.
Audrey Nicholl.
Presiding Officer, community payback orders do make a significant contribution towards the wider objective of strengthening alternatives to custody and ensuring that our prisons are used for those that should be there. So can the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on what assessment the Scottish Government has carried out in relation to community justice and reoffending rates?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the evidence is clear that community sentences are more effective in reducing reoffending than short prison sentences of up to 12 months. Community disposals may also provide greater opportunities for rehabilitation, leading to fewer victims and safer communities. And specifically, the reconviction rate for those given community payback orders in 2020 to 21 was just under 28%, compared to over 50% for those completing custodial sentences of 1 year or less. And protecting victims and the public from further harm is our absolute priority, and that is entirely consistent with our approach to community justice.
Katie Clark.
When there is a custodial sentence, the justice system ensures that the offender complies with that sentence. However, where there's a non-custodial sentence, or indeed electronic monitoring is ordered, there is a high percentage which are not enforced. So what is the Cabinet Secretary doing to ensure greater compliance with community disposals?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, as I have demonstrated in answers to Ms Dowey and others, there is a high compliance rate with community disposals, but crucially, where there is non-compliance, first and foremost, that is the matter for the courts to decide what other punishment is appropriate.
Thank you. That concludes topical questions. The next item of business is a statement by Jenny Gilruth. We'll just allow a moment or two for front benches to reorganise. The next item of business is a statement by Jenny Gilruth on initial response to the Gillis Review of University of Dundee Finances. The Cabinet Secretary will take questions at the end of her statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary up to 10 minutes, please.
Presiding Officer, Scotland's universities are anchor institutions in our communities, acting both locally and globally. Put simply, they are woven into the very fabric of Scotland's identity. Before I turn to the substantive matters of today's statement, I want to acknowledge the deep concern, uncertainty and distress that many of the staff, students and wider community of the University of Dundee have felt in recent months. I have witnessed this at first hand, having engaged with trade unions directly over recent months and having met with staff at the University School of Life Sciences. At the heart of Dundee University is a community who care deeply about the future of the institution. My focus, the focus of this government, is on ensuring that the University of Dundee emerges from this crisis stronger than ever. Before we can move forward to secure that future, the university must respond to the urgent and clear conclusions of Professor Pamela Gillies' reports on financial oversight and decision-making. We've already seen individuals at the university take decisive action, with changes at a senior level being announced last week. Now, this is welcome, and it must be the start of a process to not just appoint fresh leadership, but also to restore confidence amongst staff. I am encouraged that Professor Nigel Seaton, formerly Principal of Abertay University, will take on the role of Interim Principal on a short-term basis. Ian Mayer, who is Deputy Chair of Court, will step in as Interim Chair of Court, whilst elections, quite rightly, take place for a new Chair of Court over the summer. I also want to put on record my gratitude to the wider sector and to University Scotland for their collaborative efforts in supporting the University of Dundee. Turning to the Gillies Review itself, I want to sincerely thank Professor Pamela Gillies and her investigation team for the robust report which has been produced. I thank everyone who gave evidence to that review, and I extend my gratitude for a thorough and insightful report which has uncovered the events leading to this situation. Indeed, there is much detail in the report alongside important recommendations for the university to consider. The overall themes include a breakdown in governance and processes at a leadership and court level, as well as a culture which did not cultivate openness and challenge. Issues with financial management, reporting and oversight, missed opportunities that could have been taken earlier and raise and respond to a worsening financial situation. Now, Professor Gillies outlines that whilst the Scottish Funding Council's financial memorandum and Code of Good Higher Education Governance in Scotland are fit for purpose, and the university was obliged to comply, it did not. The Code provides a framework for effective management and governance arrangements, but the university failed to operate effectively in practice. Professor Gillies notes that there were inconsistencies and gaps in the information reported to the university's executive group, finance committee and to court. But there was information produced which, with appropriate challenge, should have signalled warnings from March 2024, if not earlier. Whilst many of the recommendations are, quite rightly, a matter for Dundee University to respond to, ministers have already held early discussions with the Scottish Funding Council to consider what more we might seek to do to strengthen governance in our institutions. And it is right that we do this, given the public interest in our universities. With that in mind, I want to turn to the actions of the Scottish Government that we are taking to support the university at this difficult time. And let me be clear, this is not about rewarding failure. This is about responding to an unprecedented and a unique situation which threatens much of what we hold dear in our university sector. Students' futures, Dundee University's contribution to health and other sectors, the vitality of our communities and the profound impact that the university has on the wider city region. My colleagues will recall the announcement earlier this year of £25 million from the Scottish Government to the sector, of which £22 million was directed by the Scottish Funding Council to the University of Dundee. Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government is determined to do everything that we can to secure a positive future for Dundee University. That must be achieved through delivery of a sustainable, long-term recovery plan, which will see public financial support work alongside commercial and private investment, to ultimately see reliance on extraordinary public funding ending. To that end, ministers are keen to see progress at pace from the university to deliver that plan. We will accordingly develop appropriate conditions for the funding, working closely with the SFC, and only when that plan is in place will funding be released. The university's journey towards immediate and longer-term sustainability will continue to be supported by the ongoing work of the Strategic Advisory Task Force chaired by Sir Alan Langlands. The task force is expected to complete its work in July. Presiding Officer, members understand that our universities are independent and autonomous institutions. In normal circumstances, decisions on the allocation of funding to individual institutions are quite rightly the responsibility of the Scottish Funding Council. However, this is a unique and an unprecedented set of circumstances which require a unique and an unprecedented response. Where there has been the appearance of financial mismanagement at an institution, Scottish ministers are obliged to consider whether it is necessary or expedient to issue a direction to the SFC about the provision of financial support. And subject to the public value test I have set out today, Scottish ministers consider it is both necessary and expedient for a direction to be issued to the SFC under Section 25 of the Further and Higher Education Scotland Act 2005. The use of this power is unprecedented and has been made necessary by the exceptional circumstances at the university, as set out in the findings of the Gillies report, which recount poor financial judgment and weak governance. The process as set out does, however, allow for ministers to target a direct settlement to the University of Dundee and to place specific conditions on that funding in this unprecedented set of circumstances. I can therefore confirm that the Scottish Government will provide funding in principle of up to £40 million over 2 academic years or 3 financial years via the Scottish Funding Council to support the University of Dundee. This funding is subject to further due diligence prior to any expenditure occurring. The SFC will continue to support the university in their development of a robust and deliverable recovery plan which leverages commercial lending. There remains, however, a liquidity gap. Dundee University estimate that gap to be in the region of between £45 million up to £68 million across the next 2 academic years. And this figure is also likely to be impacted by progress at the university to reduce expenditure and to stabilise their income. My colleagues will understand that this figure requires to be further interrogated by the Scottish Funding Council. The SFC has been advised by Dundee University that whilst this is not an immediate cash need, it will need to be addressed before the end of this financial year. It is therefore vitally important that the university works to secure a plan which will allow for commercial lending to support some or all of that liquidity ask. The Government will, of course, consider all avenues and other support we can provide to achieve that end. Presiding Officer, I do want to provide reassurance to the wider higher education sector today that the additional funding to Dundee University will not impact on the funding available from the SFC to any other institution. And in doing so, I recognise that many institutions have worked proactively in response to a challenging operating environment over recent years to rationalise their operations, including on staffing levels. But there is a need for a reflection from our universities on the levels of growth that we witnessed in some institutions, particularly during the pandemic. Some of the planned job losses being experienced at the current time relate directly to that uncapped expansion. The costs being paid today are the unsustainable jobs created as a result. And whilst Dundee's finances may be unique, their approach to investment in the international student economy is not. There is therefore a lesson in the experiences at Dundee University, which other institutions should be mindful of. Presiding Officer, clearly Dundee University will need time to fully work through the challenges presented by the Gillies Review and to respond accordingly. Ministers will support that endeavour via the auspices of the Scottish Funding Council. The SFC will provide an update to the Education, Children and Young People Committee on its associated next steps. Ministers will provide a further update to Parliament early in the new term. I have appreciated the cross-party engagement with local members, and I give colleagues an undertaking today that engagement will continue as we progress with the associated next steps. Finally, I want to place on the record my personal thanks to the trade union representatives at Dundee University. Your leadership and your support to your members at this time has been invaluable. Presiding Officer, a line must now be drawn under mistakes made by a collective few, and we must jointly, across this chamber, endeavour to support Dundee University to rebuild, to thrive and to once again flourish. The City of Discovery should expect no less. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The Cabinet Secretary will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. I intend to allow around 20 minutes for questions, after which we'll move on to the next item of business. I'd be grateful if members who wish to put a question were to press the request to speak buttons now, and I call on Miles Briggs.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I begin by thanking the Cabinet Secretary for advance sight of her statement, and also to put on record my concern for staff and students at this time at Dundee University, and at a time when universities across Scotland are experiencing serious concerns around their future financial sustainability. I do not think it is wise for us to say that we want to just draw a line under the mistakes made at Dundee University. And looking at the statement today, which the Cabinet Secretary has outlined, even after the steps the Government have taken, there is a potential £20 million black hole in the finances of Dundee University over the next 2 years. So can I ask specifically, what would Plan B be for the Government to help fund that gap, if that does happen, if we do see that £20 million being needed as a bailout over the course of the next 2 years? And given the allegations made by Wendy Alexander at the weekend, what potential police investigation has been taking place into criminality at the university?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Mr Briggs for his question, and I share his concern for staff and for students. Mr Briggs mentioned a number of factors, Presiding Officer. I'm conscious that we are tight for time today. I want to try to address each in turn. In terms of the wider external factors, I've not touched on those explicitly today, but no doubt there are factors in relation to the changes to the international immigration rules that were introduced, of course, by Mr Briggs' party that have hampered our institutions. We know that was a factor in Dundee. That is set out in Pamela Gillies' report. Brexit has also been a factor for Dundee. Again, that's a factor addressed in the report. Mr Briggs talks about drawing a line. That's not the Government's position at all. And if Mr Briggs considers the totality of recommendations, Those are, in the main, quite rightly a matter for Dundee University, but I have been clear today that ministers want to assure ourselves around about approaches to governance. Mr Day and I met with the Chair of the Scottish Funding Council only yesterday, who was very clear that had the university adhered to the good practice guide that exists for all higher education institutions in Scotland, there would not have been an issue. And as I identified in my statement, that is not what happened. But we do want to assure ourselves of what more we might be able to do to strengthen governance in that respect. Mr Briggs has identified a figure that I am not familiar with in relation to the £20 million funding gap. The funding I have announced today is the totality of the ask from the university today. That has been met. I would also add to that, Presiding Officer, the £25 million we made available to the sector, of which £22 million was directed to Dundee earlier this year, and we will continue to work with the university. Finally, on the ask around about the next steps, that quite rightly the Plan B is a matter for the university. However, the Scottish Funding Council are working to support the university. They need to come forward now with that long-term strategic plan for the university to allow it to thrive into the future. And apologies, Presiding Officer, there was a final point in relation to potential criminality. I believe I did address this in interviews last week, and I have heard some of the challenge from Wendy Alexandra around about the culture in the organisation, which of course is also spoken to in the report itself. I have been assured by the Scottish Funding Council and by Professor Pamela Gillies that they have not found evidence of criminality. However, of course, that would be a matter for the appropriate authorities and not for ministers to comment on.
Michael Mara.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I want to thank Professor Gillies for her report that does lay bare the financial vandalism of 3 individuals in particular. There is real relief in Dundee, I would say, that there is now a greater understanding and acknowledgement of the conduct of management and the collapse of effective governance at the university. We all have to focus on building a sustainable future for the city's most important institution. So the university submitted that request for a further £100 million to the Scottish Government on 30th of May, 25 days ago. Can the Cabinet Secretary perhaps set out to us what additional scrutiny of that request is required almost 1 month on from that request? And the Cabinet Secretary has acknowledged in her statement that income growth from international recruitment is not a realistic option for Scottish universities. So where is the university going to find the money to repay up to £60 million of loans, whether it be from the government or from a commercial source? The Scottish Government has already given the green light for 300 job cuts, but without income growth, will that not make further cost cutting inevitable? How does the Cabinet Secretary think that that circle can be squared?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Mr Barrow for his question. He raises a number of points. First of all, he mentions the relief being felt in Dundee University. I think that was palpable on the first, of course, announcement from the Government around about funding. I met with staff on that very day earlier this year, and I've heard since from some of the trade union members in relation to their feeling on the back of the report publishing last week. So there is a palpable sense of relief, and I very much felt that frustration throughout the engagement that Mr Day and I have had with them. He's right to talk about a sustainable future. He spoke about the liquidity ask, I think, in the context of what I have announced today. And of course, what I've set out is that the £40 million that has been requested is going to be met over the next financial years. That has been confirmed from Scottish Government. We do require to undertake further due diligence with the university. That will be undertaken at pace with the Scottish Funding Council. Mr Mara should also be mindful that, of course, the outcome of the report, which only published on Thursday, did impact on the way that ministers were able to award the funding I'm talking to today. So that use of the Section 25 is unprecedented. It required us to reflect on the unique situation existing in Dundee, but we will continue to work with the leadership at the university on next steps. I did, though, in my statement today, quite rightly talk to the need for additional extra funding to come from other sources that are not public, for example, via the banks, via commercial opportunities. Mr Mara will be aware of some of the challenges the university has faced in that regard that are spelled out in the report in relation to the lending facility of the university. And of course, had that been an available financial option to the university today, they would not have found themselves in such a challenging position. But we will continue to work with Dundee University to support that growth, which is so vital for the institution, for the city and for the wider city region.
Joe Fitzpatrick, to be followed by Maurice Golden.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the announcement of support from the Cabinet Secretary and her decision to use the Section 25 power. I also appreciate how much ministers have been engaging with me and with other MSPs who have worked largely on a collaborative basis across party lines. My focus remains with staff who have been badly let down by the university's management and remain understandably angry and anxious. Can the Cabinet Secretary outline how the Scottish Government's financial support will help to save jobs in Dundee, and can she assure staff that steps will be taken to fully remove the threat of compulsory redundancies?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I thank Mr Fitzpatrick for his question and also for his engagement as the local constituency MSP. It is quite simply, though, unacceptable that staff and students should suffer because of historic leadership and governance failures. The £40 million of funding that I have announced today for the next 2 academic years will give confidence to staff and students, and it will also help to return the university to the thriving institution that we all want it to be. This money, though, is needed to support that development and delivery of that sustainable long-term recovery plan that Mr Briggs quite rightly spoke to. And that will see, as I mentioned in my response to Mr Mara, public finance working alongside commercial and private investment to ultimately see that reliance on extraordinary public funding ending. But I will, of course, continue to consider all avenues and other support that might be needed in regard.
Maurice Golden, to be followed by Audrey Nicholl.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Scottish Government providing £40 million to the University of Dundee is very welcome, subject to due diligence. Yet the liquidity gap remains between £45 million and £60 million across 2 academic years. Do these estimates factor in the expected recruitment challenges in both the domestic and international markets as a result of course reduction and reputational damage, and therefore could the Scottish Government offer any long-term assurance in terms of that liquidity gap beyond what the Cabinet Secretary has highlighted today?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Mr Golden for his question. I think he hits on a really important point, and I welcome his welcoming of the £40 million announced today. There are issues in relation to the estimates that have been provided to ministers, and we will have to reassure ourselves of the totality of ask from the public purse in that regard. He quite rightly speaks to the impact of international immigration. Of course, this will be a factor in that regard. There will be fluctuating factors in the years to come that will impact on that totality. So we are working with the Scottish Funding Council to assure ourselves of that final figure. But we are also asking the university to look wider at other sources of funding, because there is not a sustainable future, I don't think any of us accept here, from the government directly providing ongoing funding on an ongoing basis. So we need to work with the university to allow them to come up with the plan that will be required to set out that sustainable future, which was the point Mr Briggs quite rightly made. So I agree with the points the member has raised today. We will continue to engage with the Scottish Funding Council on assuring ourselves absolutely of the totality of that liquidity ask.
Audrey Nicholl, to be followed by Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Leverhulme Research Centre for Forensic Science at the University of Dundee provides a range of crucial forensic services in Scotland, and recent evidence provided to the Criminal Justice Committee's inquiry on drugs in prison described the drug testing service provided by the centre as critical. And I understand that 9 core-funded staff are at risk of redundancy, risking the future of the drug testing work for the Scottish Prison Service and the planned National Drug Testing Laboratory for Scotland. So can the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the work being done to secure the future of the centre, given its importance to the delivery of justice in Scotland? And can she provide some clarity around the University's recent statement that forensic science will continue to be delivered as part of its portfolio, while at the same time pressing ahead with a possible redundancy situation for all of its research active and core-funded forensic science staff?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Audrey Nicholl for raising a hugely important point. The contribution of Dundee to our national and our international forensics, justice and law enforcement policy is of significant importance, and the Government has made very strong representations to the University about the importance of retaining its strength and forensic sciences. The Justice Secretary, for some reassurance to Ms Nicholl, is a member of the cross-government group on Dundee, which is led by the Deputy First Minister, because we recognise the critical importance of the University's forensic science capabilities, and those capabilities must be protected into the future. And the Scottish Government and the Funding Council will continue to offer support to the University to ensure that it does fully explore all other available options to maintain that significant research expertise as part of their pathway to financial recovery. In terms of the situation at the Leverhulme Research Centre in particular, I understand that this relates to external research funding, which was already due to come to an end prior to the situation with Dundee's finances arising back in November. But I absolutely appreciate that this will be a really anxious time for staff, and I have asked that my officials engage with the Scottish Funding Council and other relevant stakeholders to explore options to optimise forensic capability at the University.
Pam Duncan-Glancy, to be followed by Stuart McMillan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The report uncovers some awful failures, and I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's commitment to progress the wider governance lesson for the sector and ask that she does so working with universities and the trade unions. But we shouldn't ignore that whilst Dundee has experienced unique problems, the sector is in dire straits, with many institutions having to make cuts, resulting in job losses and fewer students from deprived areas going to university. The entire sector has endured little more than managed decline on this government's watch, with year after year of cuts and being told there is no more money. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, can she tell us where is the £40 million coming from?
Cabinet Secretary.
That member for her question. Of course, our universities in Scotland do not exist in a silo. They are impacted by policies that exist across these islands, not least, of course, international immigration rules. And, of course, I'm sure the member will want to reflect on the role of that in relation to the findings from Pamela Gillies' report. Of course, Dundee University was also impacted by Brexit, and that is set out clearly in the report. And finally, I would make mention of the increase in national insurance contributions, which University Scotland estimate could cost the sector in Scotland alone up to £45 million. So I'm sure that Ms Duncan Glancy will be urging her Labour colleagues to consider what more they could do to help alleviate the pressure on Scottish institutions and those across the United Kingdom. And of course, I will give her an undertaking that we will work with the trade unions and on a cross-party basis in relation to our continued work to support Dundee.
Stuart McMillan, to be followed by Maggie Chapman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Despite claims made by Conservative and Labour members last week, Professor Gillies clearly outlines the impact of a number of policies implemented by both past and previous UK Tory and Labour governments, including restrictive immigration policies, national insurance rises and Brexit. So what is the Cabinet Secretary's assessment of how these Westminster policies have done further damage to the University of Dundee?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I think, as I've just alluded to in my response to Ms Duncan Glancy, the UK Government does have a role to play here, and it could help by recognising the impact of its policies that are damaging university finances, not just in Scotland but across the United Kingdom. I mentioned Brexit previously, national insurance rises and those immigration policies, all the responsibilities of another government. So it would be really welcome if we could have a team approach to supporting the sector in Scotland that recognise where other responsibilities rest. It doesn't need to be this way, and indeed the UK Government could, of course, support our plans for a Scottish graduate visa, or they could provide consequential support for universities for employer national insurance contributions. We are stepping up for universities in Scotland, and I would urge Labour members in particular to consider what more their Westminster colleagues could be doing too.
Maggie Chapman, to be followed by Willie Rennie.
Thank you. The Cabinet Secretary highlights the Gillies report's call for openness and transparency, but already the interim leadership team is showing little sign of change. I've heard concerning reports that the democratically elected student rep on court is being asked by the interim chair to not attend handover court meetings that are discussing the report. There's been no attempt yet to include new voices from unions, DUSA or indeed the incoming rector in the development of the action plan due later this summer. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree that there is no justification for excluding court members from court discussions when there is no conflict of interest? And what more can the Government be doing to ensure the culture change needed starts now and discussions about the future are inclusive, open and transparent?
Cabinet Secretary.
So the member has set out a range of different factors that I'm not familiar with, but I think the important point to take from my statement today is that we all come together to work to support a viable future for the university. I do not think it would be appropriate for me to comment on the specific minutiae that the member has set out today in relation to the role of court. What I would say is that I understand the Deputy Chair of Court was appointed by the Court of Dundee University by correspondence on the 16th of June last week. The appointment was for the Court and was made by the Court. Professor Seaton was the university's choice of interim principal, and any dialogue, of course, with the Scottish Funding Council in that space was about process to ensure that they were following their governance processes, which I think is the essence of the question I have been asked. But my understanding and that of the SFC is that processes have been followed as appropriate, but I'm more than happy to engage with the member and the trade unions on the substantives of her point today.
Willie Rennie, to be followed by Rona Mackay.
I'll have the opportunity later on this week to question the former leadership of Dundee University, but I'm concerned today about its future because it's far from certain. The money available, that's good. I'm really pleased about the £40 million, but it is only for 2 years. And to avoid future job losses, on top of the 300 that are already going, there will need to be a significant increase in growth of income. Significant. And if that doesn't happen, more job losses could come. So and people don't believe that it's realistic that we're going to have a significant increase in growth in such a short period of time. So if we're back here again, will the government step in again to avoid future job losses?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Mr Rennie for his question and also for his participation in the roundtables we've held with local members, and he's welcomed again the £40 million of funding today. I do not want to be back here in 2 years' time talking about additionality to the sector, and in particular to Dundee University. The purpose of our announcing this funding today is unique, it is unprecedented, and that is why, of course, ministers have been advised to use a Section 25, which is very, very different from the approach that we actually took earlier in the year, if Mr Rennie recalls, in relation to the wider funding that was announced for the sector, of which Dundee received £22 million in funding and support. I think this goes back to the essence of Mr Briggs' question at the start of the questions, Presiding Officer, which was about that plan, that sustainable look to the future. The leadership of Dundee University have to come forward with that plan at pace. The Scottish Funding Council have been working to support them in that regard. And of course that plan will require to look at extra sources of funding that are not public money, because that is not a sustainable way in which to fund our autonomous, independent universities. So we will continue to work with the university sector. We provided that £40 million of support thus far, in addition to the £22 million worth of support. We will continue to work with the university on the liquidity aspect to that end, and of course on leveraging in that wider investment, which will be critical to the points that Mr Rennie has made in relation to growth.
Rona Mackay, to be followed by Douglas Ross.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Despite financial challenges and declining international student numbers, it seems the university senior management hired more staff and continued to spend money without control. Professor Gillis' review points to a failure of leadership. Leaders of the university's court and members of senior management, including former Scottish Labour leader Wendy Alexander, now a Labour peer in the House of Lords, have let down Dundee's staff and students. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree with me that the university requires fresh, strong leadership going forward? And could she reiterate how the Scottish Funding Council is working with Dundee to support them?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I fully agree with the sentiment behind Ms Mackay's question. I do understand there's a need for that interim leadership, as members will well understand, but that long-term plan that I spoke to in response to Mr Rennie has to be put in place as soon as possible. So I do very much welcome the appointment of Professor Nigel Seaton as interim principal and Ian Mayer as the interim chair of courts before elections run for that permanent chair over the summer. And whilst the leadership is ultimately a matter for the university, I would reflect that whatever process is used to address the leadership gap should look to both appoint effective leaders and to restore confidence in the court and the executive team. The Scottish Funding Council, though, has been supporting the university, including through convening support from leaders elsewhere in the university sector.
Douglas Ross, to be followed by Colette Stevenson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Gillies report sets out a timeline and a series of decisions that reek of incompetence and corruption. Now, having listened to the Cabinet Secretary's earlier response, she does not believe through the Gillies report that the level of criminality has yet been breached. If further information does come forward or that subjective view alters, can she confirm that the Scottish Government will fully cooperate with any criminal investigation surrounding Dundee University and the people in charge of it? And in response to an earlier question, the Cabinet Secretary said the court elected the interim chair on the 16th of June. The 16th of June was last Monday, several days before the Gillies report was published, and we were all told that immediately after that report, the chair of the court resigned. So did the Cabinet Secretary misspeak when she said the 16th of June, or were people resigning from the court and the top of Dundee University before this report was even published?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Mr Ross for his question on that final point. I've clearly got the date inadvertently wrong in my speaking note here, so I will seek to correct the record at a later date. In relation to the kind of thrust of his question, I agree with Mr Ross in relation to the damning verdict of the report, and he talks to the timeline. And on reading the report last week, I was struck throughout the report at the various different places at which intervention could and should have been taken, and the lack of opportunity to do so, of course, has led us to where we are today. He mentions alleged criminality. I think this was mentioned by Mr Briggs as well. Of course, I've already sought assurances from the Scottish Funding Council on that matter and from Professor Pamela Gillies. They were both clear there was no evidence of criminality to that end, and I wanted to assure myself of that point. But of course, the Government would cooperate with any inquiry in that regard.
Thank you. I'm keen to include all members who have pressed, so concise questions and responses appreciated. I call Colette Stevenson, to be followed by Liz Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Though ultimately not responsible for governance at Dundee University, the Scottish Government should still be encouraging all employers and institutions to follow the fair work principles of good engagement with employees and trade unions to bring everyone to the table. Can the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the latest Scottish Government engagement with employees of Dundee University and trade unions to ensure their voices inform the Scottish Government's work going forward?
Cabinet Secretary.
As I mentioned, I think previously, Presiding Officer, the Minister for Higher Education and I have met with trade unions a number of times, and Mr Day met with campus unions last Thursday following publication of the review. We continue to have a really useful dialogue with them, and we've been supporting that relationship building with the executive team additionally. I would also draw members' attention to the work of the task force, which has been chaired by Sir Alan Langland, in ensuring that voices are being heard. The task force has now met 3 times, bringing together a wider range of key stakeholders, including trade unions, Dundee City Council, other universities, enterprise and skills bodies, the NHS, businesses and student representatives.
Smith, to be followed by John Mason.
Thank you. Given all that's happened, Cabinet Secretary, do you consider that there will be a case made to review the Higher Education Governance Scotland Act of 2016, about which this Parliament deliberated very long and hard?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Ms Smith for that question. It was a topic of discussion. I hear the First Minister chuckling at Cabinet this morning, the historic passage of that legislation at the time. I have not had that case presented to me thus far. I did discuss this at length with the Chair of the SFC yesterday with Mr Day, and we also discussed it with the SFC last week in relation to governance changes. Her view, and that of Pamela Gillies, I should say, is that there is enough guidance in place. However, I am also aware from our engagement with the Chair of the SFC, there is wider work across the UK at the current time to look at the strengthening of governance in institutions, and I've committed that we will engage with the SFC to that end.
And John Mason.
Thank you. Both the internal and external auditors appear to have given the University a clean bill of health for July 23 accounts, which would not have been completed till about the end of 2023. Does that surprise the Cabinet Secretary that the auditors don't seem to have picked anything up?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Mr Mason for his question in that regard. I've read in the press some of the commentary from the auditors. I am advised that the activity, to the time and the cost of the audit process around about the audit itself is being undertaken at the current time. But I do understand the University are meeting with auditors today in that regard, if that gives Mr Mason some comfort. Ernst & Young have also stated that they're unable to give an audit opinion without knowing the outcome of the investigations, as I think Mr Mason has alluded to which the University has been subject. So given that the University and the auditors are meeting today, I will await the outcome of that meeting and, of course, further advice from the SFC.
Thank you. That concludes the Ministerial statement on the initial response to the Gillies review. I'll allow a brief moment for front benches to reorganise before the next item. The next item of business is a statement by Ivan McKee on budget, provisional outturn 2024 to 2025. The Minister will take questions at the end of a statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. And I call on the Minister up to 10 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I welcome the opportunity to update Parliament on the provisional outturn against the budget for the financial year 2024-25. The provisional outturn demonstrates once again that this government is prudently and competently managing Scotland's finances while protecting our priorities and ensuring that we have sustained effective delivery of public services. Managing the financial position for 2024-25 was a challenge once again. The continued impact of inflation, pressure on public sector pay and wider geopolitical instability has meant careful consideration had to be given to balancing the Scottish budget. As members know, we cannot overspend our budget, even by a single penny, and we of course cannot underspend in excess of the Scottish Reserve limit of just over £700 million. Over and above this, we have limited fiscal levers and cannot borrow to meet day-to-day costs. Savings remain our main source to manage emerging pressures, with the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government setting out the difficult choices that were taken to Parliament in September of 2024. However, stronger overall provisional revenue performance from the fully devolved taxes than initially forecast, together with the additional funding received from the UK Government last October and the spending controls that were introduced, enable us to achieve the Cabinet Secretary's stated aim of removing all use of ScotWind revenues to support the wider budget in 2024-25. This has allowed us to target these revenues and investments on a range of net zero projects for the longer-term benefits for Scotland. Resource borrowing was also eliminated, reducing the cost of borrowing that future budgets will need to fund, while capital borrowing was significantly reduced. All these actions help us to ensure we remain fiscally sustainable. The outlook, however, is still challenging. New threats to economic stability continue to emerge at a global level. We continue to see inflation above the Bank of England target of 2%, and that puts pressure on public sector pay deals to ensure pay remains fair and competitive. The UK Government spending review announced on the 11th of June confirmed that the rate of growth in the block grant had fallen below previous expectations, growing by only 0.8% in real terms year on year, considerably lower than the 1.5% average growth in UK departmental spending. Changes to employer national insurance contributions have also not been fully funded for Scotland, and UK Government benefit policy changes are expected to have a significant negative impact on future years' fundings. The impact of these changes on our financial planning will be set out in the medium-term financial strategy tomorrow in Parliament, but the growing future year pressures mean we must act prudently and responsibly to remain fiscally sustainable. Despite these challenges, we have continued to deliver for Scotland. In 2024-25, we supported fair and affordable pay deals for workers who provided essential public services, thereby securing the continuity of those services and minimising the sort of costly action we saw in other parts of the UK. As the recent UK pay review bodies have demonstrated, current global socio-economic pressures are necessitating governments look beyond original budgeted costs. Through effective financial management, we have been able to offer pay deals that were £600 million greater than planned. We invested over £5.9 billion this year in social security assistance, directly supporting over 1.4 million people across Scotland. This includes £456 million allocated to the Scottish Child Payment, a benefit unique to Scotland, helping around 328,000 under-16s and lifting an estimated 60,000 children out of relative poverty in 24-25. Following successful pilots, the carer support payment and the pension age disability payment were extended nationally, ensuring carers and pension age individuals with disabilities now receive regular support in all areas. We also introduced the Scottish Adult Disability Payment Allowance, replacing the UK's Disability Living Allowance and benefiting over 430,000 disabled people. Scotland's economy and labour market have remained resilient despite challenging economic headwinds. Scotland's economy grew 1.2% in 2024 compared to 1.1% in the UK as a whole, and strengthened from 0.5% growth in 2023. Scotland's claimant count unemployment rate was 3.5% in May and remains below the UK rate of 4.5%. And our median monthly pay for payrolled employees in Scotland in May was £2,542, remaining higher than the UK as a whole. Scotland continues to show the largest reduction in greenhouse gas emissions over the long term amongst the nations of the UK, and we are committed to achieving net zero by 2045. In 2024-25, we spent £16.2 million on Just Transition Fund activities, brought the new build heat standard into force, delivered an additional 1,623 EV public charge points and restored 14,860 hectares of degraded peatland. We also brought forward the landmark Circular Economy Scotland Act 2024, which establishes the legislative framework to support Scotland's transition to a zero waste and circular economy. This is complemented by a circular economy and waste route map to 2030, helping us to achieve our sustainable resource and climate goals. We have continued to support and deliver genuine efficiencies across the public sector, with a range of programmes saving money from corporate expenditure, including the National Collaborative Procurement Frameworks, commercial value for money and digital programmes, which are securing cost-avoiding and cash-releasing savings expected to reach over £500 million up to the end of 26-27. In 24-25, we also launched property controls guidance to support a more efficient approach to public sector property management, optimising costs and estate footprint. Since 2022, enhanced recruitment controls introduced into the Scottish Government have controlled growth in the total workforce. From March 2022 to March 2025, the total Scottish Government workforce has reduced by 5%. Turning now to the 2024 Provisional Outturn, I am pleased to confirm that the Scottish Government has once again delivered a balanced budget with a provisional fiscal outturn for 2024 of £52.1 billion against a total fiscal budget of £52.7 billion. The remaining £557 million, which represents just over 1% of our total budget, will be carried forward in full through the Scotland Reserve if confirmed at final outturn. This incorporates £501 million of fiscal resource, £31 million of capital and £25 million of financial transactions. To reiterate once again, this results in no loss of spending power to the Scottish Government, with this funding supporting 2025-26 costs. We cannot overspend. The fiscal rules we must comply with mean we must plan for a modest underspend. We must be able to mitigate the risk of post-year end audit adjustments and to manage any late movements in demand-led programmes and fully devolved tax receipts, as have occurred in previous years. We already made clear our intention to set aside the majority of this underspend to Parliament as part of our spring budget revision, with £350 million planned and held within the finance and local government portfolio. Indeed, we operate on an annualised budget, but of course our activities do not abruptly end on the 31st of March and then recommence anew on the 1st of April each year. Smoothing through the Scotland Reserve over financial years is therefore to be expected. Managing the position to a 1% underspend underlines the financial competence of this government. I must also remind colleagues that there remains an element of our budget allocation which is non-cash and that is utilised for accounting adjustments such as depreciation. It is ring-fenced and cannot be used to support day-to-day spending. As non-cash, it does not flow through the Scotland Reserve and is therefore excluded from the headline provisional outturn results. For 2024-25, this was an underspend of £738 million against a budget of £1.8 billion. A large proportion of this relates to non-cash consequentials for student loan impairments, which are of course simply not required at the same level in Scotland because of our policy of free university tuition. Finally, the figures I am reporting to you today remain provisional, as they are subject to change pending completion of 2024-25 year-end audits. Finalised figures will be reported as usual in the annual Scottish Government Consolidated Accounts and a statement of total outturn later this financial year. Presiding Officer, I commend today's figures to this Parliament.
Thank you, Minister. The Minister will now take questions on the issues raised in his statement. I intend to allow around 20 minutes for questions, after which we'll move on to the next item of business. I'd be grateful if members who wish to put a question were to press their request to speak buttons now. And I call on Craig Hoy.
Presiding Officer, and I thank the Public Finance Minister for advance sight of his statement. We know that this Government does not like being reminded that in recent years it has secured record settlements from Westminster and that it is duty-bound to balance its budget. So at a time of SNP cuts and tax rises, cuts to areas such as colleges and employability schemes, we found out that from today's provisional outturn report that there is a growing underspend as a result of decisions taken by Scottish ministers. The SNP have repeatedly underspent their budget, this year to the tune of £557 million, almost double the year before. That is money that could have been put to vital use by ministers. It could have met our repeated calls to pass on in full rates relief for retail, hospitality and leisure businesses. That would have saved jobs and businesses now lost, and delivered tax receipts which are now faltering. It could have provided support to Scotland's underfunded councils, which were this year forced to impose double-digit council tax increases, and that would have saved money for hard-pressed households. Today's report also proves that ministers are continuing to pursue the wrong economic and fiscal priorities, with the government confirming the Scottish Fiscal Commission's projection of an £851 million shortfall in Scotland's tax take. That is a black hole that will have to be reckoned with in 2027 and 2028. So isn't it, therefore, Minister, deeply regrettable that money which could have been spent last year on saving jobs, supporting councils and delivering growth to drive much-needed tax revenues, that money will now be spent in future years on the negative social and economic costs of these repeated SNP policy failures and misplaced priorities?
Minister.
Wow. Oh, Murdo Fraser's applauding. And I thought Murdo Fraser knew better. It's quite embarrassing to come on and listen to Craig Hoy demonstrate his complete inability to understand the whole fundamental concepts of what's going on in today's statement. He does, or should understand, of course, that revenue, funding isn't lost, it simply moves into this year's budget. He should understand that it's just over 1% of the total budget that we have to spend. It's actually less than the equivalent underspend in England, in which his party was under control for most of that year, which was 1.3%. He will understand that that money flows into 25-26 to support the budget we're taking forward this year. None of that money is lost. Craig Hoy clearly doesn't understand that and how it works. He doesn't understand the management that goes into taking that, steering that underspend in the budget outturn to within 1% of the total budget, and that just another demonstration of why the Conservative Party, with Craig Hoy pretending to be their finance spokesperson, are not fit for office in this Parliament.
Michael Mara.
Can I thank the Minister for advance sight of the statement? I must say, I do find it increasingly worrying that SNP over recent weeks opposing above average spending increases on defence, given the headlines that we've seen in recent days. But it is thanks to the Labour Government's record investment that the signs are good that perhaps we won't have a chaotic in-year emergency budget this year. But given the SNP's financial record, who knows? But the question now is, of course, delivery. All of these stats out today, all of them out today, and the First Minister is nodding, so he must know what's coming. Atrocious A&E waiting times, atrocious. The worst cancer waiting times on record. Domestic abuse statistics at a near 50-year high. House building rates plummeting. It's obvious, Presiding Officer, that under the SNP, Scotland is going in the wrong direction. So what is the SNP actually going to do to turn Labour's record investment into delivery?
Minister.
Well, Michael Mara knows that this government is completely focused on delivery, and we give that our highest priority to meet our objectives. He should, of course, know, and it was in my statement, that Scotland's economy grew faster than the rest of the UK last year. We've got significantly lower unemployment in Scotland than the rest of the UK, and higher average earnings. So, in terms of economic growth, this budget is delivering. In terms of our other priorities on the climate situation, I've already outlined the situation in Scotland compared to the rest of the UK, where we continue to be a leader. And in public service, we are absolutely focused on delivering, on tackling those waiting lists, which are too high, and got the commitment from this government to bring those down significantly over the coming months, and we'll continue to focus on that. And the resources that we have at our plate are the uncertainty that comes with the way that the UK government operates its budget, and the late adjustments and consequentials make that difficult. But despite that, we managed to allocate resources as appropriate to deliver for the people of Scotland, and will continue to do so.
Paul McLennan, to be followed by Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Minister highlighted higher economic growth in Scotland compared to the rest of the UK. Can he outline areas of expenditure in Outturn 24-25 that helped create the competitive economic advantage for the Scottish economy?
Yes, I can. The Scottish Government has sought to secure and leverage competitive advantage for our economy through our budget and priorities for growth. The offshore wind sector, for example, in 24-25, Outturn supported the green economy and future jobs by kick-starting our commitment of up to £500 million to anchor a new offshore wind supply chain in Scotland. That's leveraged in private capital investments such as Sumitomo's £350 million cable factory investment at NIG, and will continue to build on that to unlock growth and innovation across all sectors of our economy in 24-25. We also continue to support the rollout of improved digital connectivity in Scotland by extending gigabit-capable fibre networks right across the country. We have created the conditions for Scotland to be at the heart of the green technology revolution, as well as better connecting our citizens to each other and to digital public services.
Fraser, to be followed by Rona Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. According to the figures we've just seen from the Government, the underspend in the Deputy First Minister's Economy and Gaelic portfolio is £106 million. That's a staggering 7.4% of the total budget in that particular department, a department that is responsible for growing the economy, for the enterprise networks, for Visit Scotland, all of which have seen their budgets slashed by the SNP in recent years. So, if growing the economy is so vital to this Government, how does the Minister explain that underspend in this vital spending department?
Minister.
There's a few technical reasons for that. There's the redress relations and response underspend of £36 million, which was following a reclassification by the Office of National Statistics post-year-end. There's also an underspend in the Scottish National Investment Bank of £18 million, and I'm sure Murdo Fraser will understand this point. Deals that come towards being taken forward at the end of the year, you don't want to rush into those. You want to make sure you do those deals properly in the interest of making that investment count effectively, and if those slip into the following year, then that is absolutely to be understood when it comes to making those significant capital investments. And there's also been a slight underspend in relation to the City and Region Deal programme, which again, with the nature of those multiple programmes across the whole country, you would expect there to be the potential for some slippage in some of those investments. So I think that answers the questions that Murdo Fraser raised.
Rona Mackay, to be followed by Daniel Johnson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can the Cabinet Secretary advise whether revised fiscal rules from the UK Government would help borrowing for capital investment?
Minister.
It's really important that we've got the ability to take forward capital investment, and the rules that the UK Government has in place can make that challenge. We've seen fluctuations in capital investment budgets over a number of years, which have seen reductions and then reinstatement, which has been problematic in being able to predict and understand how we can adequately support the programme of investment that we rightly take forward on behalf of the people of Scotland. So it is important that we have stability with regards to those capital budgets and are able to plan that adequately and securely into the future, and the lack of borrowing powers that the Scottish Government does have, of course, make that difficult, and we would call on the UK Government to enable additional borrowing powers to enable us to plan and execute on those very important investments going forward.
Neil Johnson, to be followed by Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Could I ask the Minister about the finance and local government line? That shows a £324 million underspend. That represents around 40% of the total cash underspend in this statement. And given that all members will be aware about how hard-pressed local services are, the fact that this was a year that there was a council tax freeze, and the real requirement to find additional money for pay, especially for social care workers, and £300 million would make a substantial contribution to uplift in pay. Why is it that there's an underspend of such a substantial sum in this critical area, given the importance of local services?
Minister.
I thought Daniel Johnson would have taken the time to interrogate the numbers a bit more thoroughly, and he would have heard in my statement mention of the £350 million underspend that was planned from the spring budget revision in January and carried forward into next year, and that sits in that finance and local government budget line. Local government, in actual fact, overspent by £22 billion in the period 23-24, and that was as a consequence of late approval of the relevant local government government pay deals. So far from that being the situation he outlined, we've actually, as I said, slightly overspent in terms of supporting local government and the pay of workers in local government. And the £350 million that he's talking about was identified earlier in the year as part of our planned underspend to move into support 25-26 budget.
Kenneth Gibson, to be followed by Ross Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can the Minister confirm that the £557 million of resource underspend is only around 4 days of Scottish Government expenditure, showing the tight levels of financial management carried out by Government, for which it should be commended, with all of it rolled forward into the current financial year? However, capital borrowing was £193 million less than expected due to emerging underspends. Does the Minister agree that having shovel-ready projects in place, such as pothole repairs, which can be undertaken fairly quickly in most places, would help ensure capital is fully utilised should capital underspends emerge in future?
Minister.
Well, first of all, in terms of the point, I thank Kenny Gibson for his kind words in terms of the job that we've done here. However, he's absolutely right. It's only just over 1% of the total spend, and managing that, as I said earlier, a lower underspend percentage than occurred across the rest of the UK. With regards to capital projects, I wish it was that easy, to be honest. Those budgets are obviously allocated to portfolios and then on to agencies and projects. And those projects, of course, don't stop on the 31st of March and then get restarted again in April. They continue on a day-to-day basis. Now, there is some slippage in the expenditure on those projects. The work doesn't stop and the expenditure needs to carry on as well. So the ability to pull that money back in the last few days, allocate it to something else and then reallocate it again in April obviously would be problematic, to say the least. But I do take the point he makes, and the ability to have shovel-ready projects, which we do, to be able to step in when we do have additional spend, is of course an important step that we take.
Ross Greer, to be followed by Jamie Green.
Thank you. The Minister will be aware of my concern that because many of the Government's costs are essentially fixed at the start of the year, the annual Path to Balance reallocation exercises place a disproportionate burden on particular portfolios, primarily health and education. And allowing for the fact that there will be an election between now and then, I wonder if the Government would consider in next year's Outturn statement publishing alongside it a multi-year analysis of the impact of the Path to Balance exercises and in which portfolios they fall, perhaps covering the 5 financial years of this parliamentary session.
The member will be aware that the health budget is, of course, protected, and we pass on all consequentials to health. And, of course, health is by far the biggest budget expenditure within the Scottish Government's budget. So clearly the focus on managing health budgets in year is critical to ensuring that we achieve the path to balance and balance our budget as we are required to. And of course there's many moving parts due to consequentials or other changes in year that can influence those budgets. But in the interest of transparency, we're always keen to make as much information available as possible to Parliament and others.
Jamie Green, to be followed by Emma Roddick.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I think at some point we're going to have a very honest debate in this Parliament about the net income forecast for Scottish income tax, which is reduced by £850 million on Outturn versus forecast. But there's another line I was very concerned about to read in this Outturn, and that's that of the care allowance reduction. Over £100 million of underspend in that line, yet so many carers in Scotland are facing the harsh reality of difficult finances due to the cliff edge of earnings versus receiving that benefits. Can I ask the Scottish Government is open and willing to look at those thresholds, and if any of that underspend could be used in this financial year, or indeed ring-fenced to support carers doing the vital role that they perform, instead of disappearing that money into next year's clearly fiscal black hole which is sitting in the Scottish Government's accounts?
Minister.
Well, first point on the technical point, he's right to identify that carers allowance was underspent by around about £100 million, but also, if he looks further down, recognise that carer support payments were overspent by almost £100 million. The reason for that is that the first of those is a DWP payment, which was then transferred to Social Security Scotland, who then picked up the payment and incurred that cost as a consequence. So it is very far from being the differential that he identifies. The first point I would make is that in Scotland, I think we're proud of the support we do provide to carers, and secondly, of course, we're always keen to have conversations to see what else we can do to support the very important role that carers perform.
Emma Roddick, to be followed by Liz Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can the Minister set out the additional flexibilities contained within the fiscal framework, and could he explain whether he believes they're sufficient to give the Scottish Government the financial levers that it requires?
Minister.
Under the fiscal framework, the Scottish Government can access limited resource and capital borrowing and has the use of the Scotland Reserve. So the Scottish Government's borrowing powers, though improved by the fiscal framework, remain extremely limited. For example, resource borrowing is still limited to address forecast errors in tax or social security payments that cannot be used to fund day-to-day expenditure. And the Scotland Reserve, the current cap on the reserve, limits our ability to carry forward funds into future financial years. We want to work with the UK Government to secure greater fiscal flexibilities to support sound financial management and deal with volatility, and the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government will be discussing these issues further at the forthcoming meeting of the UK Finance Interministerial Standing Committee.
Smith, to be followed by Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you. Minister, just in relation to the answer that you gave to Kenny Gibson when he asked about infrastructure, can I ask specifically about why there is a £72 million underspend in the transport portfolio when there are so many really pressing issues like the dualling of the A9 and various other upgrades?
Minister.
Yeah, the £72 million capital underspend in transport, the £27 million underspend on the road, trunk road network, and that reflects forecast across a range of programmes, including the M8 Woodside Viaducts. Propping project faced a number of challenges through the financial year because of the complexities of those works. And if the member hasn't gone to visit those works, I would suggest encourage you to do so, to learn the challenges that doing that work in a city centre location really presents to the excellent teams that are carrying it forward. That work, of course, is reprogrammed into 25-26, so while there's a delay, it doesn't affect the amount of work that gets done. And there is also rail services underspend, and Network Rail have underspend of £22 million on operations, maintenance and renewals, and that's driven by rephasing of the national Network Rail programmes where costs are allocated to the Scottish region, not something we carry ourselves, obviously.
Jackie Dunbar, to be followed by Fergus Ewing.
The majority of the Scottish Government's funding continues to be tied to the decisions of the United Kingdom Government and is subject to high levels of uncertainty until very late in the financial year. Can the Minister give a practical example of the consequences of Scotland's funding being tied to Westminster?
Minister.
There's always uncertainty in our funding envelope until quite late in the year, given the way finances work for the devolved governments. Receiving clarity on the overall funding position from the UK Government as early as possible is, of course, beneficial for our planning to avoid any last-minute budget reductions and reprioritisations. In 2024-25, we did receive an update on the in-year position as part of the UK autumn budget, which was, of course, welcome. An element of capital was subsequently reduced in early 2025, 6 weeks before the end of the financial year. We always therefore need to maintain an element of contingency to manage those last-minute changes to our overall funding envelope, which reduces investment opportunity.
And Fergus Ewing, brief supplementary.
Presiding Officer, 48 South Street, Elgin was worth £275,000. The Minister's predecessor spent £3.6 million in decarbonising this building. That was by no means alone as an example of an utter waste of money, and the Minister agreed that that was the case. So why has Phase 2 of this fund been approved? Why is it going ahead? Applications were closed in the end of May. Will he report before making any decisions to Parliament about how it's proposed to be spent? And wouldn't it be better spending it on dualling the A9?
Minister.
I take on board the point that the member raises. Clearly, like all spending, we want to make sure it's absolutely spent effectively and efficiently, and I can undertake to report back to Parliament on the specific projects that may or may not be taken forward under that funding line.
Thank you. That concludes the Ministerial statement on the budget provisional outturn. The next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 18070 in the name of Jamie Hepburn, on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out a timetable for the Stage 3 consideration of the Education Scotland Bill. I ask any member who wishes to speak to the motion to press their request to speak button, and I call on Jamie Hepburn to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. No member has asked to speak to the motion. Therefore, the question is that motion 18070 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. There will be a brief pause before the next item of
Okay, the next item of business is Stage 3 proceedings for the Education Scotland Bill. In dealing with the amendments, members should have the bill as amended at Stage 2, that is SP Bill 49A, the revised Marshall list and the groupings of amendments. The division bill will sound and proceedings will be suspended for around 5 minutes for the first division of the Stage 3. The period of voting for the first division will be 30 seconds. Thereafter, I'll allow a voting period of 1 minute for the first division after a debate. Members who wish to speak in the debate on any group of amendments should press the request to speak buttons or enter RTS in the chat function as soon as possible after I call the group. Members should now refer to the marshalled list of amendments. And group number 1, support needs. I call amendment number 1 in the name of Miles Briggs. Group with amendments 5, 165, 166, 167, 168, 321, 248, 249 and 76. Miles Briggs to move Amendment 1 and speak to all the amendments in the group. Mr Briggs.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And in the interests of brevity, I'll try to speed up my comments for the rest of this afternoon. But I was pleased to secure the set of amendments at Stage 2, and my Amendment 5, 1 and 76 I think improves the bill. So Amendment 5 requires Qualifications Scotland to prepare and publish guidance to support those with educational support needs in undertaking examinations. This amendment introduces the term educational support need to the bill instead of additional support needs. This is because it is important that children, young people and adult learners with support need for learning are all covered by these and other provisions in this bill. Amendment 76 ensures that this newly introduced term covers existing legislation for children and young people with other learners with additional support needs for learning. Amendment 76 is a definition. It deliberately uses a term which is not defined under the Act of 2004 of additional support needs or the Act of 2005 of support needs. This is because it may be confusing to start using those terms to mean something broader here when they already have well understanding and meaning within their respective context. Amendment 1 therefore reflects this new terminology in existing provisions in relation to Section 3 and the quality assuring the processes additional establishments have to put in place to support the assessment of qualifications, particularly for those with additional support needs. And I move all three amendments in my name.
Thank you, Mr Briggs. And I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to speak to Amendment 165 and the other amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And firstly, let me say a huge thank you to the legislation team who have been working day and night to support members across the chamber with the amendments that they want. And also to put on record my thanks to my own team who have supported me both at Stage 1, 2 and 3 for this legislation. And despite how we may at some points disagree today across the chamber, I'd also like to thank other parties for the discussions between Stages 1, 2 and 3. Presiding Officer, at the heart of this first grouping is a simple principle: parity of esteem. Learners who require additional support, not only to read a qualifications document but to sit the exam, to receive the results and to progress afterwards, must enjoy exactly the same standing in Scotland's qualifications system as every other learner. And why does that matter? Well, first, because the law already obliges us, under the Additional Support for Learning Act and the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, to remove barriers, not just acknowledge them. And secondly, because fairness is meaningless if the format of an assessment or the way its rules are communicated lock out some candidates from the start. And that is what amendments in my name in this group set to deliver. Amendment 165 in my name places a clear statutory duty on Qualifications Scotland to communicate inclusively whenever it publishes anything: exam specifications, candidate guides, appeals leaflets, etc. Amendments 166 and 167 work with Mr Briggs' Amendments 76 to update language in the bill, removing reference to additional support needs and instead using educational support needs, a term that ensures adult learners with support needs are given the same recognition and support as children and young people. Amendments 248 and 249 carry the same obligations into the Inspectorate, so that inspection reports, thematic reviews, consultations and recommendations are just as accessible and therefore just as actionable. Amendment 321 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary duplicates the inclusive communication duty on the Chief Inspector in the way my Amendment 165 does for Qualifications Scotland. And so in the spirit of consensus, I won't press Amendment 168 and will instead ask colleagues to support Amendment 321 to ensure the Inspectorate communicates in the same inclusive way as we will ask Qualifications Scotland to do. Colleagues, inclusive communication is the gateway to every other reasonable adjustment. Extra time, alternative formats, assistive technology, quiet spaces, because a learner cannot request an adjustment if they cannot first access the rules. Embedding the duty in statute guarantees early proactive support, consistency across schools and colleges, and helps develop a culture that is designed for all from the outset. Scottish Labour will also support Mr Briggs' Amendments 1 and 5, which update the language in Section 3 to cover adult learners and require Qualifications Scotland to publish clear guidance on adjustments, as well as Amendment 76 in Miles Briggs' name, which provides appropriate definitions. Presiding Officer, parity of esteem must be more than a slogan. It is a promise that all learners will have access to an equal chance to succeed. I therefore remove Amendment 165 and invite the Chamber to support the full package in this group, so that parity, recognition and real accommodation are built into Scotland's new qualifications regime from day one. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I now call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 321 and other amendments in the group. Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Mr Briggs and Ms Duncan Glancy for setting out their amendments today. I should also put on the record my sincere thanks to Scottish Government officials and the legislative team and in policy for all their assistance ahead of today's large Stage 3 debate on amendments. I'm grateful to Ms Duncan Glancy and Mr Briggs' offices for working with the Government on amendments 1, 5, 76, 166, 167, 248 and 249 to ensure they strengthen the bill in relation to those with educational support needs. And of course, the Government is happy to support those amendments. As for Ms Duncan Glancy's amendments 165 and 168, I would be happy to offer my support to 165, as I believe the word inclusive being added to that section delivers on our shared intentions here. And I'm grateful to the presiding officer for accepting my amendment 321 as a manuscript amendment, so that a comparable change can also be made to the equivalent publication duty in Part 2 of the bill, as I would not want anyone to draw the conclusion that we were suggesting that the Chief Inspector did not also need to publish documents in a similar manner. I'm not able to support Amendment 168. This amendment reflects provisions from the Social Security Scotland Act 2018 which do not work in the context of this section of this bill, although I accept that Pam Duncan Glancy is not going to press 168, though I very much accept the intention behind it.
Thank you. And I call Miles Briggs to wind up. Press to withdraw Amendment 1. Mr Briggs.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Nothing further to add and moved in my name.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. We move to Group 2, Accreditation and Quality Assurance of Qualification. Call Amendment 98 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, group with amendments as shown in the groupings. I also draw members' attention to the procedural information in relation to these amendments as set out in the groupings. And Pam Duncan Glancy to move Amendment 98 and speak to all the amendments in the group. Ms Duncan Glancy.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and members will please have patience and consider carefully as I outline a number of the amendments in this group, which may take a bit of time. This second grouping invites Parliament to address and resolve what is considered the central question and important policy choice of this bill. Will Scotland at last secure an independent guardian of standards and qualifications? Will the Government actually abolish the SQA? Or will it simply be a rebrand? Separating the body that awards qualifications from the body that regulates and accredits them is fundamental. And my Amendment 98 does just that. along with consequential amendments 98, 179, 266, 289, 304, 307, 308, 309, 310, 311. Amendment 98 helps ensure the new qualifications body can begin afresh, with leadership embedded in a reformed vision with new governance, whilst also being independent from the body that accredits and regulates qualifications. This separation is critical to restoring trust in the system. Trust and confidence are central to the integrity of any education system. But that integrity has broken down, not overnight, and not as a consequence of one decision or event, and certainly not as a result of anything staff in schools, parents or pupils have done, but as a result of multiple failures of the SQA, most starkly during the pandemic, when the then Education Secretary John Swinney downgraded the exam results of the poorest pupils. Young people are our greatest asset in Scotland. We owe it to them to create the best possible environment for them to thrive. And experts have told us what that means and looks like. A new curriculum agency where teachers and subject specialists can work in networks together to develop world-leading resources for a world-leading curriculum, supported by a government that shows leadership and direction, but as at arm's length. Colleagues will recall that every review placed before us, the OECD study, Professor Muir's report and our own Stage 1 evidence from the committee have made the same diagnosis. Curriculum accreditation and improvement are dispersed across too many bodies that do not always communicate and are not coherent. Setting up a new body like Curriculum Scotland, a single arm's-length organisation that will steer what is taught, guarantee the standard of certificates that flow from that teaching and drive the continuous improvement of both is the remedy to this. A reformed Education Scotland that would become independent of government, that would deliver opportunity for all, supporting a broad curriculum, empowering teachers to deliver and design the curriculum and embed coherence in the system. Young people are to be supported to learn, driven by their interests, aspirations and what employers need, not driven by assessment, which is often what happens now. Curriculum Scotland as a body could support that and broaden the offer on school-based qualifications so that vocational, academic and technical pathways are delivered, valued, assessed and recognised. And that, presiding officer, is why leaving accreditation in the SQA is not a palatable option. Moving accreditation to a new body, in this case in our amendments Curriculum Scotland or others, will deliver both scrutiny and parity of esteem. It will help to do this. Currently, school-based qualifications, happy to take the intervention.
Ross Greer.
Grateful. And I wonder if the member would join me in recognising the difference between accreditation and quality assurance, and that simply moving the current accreditation function to any other body, whether it's the Curriculum Scotland body that's suggested, HMIE or otherwise, wouldn't actually address any of the issues that we've seen in recent years in relation to national qualifications, because the current accreditation function does not accredit, for example, higher history.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the member for taking that intervention, and he's quite right in relation to higher history, but what he hasn't pointed out at this moment is that while our school qualifications are not accredited or regulated, they are subject to quality assurance by the very body that determines what those qualifications are and awards them, the SQA. And that's why it's crucial to create a separate regulatory accrediting function so that we can look at whether or not we want to accredit or regulate those qualifications in the future. We're legislating today for Scotland's young people's future, and not moving that function from the qualifications body now in this piece of legislation means that we can't take those decisions in future without necessarily separating the function of accreditation from awarding. And that is why we should have taken the opportunity, and we must take the opportunity to do that with these amendments this afternoon. And setting up a new body like Curriculum Scotland, a single arm's-length organisation that could steer what's taught, guarantee the standard of certificates that flow and drive the continuous improvement is a remedy, of course. And school-based qualifications are not currently accredited, as the member just pointed out and I explained, but they are simply considered for quality by the body who awards them the SQA. And we've seen what happens when the SQA think its qualifications are high quality. External scrutiny is resisted until assessors are whistleblowing. The press exposed the scandal, and Parliament and Government has to intervene, as was the case with higher history. This bill was a chance to change all of that. Some have said that people who have been clear that separation of function is needed don't understand what accreditation is for, because it doesn't accredit SQA-awarded qualifications, and the member has alluded to that in his intervention. But that rather misses two key points. First, Presiding Officer, that trust in the system means a body that awards qualifications shouldn't regulate them. Structures matter. And second, that regardless of what is accredited now, in a moment where we are claiming to reform the system, we should not miss an opportunity to do so in a way that is entirely fit for the future. I'll take the intervention from the Cabinet Secretary.
I thank the member for giving way. We debated at length this issue at stage 2, and I want to remind her of correspondence the committee and I received from Unite the Union, who represent the majority of staff in the SQA, and they say our members believe that further independence could be achieved with minimal disruption to staff, their stakeholders, and represent more value for money if the new qualifications body hosted the accreditation function. Are Unite the trade union wrong?
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
And I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that intervention, the intervention I was prepared for, because the Cabinet Secretary knows full well that the members of Unite within the Scottish Qualifications Authority would have preferred the accreditation and regulation function to have come out and go to an entirely new body in the first place. But in the absence of any planning, in the absence of any scoping, in the absence of any action from this government or preparation for a proper qualification system that puts young people's future at its heart, they recognise that a rushed job could well be very difficult for their members, because their members have endured countless days and weeks and months and years of this government's dither and delay to properly reform the education system. That's what they are not happy about, and that's why they are trying at the very, very last point in time to convince this government to try and do the right thing. And as the Cabinet Secretary knows, that means moving accreditation and regulation from the SQA into a new body. But instead, of course, of supporting that, now the Cabinet Secretary told members of the committee at stage 2 that she would take seriously the concerns on accreditation, that she would go away and she would think very carefully about it, and that she understood that the status quo, i.e. it remaining in the Scottish Qualifications Authority, wasn't acceptable. But what then happened between stage 2 and stage 3 is that the cross-party discussions that we have brought along the chair of the current SQA. Now that chair, regardless of members' opinions of how impressive or otherwise one individual can be, that was the discussions at which we were supposed to be discussing where the government would put accreditation from SQA, because it was told by committee and experts and others that it shouldn't stay there. And what we have now is nothing in this bill that moves accreditation from the SQA into another function. And that, to me, is a failure of a reform, and it is reform unfinished. And Parliament has an option over the next 48 hours to legislate for a system that stands the test of 24 hours even, sorry, Presiding Officer, I do not wish to extend the debate a further 24 hours. Parliament today should legislate for a system that stands the test of time, one where the accreditation of qualifications in Scotland is able to accredit qualifications in the future, whether or not that includes the ones the SQA does now. If we're reforming curriculum and assessment, we need to know that the place we put the body to oversee qualifications is separate from the one that awards them. We should have taken that opportunity in this bill. Separation future-proofs the landscape, but it also creates a coherent system too, one that could regain and enjoy the trust of pupils, learners, teachers, parents and employers. And our amendments, Creating Curriculum Scotland, Amendment 8, 9, 10, 159, 162, 164, as well as Amendments 6, 7, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, 250, 74, 254, 256, 262, 263, 264 and 312 give this chamber plentiful options to do the job properly. And I'll come to some of those and the rationale for some of them in a later grouping. But all of the options that we are presenting today give the chamber the opportunity to create the structures for world-leading curriculum development and provide a separate body to host the accreditation of our qualifications. But if Parliament are not supportive, of course, of creation of Curriculum Scotland package, but would like to deliver on the advice of experts and teachers and the expectations of pupils and parents, then they can support my other amendments that guarantee the separation of awarding and accrediting functions by moving the function to the Chief Inspector's Office, to be overseen by a Chief Regulator, and amendments 158, 161, 163, 197, 199, 200, 207, 208, 225, 226, 277, 253 and 260, all in my name, would achieve this. And, Presiding Officer, forgive me for cantering through the numbers in the interest of time. I know that members will have studied both the groupings and the marshalled list and will have an understanding of what these do. Other amendments that the Chamber has an option to support to deliver, again, on experts' opinion and on pupil expectation and parent expectation and indeed teachers. Amendments 158, 161, 163, 209, 228, 252 and 261. Also in my name, place an accreditation in the Office of the Chief Inspector without a Chief Regulator. And I'd invite colleagues to also consider this option. All of these options present also a committee for accreditation to whom the function would be accountable, because that has been considered crucial, both in terms of staff currently in the SQA, but also from external experts. Separating the functions is not just the direction that Scottish Labour believe we should go in. Countless experts have said the same, and I repeat this because it is crucial. Committee at stage 1 also agreed. And the Cabinet Secretary in the front bench are laughing. But actually, what happened here when we didn't get this right in 2020, pupils from the poorest backgrounds got their grades downgraded. We had a history scandal this year that meant that the exams were allowed to continue, even although experts raised there were concern after concern after concern, because, as Ross Greer indicated, the quality assurance function for those exams sat within the body that sets them. So, if the Cabinet Secretary and others on the Chamber find that funny, I'm quite sure people watching this won't. Did the Cabinet Secretary wish to make an intervention?
Cabinet Secretary.
For the record, I was not laughing at the content of what Ms Duncan Glancy was saying.
Pam Duncan Glancy.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for that clarification, and I'm pleased that she will listen and take seriously what's being said. The Education, Children and Young People's Committee Stage 1 report identified one issue, of course, above all others, and that is that public confidence will not be restored, and I quote, while the same body both awards and accredits our national qualifications. The consultation, the conclusion rather, echoed the OECD review and Professor Muir's report, and it is what almost every stakeholder told that committee. Because, Presiding Officer, each source, expert and stakeholder reached the same judgment that independent scrutiny of standards is crucial. And the bill, as amended at stage 2, leaves that scrutiny in Qualifications Scotland. In line with experts, that position is not defensible. Whilst there have been some changes to Qualifications Scotland, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary and other members for working with us to improve what we can, including in governance in it, Qualifications Scotland has the same functions as the SQA, and if the accreditation arm is left in, it will have entirely the same functions as the SQA. There will be no independent scrutiny if this happens, and as we'll debate in Group 21, as it stands, there will be nothing to guarantee a fresh look at the leadership either. So we're left with the SQA, with some notable improvements in governance, but not abolished, and in a landscape that leaves the job half done. Presiding Officer, for that reason, I'm disappointed the Government have not come forward at stage 3 with the change that they promised members at stage 2. And I cannot support the amendments in the name of Willie Rennie or Ross Greer either, because they don't deliver change. These, I'm sorry to say, are a poor compromise with the Government that falls far short of expectation and legislates for a review, not reform. I am disappointed that the Greens and the Lib Dems gave in for so little. They will argue that the Government moved, but all we got out of the Government here is a handout amendment that promised a review that might still result in yet another piece of legislation, not in this session, more jam tomorrow. It might leave accreditation in the SQA, and that is very disappointing indeed. We should not be legislating for a review. We've had those, and they shouldn't, indeed they didn't need legislation. We should today be legislating to give effect to those reviews. And so I urge members, reject the amendments that fall far short of reform and instead support amendments in my name. Make law today that delivers the education landscape we need for the future, one that supports staff and pupils, and one that is best geared to ensuring our young people are set on the path to success with world-class education in a system designed to deliver it. I'll take an intervention.
Cabinet Secretary.
I misheard. I thought I just heard Pam Duncan Glancy saying about making good law today, but she and her party are voting against this bill, are they not?
Pam Duncan Glancy.
I thank I thank the Cabinet Secretary. I will, yes.
Martin Whitfield.
Very grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I suggest that my colleague has articulated very clearly the reason that she came to the conclusion in the summation of her contribution in this point, and had
Mr. Whitfield, resume it. This is going to be a long afternoon and evening. It will be even longer if we do not listen to the member who has the floor, on this occasion Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I think your premonition of how today may go I shudder at. But I conclude by saying that had my colleague's submission been listened to, I think it was fully explained why she came to the conclusion that she did. I'm grateful.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
And I thank the member for that intervention, and I enjoy the unity across these benches that is not always seen on across the benches of the government. And so I appreciate the support of members. But can I just say, Presiding Officer, that the point I was making was that the Parliament has options to make this bill salvageable. And if the Parliament supports our amendments that remove accreditation from the SQA and place them within a regulatory function within the Inspector, or place them within a new body in Curriculum Scotland, or place them within the Inspector without a regulator but nonetheless move them into another body, then we could consider supporting this bill. But at this point in time, I've heard zero indication that the Government are prepared to move in that direction. And so, on that basis, for the sake of young people's future, for the sake of a bill that supports staff and pupils, and a future education system that is best geared to ensuring our young people are set in the path to success with world-class education in a system designed to deliver it, I urge members across this chamber to reject the bill as stands and support the amendments in my name. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Duncan-Glancy. Before calling the next amendments, just to reflect the fact that discussions were taking place with business managers and those with key amendments about the time it needed to move those amendments. We have, as a Parliament, agreed a timetabling motion for proceedings this afternoon and this evening. We are already quite far behind that, and therefore I would ask members maybe just to bear that in mind in terms of the contributions. I call Willie Rennie to speak to Amendment 125 and other amendments in the group. Mr Rennie.
I fully respect Pam Duncan-Glancy, but I have to disagree with her this afternoon. And I think the fact that she has presented a number of different options shows that there is still no consensus, even within the Labour Party, about what the process should be in order to make improvements. I think the process, certainly.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the member for taking that intervention, and I hugely respect the member. And it pains me to have to disagree with his direction of travel here. But nonetheless, the reason there are options here is not because we haven't come to a settled view. We came to a settled view, we all did, including the member, that change was necessary. The bill in front of us doesn't do that. It just delivers a review that it's not my fault the government haven't done the work in advance. We should be reforming, not reviewing today.
Willie Rennie.
I think the process has been constructive, and I think it's a good example of how committees can work well together, because we have got to an issue which wasn't central to the reforms proposed at the beginning, which I can remind the member were about separating the inspection function from Education Scotland and also creating a new qualifications body. The accreditation issue was not the big thing that it has become now. It was referred to in Ken Muir's report, but it was actually a very narrow aspect of his report, and actually only affects mostly post-school vocational qualifications. So actually was a narrow part. This, I think, my amendments today, with agreement from the government, will lead to a more substantial review that will be much more expansive in its approach, because there was no consensus on the scope or location of the accreditation function currently provided by the SQA. The accreditation function currently largely covers post-school vocational qualifications. I'll take an intervention.
Rennie is making the case for what has gone completely wrong with this bill, because at the Stage 2 committee discussions, it was a case of the Cabinet Secretary saying, we'll take this offline. None of the amendments that were being discussed, many of them in his name, were going to be pressed, because there was going to be time and proper time to properly discuss all of the different options so that we could come together as a Parliament. That was entirely possible in the spirit of the Stage 2 discussion we had, and it hasn't happened. And so I would echo Pam Duncan-Glancy's comments about Willie Rennie's willingness to concede all of the ground that he had so successfully gained in the course of the discussions at stage 2.
Willie Rennie.
To explain why I haven't conceded ground and why I think we'll get a much more substantial reform that will be done in an orderly fashion, which I think is right for a body that is going to be new and actually is at its early stages, so needs to be handled with care. But I am grateful for Stephen Kerr for resubmitting all the amendments that I put forward at stage 2, which I withdrew at that point, because I know he wants the whole chamber to have an opportunity to look at the brilliance of my amendments that I put forward at that stage. But in addition, during the bill's considerations, concerns regarding higher history in 2024 were discussed in detail by the committee, and the oversight arrangements of our national school qualifications came into the spotlight. I believe it was unsatisfactory that the SQA effectively inspected itself, and I'm determined, therefore, to get an orderly change. While there was no consensus on the scope or location of accreditation, there was an agreement that the current accreditation and quality assurance arrangements were unsatisfactory. And I think the Cabinet Secretary has moved on that, genuinely moved from her original position where she was opposed to change, but now she's prepared to look in a substantial way at making substantial change. I was of the view at that time, and members will have heard me say that any of the options we put forward were better than the status quo. Yet there was still no agreement, and there's still no agreement today on what should happen next. In part, and this is crucial, because the landscape is complex. I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary and other members of the committee for the further time and consideration that was given to address the complexity of these issues. My amendments provide a package of measures to address these concerns. Amendments 125, 156 and 169 specifically address the concerns raised regarding higher history by focusing on the quality assurance, not accreditation, the quality assurance measures Qualifications Scotland will have in place in the future. As a package, they combine an independent review of those processes, an annual compliance report and the establishment of an independent expert group to advise on the qualification standards. Amendment 170, and just in a second, let me finish this point. Amendments 170 to 179 seek to improve and enhance Section 25A of the Bill, which covers the requirement that the Ministers undertake a statutory review of scope and location of the accreditation function, not quality assurance, accreditation function. I'll take an intervention.
Martin Whitfield.
Grateful to the member for taking an intervention. If I can just go back to his amendment 156, and he spoke about this originating from the history debacle. Can he explain why he chose financial year over academic year, which shortens the period, or indeed lengthens the period, for anything that needs to be changed before the next round of examinations?
Willie Rennie.
Because we will need to consider the budgetary consequences of any organisational change, it's therefore important to consider it in a financial year rather than an academic year, to make sure that we have got appropriate budgets in place to be able to make this happen. So amendments 175 and 176 add new provisions that introduce a process that ministers must follow should they conclude in the statutory review that legislation is required in relation to the accreditation function. This process requires ministers to bring forward legislation within 1 year of publication of the report of the statutory review. Alternatively, the provision requires that after this 1 year period expires, ministers must lay a statement before Parliament explaining whether legislation will still be brought forward, the timescales for this, or their reasons as to why not, if they no longer intend to. Amendment 178 adds in a definition to what bringing forward legislation means by setting out two mechanisms in which ministers could do so. These are laying a draft order under Part 2 of the Public Services Reform Scotland Act 2010, which relates to the accreditation provisions before the Scottish Parliament, or introducing a bill in the Scottish Parliament which includes or consists of provisions in relation to accreditation provisions, and I hope you're following this. I appreciate that other members are not content with the agreement. I understand that, the agreement that I have reached with the government. So let me explain why I've done so. There are three main reasons. One, the main focus of the discussion and debate over the last year has been school-based qualifications. The problem is that the accreditation team don't cover school-based qualifications. So moving the accreditation on its own does not address the possibility of a future higher history. Second, I want to consider the expansion of the, not just now, I want to consider the expansion of the scope of the accreditation function to cover all non-SQA qualifications. Moving the narrow current accreditation function does not deliver that potential expansion. And number three, under new leadership and this bill, I think the SQA and then Qualifications Scotland is up for the change. But they want it done in an orderly way and based on evidence. The other amendments do not ensure that. I'll take an intervention from
Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the member for taking the intervention. And there are 2 points, I think, about the point around higher history that are important. Number one, as it currently stands, and the members alluded to this, the SQA determine the quality of their own qualifications, and that isn't a satisfactory circumstance. And the second is that whilst the accreditation function doesn't necessarily cover that just now, could cover it in the future, and also it could cover other subjects that might be taken in school, because we're looking at broadening the curriculum and opportunities to do so. So actually moving it now, it needs to be done so that we can future-proof for generations to come. And only doing this in the review without moving it is a problem. One of our amendments in further groupings, looking at the role of the regulator, does say that we should also look at the scope of accreditation and quality assurance. So you can do both and move it from and properly abolish the SQA at the same time. Would the member not agree?
Willie Rennie.
There's nothing I could see in Pam Duncan-Glancy's that talks about changing quality assurance for school-based qualifications into the accreditation function. Nothing I can see in that, whereas my review does look at that. It looks at school-based qualifications, turning them from quality assurance into accreditation. It looks at the scope of accreditation, because currently not all post-school qualifications are required to be accredited by the SQA, and perhaps that should be changed. Also, then we need to look at the location. Once we've considered all of those measures, look at the location of that to make sure, if we are going to create new functions and new scope, as to where it's best suited to be located. My review covers all of that in an orderly fashion. That's why I am saying that my option is a better option. My amendments improve the reporting on quality assurance immediately, but they also deliver those two reviews that I've talked about. The first is on quality assurance, and the second is on accreditation. It can consider whether quality assurance could move to accreditation. It can consider whether all qualifications in and out of Qualifications Scotland could be accredited. And finally, it will consider where to locate a future function. I believe the Cabinet Secretary has genuinely moved. She accepts that change might be necessary. I think my amendments are the best way to achieve that change.
Thank you. I call Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 147 and other amendments in the group. Mr Kerr.
I would say to Willie Rennie, someone who I have a lot of respect for, that he has settled for something really poor, because at the conclusion of all the reviews he's talking about, and by the way, the Scottish education system must be the most reviewed thing in this country. I mean, how many more reviews must there be? At the end of all of these reviews, all that his amendment says is that the government must state whether or not they intend to do anything about it. Well, that's a long way from where we were at stage 2, when I think the Cabinet Secretary, because of the unity of people in the committee representing different parties, had conceded, I think, that something would need to be done much sooner than the very long timetable view that Willie Rennie takes, of course.
Cabinet Secretary.
For giving way. He talks to unity. He will recall at stage 2 and indeed at stage 1 there was no unity from the committee in relation to where accreditation should be moved to, but also the wider issue that he and I debated at length in relation to scope and which qualifications are covered by accreditation. Does he accept that in that there was no unity, and therefore it was incumbent on all parties to work with the government in a Parliament of minorities to obtain a route forward that we could all come behind and support?
Stephen Kerr.
I thought there was unity of purpose around the fact that we were going to abide by the expert opinion that the government itself had commissioned, particularly in the Muir report, that there should be a separation of these functions. That was very clear to me in the committee. Now, I'm not a member of the committee, but I was there and listening carefully, because this is an issue that ought to interest all of us intensely in this Parliament. The education system of this country is vitally important to our country's well-being and the people of this country's well-being. And I thought it was very clear that there was a very strong sense that's something we'd have to give, that we were going to get together, that the idea was we wouldn't press any of these amendments at stage 2, because we're all going to go away and we're going to have lots of huddles and lots of discussion. And I have to say, I preface anything that I'm going to say in the process of the consideration of these stage 3 amendments by saying that I do approach all of this with a genuine sense of regret. That we find ourselves here on this very important subject of an education bill, the only education bill of this Parliament, and here we are at stage 3 with over 300 amendments. And of course it's going to take a long time, and I know that members are going to get very impatient with all of us who wish to contribute to the review of these amendments and the discussion and debate around them. But frankly, if we can't take time in this Parliament to consider this, perhaps the most important of devolved responsibilities that rest with this Parliament, then I don't know what we are here for at all. There has been, to be fair, there's been some cross-party engagement throughout the process. There has been some engagement, but I had hoped and indeed expected that by now we might have moved beyond the point where there were so many members felt it necessary to bring back or rework or refine amendments from stage 2. Now, Willie Rennie says that I want the Parliament to have the advantage of examining the beauty of his stage 2 amendments. And indeed, I do. In fact, Willie Rennie knows that I was a very enthusiastic endorser of the amendments he brought forward in this area. But in fact, when I did put forward the amendments to be reintroduced at stage 3, I discovered that a member had beaten me to it. And that was Pam Duncan-Glancy, because she's another admirer of Willie Rennie's beautiful amendments. So it is important, though, but it's greatly to be regretted that we've gotten to this point and we are discussing these issues in this context when I genuinely thought, that between the end of stage 2 and the beginning of stage 3, that there would have been lots of discussions across this Parliament, and I think there was space and scope for us to come to some understanding about how to proceed together. I will give way.
Willie Rennie.
Perhaps it was Stephen Kerr's support for my amendments at stage 2 perhaps got me thinking again. But nevertheless, getting into the guts of his amendments, which were originally my amendments, moving to the inspectorate, does he understand that there is an inconsistency, in fact a conflict, if the inspectorate only covers the inspections of schools, yet many of the areas that will accredit it will be beyond the school environment? So is there not a problem there with its scope? That's why perhaps my amendments weren't appropriate at stage 2.
Stephen Kerr.
I think that we all agreed at stage 2 in the committee proceedings that none of the solutions that didn't include the creation of a new public body were going to be inexact. They weren't going to be perfect. And I think we had a long discussion. I remember well some exchanges with other members of the committee about the necessity of us seeking perfection, when in fact what we should really be aiming to do is make an improvement. Because perfection is something probably beyond us in every respect of legislating in this Parliament and any other Parliament. So there was a sense that there was going to be inadequacy around any of the options that we were considering. And that's why I am grateful that at least we have the benefit now of considering those options again in the setting of these stage 3 amendments. I do want to make the point, though, that, and I think this is important, because this is the essence of my genuine regret, that I actually did believe what Willie Rennie was saying earlier, because I did actually believe that the Cabinet Secretary was open to moving her position, that the government would be open to refining and supporting a set of new proposals that we could all coalesce around. I did think there would be meaningful negotiation that there would be, as it were, a shared effort to shape amendments into something workable and supportable. But I'm afraid that that promise has not been realised in the way many of us had hoped. So let me just say that I do think, Presiding Officer, that is genuinely, and I hope members will respect this point of view, I genuinely do not think this is a satisfactory way for our Parliament to pass legislation in such an important area as education. It is a moment of profound importance when this Parliament passes legislation in the area of education. And so I was inclined, in thinking about everything that lies ahead of us in the hours to come, to offer some sense of regret that there are so many amendments and that I am the author of so many of those amendments, although Willie Rennie rightly claims the credit for some of them. But I have to say that I can't apologise for taking the time of Parliament to consider what it would take for us jointly to pursue a better set of educational outcomes for Scotland's young people by reforming our education system. And if we cannot insist on integrity, on scrutiny, on quality, then I think, frankly, we are missing the point of why we sit in this Parliament at all. And so in considering the amendments in Group 2, I'd like now properly to turn to the very heart of the bill's credibility, and that is the integrity of qualifications in Scotland and the institutional architecture that underpins public trust in them. Because let me be direct, the bill as it stands fails to draw a clean and necessary line between the awarding and accreditation of qualifications. That is a structural flaw, and one that invites the same mistakes and public distrust that has dogged the SQA for years. And that is why I'm speaking in favour of the amendments 147, 276 and 277 in my name, because they go to the root of the problem. At stage 2, I argued, and I repeat today, that this Parliament cannot afford to pass legislation that permits the new body, Qualifications Scotland, to both design and deliver qualifications and then accredit them. That is not a regulatory framework. That is, to borrow Professor Ken Muir's precise words, marking its own homework. And Amendments 276 and 277 seek to correct this. They would transfer the accreditation function from Qualifications Scotland to the Chief Inspector of Education. And I willingly concede Willie Rennie's point that this is not a perfect solution, but it is some movement towards something better. And that is what we should be seeking as a Parliament, because this would establish a clear structural separation between those who create the qualifications and those who assure their quality. That separation is essential, and it is not an administrative nicety. It is a safeguard for standards and a precondition for trust. And the experience of the 2024 Higher History exam, investigated by the SQA itself, is a textbook example of why such separation is indispensable. If learners and teachers are to believe in the fairness and rigour of the system, then no body can be seen to investigate itself. The public interest demands independent scrutiny, not internal review. Now, in international comparisons bear this out. In England, Ofqual regulates qualifications separately from delivery bodies. In Wales, Qualifications Wales operates as a standalone public body. It is only in Northern Ireland, where awarding and accreditation remain under one roof, that there is continuing dissatisfaction about these arrangements among school leaders. This was well covered in Professor Muir's report. And we should learn from this and act accordingly. Now, let me briefly speak to Amendment 147, which removes Section 3.3, which gives Scottish ministers power to direct revisions to the corporate plan of Qualifications Scotland. This power cuts across the very independence that we are trying to build around these institutions. If we are to have an awarding body that earns public confidence, it must be free from ministerial interference in its corporate direction. Turning to other members' amendments in this group, Willie Rennie's amendment 125, again, everything that Willie Rennie ever touches is eminently reasonable that he should propose an expert group on qualification standards. But it's a halfway house, and it may take us absolutely nowhere. I think Willie Rennie knows, and I won't rehash all the things I've already said about the nature of the amendments he's bringing forward. But I am disappointed that we've ended up where we have, because I think people that work, live, breathe the education system in Scotland deserve something better than something that might or might not end up with some important structural reform of the education landscape. I want to mention Douglas Ross's proposal to create a chief regulator of examinations. I'm sure that Douglas Ross will speak to his own proposals, but I think that they deserve the careful examination and consideration of Parliament. They introduce a principle of external adjudication, giving learners, parents and teachers a place to turn when confidence in the fairness of an exam process is in doubt, and I support that aim. I think that's a confidence-building measure. It complements, rather than duplicates, the structural independence that I seek through my own amendments. Presiding Officer, the real issue here is not bureaucratic configuration. It is culture. The culture of the SQA, described repeatedly by those who have dealt with it as arrogant, entitled and self-justifying. And it's a direct result of a structure that allowed it to answer only to itself, and that must surely end. Professor Muir was right when he warned that the reform of Education Scotland in the SQA was only a starter, that structural change must be accompanied by real shifts in transparency, engagement and accountability. Those are his words. The OECD said much the same in their report on the Curriculum for Excellence. At the time, the SNP government put great store in the OECD report. The OECD noted, that Scotland's education system suffers from overlapping functions and insufficient separation between design, delivery and oversight, creating what they called confusion over roles and a risk of conformity of thought. That is very insightful. Amendments 276 and 277 answer that criticism with action. They don't tinker, they make a clean break. They create a coherent, independent regulatory structure. In doing so, they align us not just with best practice internationally, but with what teachers, learners and employers in Scotland expect and deserve. Presiding Officer, the choice is simple. We can pass a bill that recycles the same flawed structures with new titles, or we can pass a bill that learns from the past and restores public trust in Scottish qualifications. I urge colleagues across this chamber to think about these issues. Don't just vote according to what the whip has told you to vote. Let's choose real reform. Let's make a difference. Let's support these amendments. Let's send the clear message that qualifications in Scotland must not only be rigorous, but they must seem to be rigorously and independently accredited.
Thank you. I call Douglas Ross to speak to Amendment 193 and other amendments in the group. Mr Ross.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And following Stephen Kerr, it might not be briefer remarks, but hopefully they will feel briefer. Although it was a very extensive tour through the series of amendments we have in this group. And I came into this debate thinking I hold some responsibility for the number of amendments we have at this stage. 300 at stage 3 is significant, and have I failed as convener of the committee because we didn't whittle it down enough from the 400 we had at committee? But as other speakers have said, many of the issues were debated and debated fully at committee, something I welcome, but they were not resolved at committee because there was a commitment to go away and do further work work, and that was going to be cross-party, constructive work with the government. And I'll focus just on the few amendments in my name, but I have to say I was disappointed with the lack of outreach from the Cabinet Secretary. I, along with my Conservative colleagues, had one 20-minute meeting with the Cabinet Secretary, and I think when it was envisaged at the time of Stage 2, when there were pledges for the Cabinet Secretary not to push her amendments and for members to withdraw their amendments, there was an understanding that there would be more extensive dialogue than one 20-minute meeting. However, I would say at that meeting I was briefly encouraged. There was certainly an indication from the Cabinet Secretary that she was willing to take on board the concerns from across the political spectrum, and there was a willingness from her officials to do work with opposition members to bring forward amendments that we could all rally round and support. Imagine then my disappointment, having had the reassurance in a room just downstairs from this chamber from the Cabinet Secretary and her most senior officials who are with us in the chamber today, that they would get back to us well in advance of the deadline for lodging Stage 3 amendments with their feedback and potential opportunities to interact further on these amendments. Had it not been for the opportunity I took in the tea room behind this chamber to ask the Cabinet Secretary what was happening with these discussions, I might never have got the full apology I got from her officials that they forgot to get back to opposition members to follow up on the promises and the commitments they made. I was deeply disappointed that process that we went through in good faith, that was responded to in good faith at the time by the Cabinet Secretary and her officials, fell down the moment we walked out the door. And I will give way to Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the member for taking the intervention, and would the member agree also that the offer to work across party, specifically on accreditation, in the meeting that we had, made it quite difficult because the meeting was about promoting what the current SQA's chair thought was the way forward?
Douglas Ross.
I agree wholeheartedly with the point Pam Duncan-Glancy made in her opening remarks and made in that intervention there. People have differing views on the current and certainly the former leadership of the SQA, but the meeting was set up as an opportunity ahead of one of our scheduled meetings of the Education Committee to speak with the Cabinet Secretary and her officials. What we got in the end was a proposal from the current chair of the SQA, which we were told the Cabinet Secretary had only found out about half an hour before that meeting. It really wasn't the way to do business, and therefore that individual party meeting, which the Cabinet Secretary and her officials took part in, was, in my view, going to be that individual engagement with the government, with the officials, to come up with the amendments that we could get behind. But sadly, that was lacking. That was the only element there was. And then the promise to come back. I mean, had it not been for other colleagues reminding me about the lodging deadline, I just assumed we had a bit more time because I hadn't heard back from the government. I stupidly trusted the government to accept and follow through on their promises and their commitments. And I do welcome the apology that I got from the senior civil servant. I think it was a genuine apology. And I understand they are dealing with a lot with this bill. But they did make a pledge, a promise and a commitment to engage, and they let us down with that, which is why I resubmitted my amendments. I'll go away.
Stephen Kerr.
Being the case that Douglas Ross is saying he received an apology from a senior civil servant, why on earth are we doing what we're doing today? Why are we cramming 300 plus amendments in a bill that many of us in this chamber feel is deeply flawed, isn't going to deliver on its promise? Why are we spending time on this now? Shouldn't we have taken the summer time to have proper discussions and come back to this bill at the beginning of the next term and properly have addressed these issues together as parliamentarians?
Douglas Ross.
Yes, we should. And indeed, I would still make that plea. If the Cabinet Secretary wished to use her prerogative to let us all away a bit early today, she could say, I'm actually going to pause it at this stage. I'm sure she could have a discussion with the Parliamentary Business Manager, who's looking at me with great interest, and I'll take an intervention from the Parliamentary Business Manager as well. But, I mean, there would be an opportunity to continue this engagement and discussion, because this has been rushed into our final week before the summer recess. It's been rushed the whole way, and there have been opportunities to have looked to extend the process and the time in which Parliament can debate this crucial issue. And I know Willie Rennie, who I'm about to give way to, knows this is a crucial issue. And while he has made progress, he believes, and others would question that, surely this is the bill about the education of Scotland's children now and in the future deserves the ultimate scrutiny of this Parliament, and if that takes a bit longer, we should take it. I'll give Willie Rennie.
It's interesting that Mr Ross is complaining about the conduct of others, but nevertheless, what I think is important here is we need to get to the substance of this, because Mr Ross has spent the last, 5 minutes or so discussing what's gone wrong in the past. Surely he should use this opportunity to discuss what actually his amendments are proposing, so this chamber can consider whether they're appropriate or not.
Douglas Ross.
Well, I would gently say to Willie Rennie, and I think it's fair to say our relationship has taken a bit of a dip in recent weeks. I had hoped it might go back up again, but not based on that intervention. But surely to explain my amendments, which I've had to resubmit, I have to explain why I'm resubmitting them, because it wasn't my intention when I withdrew my amendments. In fact, it was following an intervention from Mr Rennie that I agreed to withdraw my amendment at stage 2. I didn't think I would then need to bring them back at stage 3 because we were going to have this collegiate and cross-party discussions to bring forward amendments we could all get behind. And Mr Rennie might not like to hear it, but I think it is important for those who are still critical of this bill that there is an understanding that some of us on the opposition benches did go into that with good faith in the hope that something could be achieved, and our frustration is genuine that deficiencies, wherever they are within government, didn't allow us to do that. But I would now like to, at that invitation again from Mr Rennie, come on to the amendments that I am proposing. Amendments 193, 194, 195, 196 do much the same as what I proposed at stage 2. However, there is a big difference. And again, Mr Rennie might agree with this. I don't always appear to listen to my committee colleagues, is an accusation made against me. I have listened very carefully to the concerns they raised at stage 2 around these amendments. And the main concern was the additional significant costs from Mr Mason and Mr Greer, who sit on the Finance Committee, and others, about setting up a whole new body. Now, while I think that would be the ideal, to have a wholly independent body that had no interaction at all with the Scottish Government or Qualifications Scotland, I accept that doing that at this stage in the Parliament, when there has been a commitment and a moratorium voted on by members not to establish additional bodies, would put us in conflict with what the Parliament has already decided. So what I have resubmitted is the role of Chief Regulator, which is one individual to be appointed, one additional member, and they would serve under Qualifications Scotland, Scottish Government and the Scottish Parliament corporate body, but they would be staffed, and the work done to investigate the complaints that go to them would be held in the current Qualifications Scotland staffing. So we don't have the overheads, the financial burden of a whole new additional body. We have one person who then uses the resources to look into this. Now, I did, and I will briefly make these points, because I know Willie Rennie and others are keen for us to make progress, but there are many members in this chamber who didn't sit through stage 2 and don't know the background of these amendments and the amendments everyone is putting forward. My amendment actually goes back to a petition to this Parliament in 2013, PE 1484 by Ian Thow. And Ian Thow was asking back in 2013 for an independent regulator for national exams set by the SQA. 12 years on, we still do not have that independent regulator. Now, at the time, the Scottish Government said, in response to that petition, that it wasn't really a matter for them, it was a matter for the SQA, and the SQA said at the time this wasn't needed because there is no issue with the exams that we are running, there are no complaints, so we don't need an independent regulator. I think everyone who's mentioned higher history today so far accepts that there were major problems with the higher history exam of last year, and we hope that wasn't the case this year. But that shone a light on an area where there were multiple concerns, not just from pupils and students who didn't get the grades they wanted or expected, but from staff, and not just staff in the schools who taught their pupils and students throughout the year and expected them to achieve better. Staff within the SQA. We had whistleblowers telling us something had gone wrong, something needed to be looked at, and we got nothing. Months passed before, belatedly, the former chair of the SQA commissioned a report that was by all means an internal report marking their own homework, even though it was peer-reviewed by someone out with the SQA and out with Scottish Education. It raised so many concerns that it prompted me to go back to look at how this has been discussed in the past, and that petition back in 2013 seemed as pertinent today in 2025 as it was 12 years ago in 2013. I spoke to Ian Thau when I submitted my original amendments at stage 2, and now they've been resubmitted, and he is still very keen to see what he put forward over a decade ago to this Parliament, which was looked at by the Petitions Committee but taken no further, for this to be debated and hopefully supported in this Parliament. Because I believe, and I hope in my remarks and with the amendments laid out in front of us, we have stipulated how we have overcome the issues with cost and a brand new body that members were concerned about. But I also remember the meeting I had with the Cabinet Secretary ahead of stage 2, where she said she was going to look at the art of the possible. I think these amendments are the art of the possible. As Stephen Kerr says, they complement many of the other amendments they have. They may be the amendments from Stephen Kerr, from Pam Duncan-Glancy, even from Willie Rennie himself. I may not be delighted by Willie Rennie's amendments or how he's got there, but he's certainly made progress in his view in his discussions with the Cabinet Secretary. But this one chief regulator, independent of Government and Qualifications Scotland, could also complement Willie Rennie's amendments, and I believe the amendments put forward by Ross Greer. So just to briefly say, Amendment 193 establishes the independent office of a chief regulator. Amendment 194 looks at the core responsibilities of that chief regulator, and crucially establishes the independence of the chief regulator from both Qualifications Scotland and the Scottish Government. I'm sure that's something actually that members on the front bench and their supporters behind them would welcome, because if there is another higher history problem, it won't be government ministers that are held to account for this. It will be the chief regulator, and that chief regulator will be appointed by parliamentary corporate body. 195 looks at the complaints process. So if another higher history were repeated, or in a different subject or in different circumstances, there is a process for complaints to be made, to be investigated and to be determined. And crucially, I believe that would give students, parents, staff and many others more enthusiasm to get involved in an investigation of that type, but crucially there would be more credibility in the outcome of any such investigation. And finally, Presiding Officer, Amendment 196 would stipulate that the Chief Regulator should provide an annual report to Parliament. I have tried, working with Government, working with the legislation team within Parliament, to come forward with a series of amendments to complement other processes and other aspects of this bill, be they from the Government or for opposition members, and I hope this Parliament will consider very strongly to support these amendments in my name, who a decade on could establish that independent regulator that has been called for by some in education circles for many, many years, and could provide that insurance process that our young people get the grades they deserve in the examinations that come in the future. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Members will note that we have now passed the time limit proposed by Bureau and agreed by Parliament for the debate on this group to finish. I have exercised my power under Rule 9.8.48 subsection C to allow the debate on this group to continue beyond the limit in order to avoid the debate being unnecessarily curtailed. With that, I call Ross Greer to speak to Amendment 282 and other amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I should say from the outset, given that a number of the amendments lodged this afternoon were lodged and debated at stage 2, that I will only be speaking to those amendments and addressing them if my view and the position of the Scottish Greens has changed since then. I will not be repeating my remarks from stage 2, and if members are interested in my position and the Greens' position on those issues, they can check the official report. The accreditation debate has clearly become the most contentious in relation to this bill, and I don't think that's necessarily what was expected when we started this process some years ago. In the eyes of some, it's clearly become the litmus test for whether there is real change or not, but it's a thoroughly confused debate, as Willie Rennie set out at the start of this group. The accreditation of what? We have become so focused on the location rather than the function itself. And moving that function, as I said earlier, wouldn't prevent a repeat of the higher history debacle that we saw, because the accreditation function as it stands does not accredit the SQA's own national qualifications. But the package of amendments from myself, the Cabinet Secretary and Willie Rennie address both function and form. My amendments would establish separate roles of Chief Examiner and Chief Accreditation Officer at Qualifications Scotland, and they would create a clear separation between their functions. Willie Rennie's amendments create the review process that we need to decide on the scope of the accreditation function and then the mechanisms to deliver on it. I think that accrediting all SQA national qualifications properly is probably a good idea, but it would be a huge change, and it was not one that we considered through this bill process. It emerged as a significant issue, but not something that was thoroughly considered. Now, my amendments to create the Chief Examiner come up much later in Group 22, but I'm going to touch on it now to give a clear idea of the overall shape of the organisation if all the amendments in this package are agreed. Now, I'll run through each amendment in this group first. So, 282 establishes the role of a Chief Accreditation Officer. This is a really important step to further strengthen the separation of the functions of accreditation from Qualifications Scotland's other functions. 284 sets out the Accreditation Committee will have oversight of the setting of that role and that it requires independence from the Chief Examiner. While still enabling the sharing of information as appropriate, there will be that clear separation between the two. I'm happy to take the intervention.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the member for taking the intervention. And can the member set out what he thinks would happen to the accreditation function if it was decided that school-based qualifications should be accredited?
Ross Greer.
I'm grateful for the intervention. I think the first and most obvious impact is there would need to be a significant increase in the capacity of the accreditation function. The team currently delivering accreditation within the SQA is something in the region of 20 people. Now, there's other individuals within the organisation whose roles touch on accreditation, but that group of 20 people provide quite a discrete function, substantial, but a discrete function as it stands. There would need to be a significant expansion of that for us to deliver it for national qualifications, and I do think that's what we should consider, but we've not considered that is the key point. It would be such a significant change and require such a significant increase in capacity that I think the right process for that is Willie Rennie's review and the follow-ups to that.
Mr Greer, could you resume your seat a second? There's starting to be too many conversations happening around the chamber. I would be grateful if members, if they do need to have a conversation, maybe take that outside and ask Ross Greer to continue.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm happy to take Pam Duncan-Glancy's intervention at that point.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the member for taking the intervention, and I'll save the rest of my remarks to the closing speech so that we can, in the interest of time, but just on that particular point, does the member not accept that the review of the fact that those circumstances hadn't been considered by the government means that we're in yet another situation where the government is proposing a review, and that is unsatisfactory? We really should be moving to be able to have legislation today that finishes the job.
Ross Greer.
In many ways, I agree with Pam Duncan-Glancy. I wish these issues had been considered before. I think we should all take some responsibility for that. I don't think that was just on the government. I think the committee managed to largely get through the Stage 1 process without addressing that question. To be honest, if you look back at the official report of Stage 1, I think we all need to reflect on the fact that we were very often talking about an accreditation function that doesn't exist. We were all talking about an accreditation function as if it already accredited those national qualifications. So the debate collectively missed the mark, and that's a responsibility not just on government, but on Parliament overall. We need to reflect on that. We have a process here, primarily through Willie Rennie's amendments, to address that fact, that we didn't have that debate, we didn't consider that evidence properly, and we can now do so. My Amendment 285 guarantees that the role of the Chief Accreditation Officer can't be held by the Chief Executive. So that's a further safeguard, separating those roles. That ensures that the roles and responsibilities are distributed appropriately within Qualifications Scotland. 288 is consequential to 282, and importantly taken together, this package provides clearer leadership with an appropriate degree of independence for the accreditation function within Qualifications Scotland. Amendments 305 and 306 strengthen the independence of the Accreditation Committee by providing that members of staff of Qualifications Scotland cannot be members of that committee, but of course that they're able to attend meetings as observers or to participate at the discretion of the convener. So that replicates my Stage 2 amendments for the interest committees, which I actually think in this case is far more important for the Accreditation Committee. I don't think it would be appropriate for members of staff to sit on the committee that is accrediting those qualifications. That's all the specific amendments that I've moved in this group, but I do want to give a bit of brief context to how it fits into the wider reform. So, as I mentioned, my amendments in Group 22 require the creation of a Chief Examiner alongside the Chief Executive and Chief Accreditation Officer. So, whilst the Accreditation Officer has accountability, or will have accountability, to the Accreditation Committee, the Chief Examiner will be responsible for responding to the advice of the Expert Group on Standards established by Willie Rennie's Amendment 125. So, in summary, I believe this is a major change in both form and function from the SQA. We are going to have a separate Chief Executive, Chief Examiner and Chief Accreditation Officer. The Chief Examiner will have the expert group on standards advising them. The Chief Accreditation Officer will have the Accreditation Committee, and that will also be made up of external experts rather than staff. They will be required in law to discharge their duties independently of one another. Those are strong arrangements for day one of Qualifications Scotland, and the review will give us time to consider the much bigger question of scope of accreditation function and address that properly at a later point. I said at stage 2 that we might need to settle in this process for the least worst option, and at that point I suspected it might have been moving accreditation into the inspectorate, flawed as that would be. This package of measures is better than that. It's a separation of roles and functions, robust governance arrangements and a clear process for making the next big decision in a considered manner. So I would urge members to agree to the amendments in the name of myself, Willie Rennie, and as we come to them, the Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Mr Greer. And I now call the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I am grateful to all members of the Education, Children and Young People's Committee for their further engagement and collaboration on the matters in this group following the Stage 2 consideration of the bill. I am also very grateful to the Chair of the SQA who, as Mr Ross alluded to, provided for an hour session with all members to set out the position at the current time in relation to accreditation, but also to talk about the experience of staff. And one thing I think that has been missing from the debate thus far this afternoon on these group of amendments are that there are a number of staff in the SQA at the current time. We are talking about their jobs, and we need to do so diligently and with respect to the positions that they hold. Now, their trade union has written to the Parliament. I read out in my intervention on Ms Duncan Glancy their position, Unite the Unions, that accreditation should remain within the SQA at the current time. And I think that that is important. But I am pleased that through... Yes, I will do.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking that intervention, and I have already outlined why Unite have said this at this very late stage in the game, but I have also reminded Parliament that they consider that the function, the scope of regulation and accreditation should have been long considered, long before now, and moved into a separate body. But does the Cabinet Secretary also recognise that whilst this government have dithered and delayed over the proper reform of education in Scotland, morale in the staff at SQA is at an all-time low, and that is on this government's watch?
Cabinet Secretary.
I say to Ms Duncan Glancy, reform is right here in front of you. You either choose to be part of that process or you opt out. And I have to say, it sounds as though the Scottish Labour Party are going to opt out. But Ross Greer's amendments further strengthen the leadership and separation of the accreditation function in Qualifications Scotland and link the role of the Chief Accreditation Officer to the Accreditation Committee. Mr Rennie's amendments, as we have heard, strengthen the process of the review of the scope and location of accreditation. And this was a key theme in debates at Stage 2 in relation to the scope on which qualifications accreditation covers, while ensuring that Scottish ministers must follow a timely and transparent process with Parliament when that review concludes. Now, this approach recognises that further work is required to fully assess the scope and the location of the function, and also to provide that appropriate mechanism for ministers to take forward a review for future legislation if that is required. And I am particularly pleased that through that dialogue with Mr Rennie's amendments, we have been able to put forward a pragmatic and a deliverable way in which we can be further assured about the quality assurance and standards of our school-based qualifications, which I remind members are not at the current time covered by accreditation. So I would urge all members to support Mr Greer's and Mr Rennie's amendments in this group. Now, turning to the other amendments in this group, Pam Duncan Glancy seeks to move the accreditation function to a new public body, which she seeks to establish elsewhere in the bill. Now, I am not able to support the creation of an additional public body, as we discussed at Stage 2 extensively. Now, given the current financial constraints, particularly of the public sector in Scotland, but also to quote Ms Duncan Glancy, it would not strike me as an optimal use of good law in relation to creating a body at Stage 3. Now, Ms Duncan Glancy also seeks to establish the position of a chief regulator to oversee accreditation in this new body, and I do fear that this would further confuse an already very complex landscape, and I would urge members not to support her amendments in this group. Douglas Ross's... Yes, I will do.
Pam Duncan Glancy.
So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary if she doesn't support any of those proposals that the Scottish Labour Party have put forward, and indeed that we've seen from across the benches from the Conservative Party, if she doesn't support any of those proposals, how is she going to give effect to the promise she made at Stage 2, which is to move it from SQA and provide another alternative? What exact alternative has the Government provided today?
Cabinet Secretary.
The exact alternative has already been articulated by both Mr Rennie and by Mr Greer in relation to their amendments, which talk about the need for a review and potential legislation in this space. Now, Ms Duncan Glancy is following a line of argument she exactly expressed at stage 2, which would look to remove the function without first reviewing the scope, what qualifications are covered, reviewing staff, for example, in terms of their staff contracts, looking at how that would operate. And to me, it does not appear that Ms Duncan Glancy has listened to Parliament. I have listened to Parliament, I have reflected on my position, and I have engaged with Mr Rennie and with Mr Greer to ensure that we arrived at a position that Parliament could come together behind. Now, Douglas Ross's amendments seek to establish the Office of the Chief Regulator for Examinations, and given the enhanced quality assurance measures that are set out in Willie Rennie's amendments and Parliament's clear presumption against the creation of any new SPCB bodies, I would also urge that this amendment is resisted. I will do.
Douglas Ross.
I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. I made it clear in my speech to these amendments that I believe it can work in complement to Willie Rennie's amendment. Is there anything in conflict with my amendments that the Cabinet Secretary could not support, or is it a decision not to have this independent person, not a body, and the moratorium that she is speaking about doesn't relate to individual people? It's about brand new boards and quangos, etc., being set up.
Cabinet Secretary.
I think the issue, and Mr Ross and I did debate this at stage 2, relates to the fact that this individual would also be created in relation to the SPCB, and the Parliament has already expressed a view in that regard. But I think Mr Rennie's amendment does cover the challenge that Mr Ross sets out. Now, Stephen Kerr's amendments seek to remove the accreditation function and place them under the role of the Chief Inspector. I have to wonder, Presiding Officer, if he has engaged with the Chief Inspector on this point and asked her opinion. However, this would introduce unnecessary complexity into the landscape, and the Inspectorate's purpose should not be diluted in this way. And again, given the package of measures put forward by Willie Rennie and Ross Greer, these amendments should be resisted. Finally, Presiding Officer, I would just like to reflect there has been extensive engagement on a cross-party basis on this topic. There has been engagement with the Chair of the SQA, individually at bilateral level, with every single member of the opposition who has lodged amendments on this. I have spent time with, my officials have spent time with. I have heard some of the challenge in that regard today, but I do think it rather unfair to characterise some of the discussions in this way, because I have shown willing at every step of the way in that regard, and that is why we've been able to reach a resolution with Mr Rennie and with Mr Greer today. Presiding Officer.
The Cabinet Secretary has concluded her remarks. I now call Pam Duncan Glancy to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 98.
I thank the Presiding Officer, and I have to say I'm left entirely deflated and disappointed with the debate. And let me try to address some of the points that we've heard this afternoon, and I am mindful of time. I'm going to start with Willie Rennie, if I may. And as I said earlier, I hugely respect the member, and if you'll permit me to face this way so I can see the notes I've written down, please do not take that as disrespect. I feel like the points made haven't fully addressed the issues that I highlighted. So the member, Willie Rennie, talks about a substantial review. And my amendment on the role of the regulator does offer this, amendment number 200. And it does that whilst also moving the accreditation out of the Scottish Qualifications Authority, which experts and others have said it needed to. The member talked about higher history and how that wouldn't have been changed as a result of this, because accreditation doesn't currently include school qualifications. Well, first of all, in the future, it might. And yes, that could include substantial increase in resource or staff. Those are questions that should have been addressed by now. I think the government has been trying to reform education since 2020 and clearly has only come this far. But that could have been addressed by now, and it isn't. So that is the sort of thing that will have to be considered in the potential scope going forward. But my amendments allow for that scoping exercise to take place. The higher history situation happened because the SQA was able to determine the quality assurance of its own qualifications. That cannot continue, and so we have to look at a means. Of separating that function. I'm happy to take the Cabinet Secretary's intervention.
Presiding Officer, just for the record, the member has suggested that the quality assurance function in relation to higher history was the challenge. The member knows, and we have heard today, that the accreditation function does not apply to any school-based functions qualifications in Scotland, and therefore it was not the cause of the challenge in relation to the higher history challenges.
Pam Duncan Glancy.
And the Cabinet Secretary will know that I acknowledged that, but what I said was that so those qualifications are not yet accredited. That question might be addressed in the future scope and should have indeed been addressed by a government that had its eye on the ball and finger on the pulse and done the job in the first place, but didn't. However, what we've got is a situation where the higher history, the quality of that qualification, and I see some of the front benchers shaking their heads, but the quality of that qualification was determined by the body that delivers it. That is not about accreditation, that's about quality assurance. And the only mechanism for that type of quality assurance right now rests with the body that delivers the qualification and designs the qualification. That is an unacceptable situation and at some point has to move out of the body. There are countless amendments facing Parliament today that could have done that. And my amendment number 200, to be discussed later, that we can all look forward to, is the discussion where we can see that you can have the role, for example, of a chief regulator and also look at scope and function as well. But in the meantime, we're moving the accreditation function in order to separate the functions as suggested. Willie Rennie also spoke a couple of times about the need to do this in an orderly way. I agree. We absolutely have to do this in an orderly way, and we couldn't be more disorderly than the way this government bill has progressed. We have no order in terms of how we're going to move it, and the Cabinet Secretary's only option at stage 2 was to say, right, nobody press anything, I'll work with you again and we'll try and get this right because I recognise we haven't done the work on it. And here we are at stage 3 with the government not progressing any reform to the current situation. The Cabinet Secretary, I'll take the intervention from the Cabinet Secretary.
Can I just, Presiding Officer, remind Ms Duncan Glancy the committee asked me not to press so that we could come together on a solution. I responded in doing so. We've been able to reach a solution working on a cross-party basis with 2 different parties. Labour and the Conservatives are jointly objecting to that because they were not able to come forward with solutions and work with the government. But that was an ask of the committee that I responded to, listened to, and today we have the solution on the table.
Thank you, and I hope we're moving to the denouement here, Ms Duncan Glancy.
I'm getting there, Presiding Officer, I can assure you. This is not the characterisation of what happened. The Cabinet Secretary knows fine well that because there were difficulties with amendments, the Cabinet Secretary asked every one of us not to press ours, and she agreed not to press hers. I'll take the intervention from the member.
Miles Briggs. The member for taking this intervention, because it does feel like opposition parties are trying to lead the government to a solution, and they are finding deliberate terms not to support that. I see Willie Rennie and Ross Greer's heads are down at the minute, but it was for all opposition parties to create a situation where government have to bring forward reform. We have seen a weak version of that today, and I really do commend the member for the amount of work which she has done to try to get the government to see sense on this.
Pam Duncan-Clancy.
I thank the member for taking that intervention, and many members, including that member, Miles Briggs, have done a lot of work on this legislation because, as I've said in my previous remarks, there is nothing more important than getting this right for Scotland's children. Let me also now turn to comments from Ross Greer, where I have to say, and again with much respect, Ross Greer says that it was everybody's fault that we got to this point, that it wasn't just the government, it was about the committee. The government have the machinery of government. The committee were doing the best job that they possibly could, listening to the evidence of experts, and we did listen to the evidence of experts. The report was pretty clear in that and said exactly what had to happen. And we took much evidence and information on board. It is for the government of the day, with the resources of the government of the day, to make good on any commitment to say, OK, we need to come to an arrangement that everyone can support. That has not happened. And Ross Greer says that we now have to take the next big decision, he called it, and that his amendment allows us to take the next big decision. The next big decision would be to support proper reform and reject the government and the amendments in Willie Rennie and Ross Greer's name. I'll take the intervention.
Willie Rennie.
So did Pam Duncan-Glancy know that accreditation didn't cover school qualifications at the start of this process? Did she understand that? Because it didn't make it clear at all. Because I've taken a lot of criticism today, but ultimately this committee did not do its job properly at the early stages to have a proper consideration of making sure that this was done in an orderly fashion. So we need to make sure we do responsible things in this Parliament. And what is proposed by all the opposition members today is not an orderly reform. We need to have orderly reform for the sake of the new qualification in Scotland and our examination system.
Thank you. I thank the member for that intervention. Yes, I did know that the accreditation function doesn't cover school-based qualifications, and I've made it clear, I think, on the record, that during the process of the committee deliberations, yes, I did know that, I've said on the record why that those two facts don't stop or don't prevent the conclusion that you have to separate the scrutiny function from the body that delivers qualifications. That still stands. And if the member is suggesting that the committee and its investigations were so flawed, then perhaps the member may consider that the bill needs to return to committee if that's the case. But in conclusion, Presiding Officer, I urge members to reject a simple review, but to support reform by moving the accreditation function out of the Scottish Qualifications Authority or the New Qualifications Scotland. There are several options on the table from various members across the chamber, and I'd like to point to Amendment 200 in my name that talks also about the scope and review, which I think does the orderly change that Willie Rennie talks about. And so whilst the Cabinet Secretary says that I haven't listened, I'm afraid to say I think it's the government that hasn't listened to the experts, to pupils, to parents and teachers across Scotland by delivering proper reform in education today. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Could Ms Duncan Clancy indicate, please, whether she's pressing or withdrawing Amendment 98?
I will move Amendment number 98.
Okay. Thank you. So the question is that Amendment 98 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, and there will be a division. As this is the first division of the Stage 3, I suspend for around 5 minutes to allow members to access the digital voting system. Thank you.
How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a battling stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
About the work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We're committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel, or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now restart proceedings. And we will proceed now with the division on Amendment 98. And members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Faisal Chowdhury.
Can I just check my vote is registered, because he's saying that there is an error. I would have voted yes.
I can confirm, Mr Chowdhury, your vote has been recorded.
Thank you.
Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 98 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 48, no 70. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Before I call the next grouping of amendments, I would take this opportunity to remind members that we are now substantially behind the timetable that has already in fact been agreed by the Parliament, and I would therefore ask members to be mindful of that as we progress to the next grouping and indeed subsequent groupings of this stage 3. With that, I call Group 3, minor and technical amendments. I call Amendment 99 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, grouped with Amendments 75, 77, 78, 79, 83, 84 and 97. And I call on Pam Duncan-Glancy to move Amendment 99 and to speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 99 in my name is straightforward. It fine-tunes the drafting in Section 6 so that the duty on Qualifications Scotland to cooperate with other public bodies and stakeholders is expressed in the same clear terms used for the Chief Inspector elsewhere in the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Duncan-Glancy. I now call on Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 75 and other amendments in the group.
Presiding Officer, I welcome Ms Duncan-Glancy's Amendment 99, which I think helps to bring clarity following a related amendment she brought forward at Stage 2. My amendments in this group relate mainly to definitions. Amendments 77 and 79 add definitions of the interest committees, given the greater role that they are rightly being given, which has led to them being referenced throughout the bill. Amendments 75, 78, 83 and 84 simply add bill-wide definitions of college teaching staff and registered teachers, which previously applied only for the purpose of paragraph 3 of Schedule 1, as that was the only place the terms were initially used. Finally, my Amendment 97 renumbers the place at which Qualifications Scotland will be inserted into the list of bodies that are subject to the Scottish Public Services Ombudsman Act 2002 due to changes to that list since the bill's introduction.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I call on Pam Duncan-Glancy to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 99.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. No further comments and I'll press Amendment 99.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 99 be agreed. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed. I now turn to Group 4 on Qualifications Scotland, duties when exercising functions. I call Amendment 100 in the name of Ross Greer, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. I call on Ross Greer to move Amendment 100 and to speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I move Amendment 100. Amendments 100 and 106 require Qualifications Scotland to consult with such persons with an interest as it considers appropriate in every case where it believes it would be appropriate to do so. So that amendment specifies that these persons with an interest are those undertaking a qualification, those providing teaching or training in respect to a qualification, and others that Qualifications Scotland considers to be appropriate. So the purpose of these amendments is to strengthen the consultation duties on Qualifications Scotland, particularly with learners and teachers, but also with the wider system, addressing what we can all recognise as being one of the historic failures of the SQA, to have that kind of systematic consultation and engagement with those most directly affected by the decisions that it takes. Amendment 104 adds a requirement for Qualifications Scotland to have regard to the need to operate in a transparent and accountable way when exercising its functions. This comes down to the challenge of a lot of what we're trying to legislate for here, because we're trying to legislate to change culture. Many of the SQA's failures are cultural rather than structural. This amendment sets out a principle to operate by without getting so specific as to restrict any necessary operational flexibility. So I hope it sets a clear expectation on the organisation and a provision that they can then be held to account too. Amendment 105 requires Qualifications Scotland in the exercise of its functions to prioritise the provision of services in Scotland so far as that's reasonably practical. And that's to ensure that Qualifications Scotland focuses its resources on supporting services delivered here to learners here, whilst enabling it to still deliver services outside of Scotland if necessary. That's addressing the problem that we had with the SQA largely pre-pandemic, where frankly far too much focus, far too much senior management time in particular was put onto international commercial activity. I don't have an issue with that international activity in principle. It generates revenue that can be then reinvested in our system, but the balance wasn't right. So this amendment would ensure that we redress that balance and make it clear where Qualifications Scotland's priorities should lie. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Greer. I now call on Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 2 and other amendments in the group.
Presiding Officer, Amendment 2 in my name seeks to raise the bar to elevate the ethical, professional and learner-focused duties of Qualifications Scotland. If this Parliament, as Ross Greer has just said, is serious about reforming the culture of national agencies in Scottish education, we must legislate for values that include respect for the professional expertise of teachers and a commitment to the future needs of learners and the economy alike. Amendment 2 would insert an additional duty into the bill. It would require Qualifications Scotland to have regard to any recommendations made or advice given to it by Education Scotland in two specific domains: the curriculum and professional learning and development for those teaching or training towards Qualifications Scotland qualifications. The purpose here is straightforward but important. It is to build a statutory link between the work of those designing the qualifications and the professionals who deliver the curriculum. This is about restoring a relationship of mutual professional respect, one that was badly damaged under the old SQA regime. Too often teachers were left feeling dictated to by national agencies that seemed deaf to the realities of the classroom. Professor Ken Muir, in his report Putting Learners at the Centre, warned about precisely this disconnect. He wrote, and I quote, "There is a strong perception that teachers and practitioners were not adequately consulted or engaged with on the changes that affected their practice, and that this has contributed to a culture of mistrust." End of quote. And Professor Mark Priestley of the University of Stirling also said to the Education Committee, quote, "The system is set up to justify itself and to celebrate its success rather than take a critical look at what happens. And that is seen very clearly by practitioners working on the ground. There's a lack of connection as well. I would like to see a much more coherent middle layer in the system that actively connects policy and practice, and that involves practitioners as active members of the community." That's the end of that quote. We cannot build a credible qualification system while ignoring that warning. The principle of professional respect is not optional, it is essential, and Amendment 2 takes that principle seriously and embeds it in statute. Presiding Officer, I also want to take the opportunity to speak in support of Amendments 102 and 157, both in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, MSP. Amendment 102 would require Qualifications Scotland to consider representations from the Scottish Funding Council and Skills Development Scotland. That is welcome, and I would argue an essential addition to the bill. The voice of Skills Development Scotland must be heard not as an afterthought, but as a critical partner in aligning qualifications with the evolving needs of the labour market. At present, Scotland's education system has a serious blind spot when it comes to digital and technological skills. The Withers Review, Fit for the Future, described the existing skills landscape as fragmented and called for a radical change. James Withers wrote, quote, "The system is more complex and richer than I had experienced, but it is not focused on the user, the learner, and too often reflects the needs of the institutions, not of the people or economy." End of quote. That's a very important observation from James Withers. Nowhere is this disconnect more visible than in computing science. In 2008, 4,256 pupils sat higher computing. Last year, just 3,745 did, fewer than 15 years ago. Yet over the same period, the gaming industry, AI and cybersecurity have become foundational to the global economy. At the same time, the number of computing science teachers has dropped from 766 to 2008 to just 550 last year, a loss of 216 teachers. These are not just statistics. They are a flashing red warning light on the dashboard of Scottish education. And Amendment 102 won't fix this crisis on its own, but it will begin to align our qualification system with the workforce needs of the future. It will compel Qualifications Scotland to take seriously the advice of those tasked with planning for Scotland's economic future and not drift aimlessly into irrelevance. Finally, Presiding Officer, I want to offer my support to Amendment 157, also from Pam Duncan-Glancy. This amendment gives Scottish ministers the ability to issue guidance to Qualifications Scotland while preserving the agency's operational independence. Qualifications Scotland would not be obliged to follow such guidance, but it would be required to explain publicly why not. And this, I think, is an elegant balance. It preserves the integrity and autonomy of the new body while recognising the legitimate democratic role of ministers to provide direction, particularly in times of urgency or crisis. Now, contrary to what the government front bench might think, I am not opposed to all ministerial influence, but influence must be accountable and it must be transparent. Amendment 157 achieves both. It creates a feedback loop in which ministers can act, but Qualifications Scotland retains the right and the obligation to justify divergence. It is, in my view, a well-judged mechanism for balancing independence with responsibility. Presiding Officer, if we want a Qualifications Scotland that earns trust, delivers real value to learners, we must hardwire into its statutory duties the principles of partnership, responsiveness and professional respect. That is what Amendment 2 aims to do. That is what Amendments 102 and 157 also help to deliver. Together, they offer our Parliament a chance to do more than change the name on the door. They allow us to change the way the system works, and I urge colleagues to support them.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. I now call on Pam Duncan-Glancy to speak to Amendment 101 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. A qualification system works only when every learner, employer and post-school learning provider can see immediately the value of all qualifications equally and how they connect to the next step. The amendments in my name in this grouping strengthen that clarity and embed effective cooperation between the new agency and the wider system. Amendment 101 requires Qualifications Scotland in everything it does to have regard to the Scottish Credit and Qualifications Framework. The SCQF is our common language. It is how National 5 speaks to a higher, how a higher speaks to a university entrance tariff and how a college certificate speaks to an apprenticeship, all of which is critical, not least to support recognition of prior learning. Placing the framework on the face of the bill ensures our system is consistent and clear. Because institutions evolve, Amendments 107 and 265 give ministers a narrow power, exercised by regulation subject to the negative procedure, to update the reference should the SCQF be renamed or its stewardship transferred to another body. That avoids the need for primary legislation to maintain a straightforward signpost. Amendment 102 adds a complementary duty. Qualifications Scotland must have regard to representations from the Scottish Funding Council and Skills Development Scotland when it exercises its functions. By writing this consultation duty into statute, we help align the school, college and skills landscapes and give young people smoother progression routes, recognising success in all its forms. Members will notice that Amendment 157 in my name would have permitted ministers to issue non-binding guidance on these matters. The Government's Amendment 318 achieves the same objective, but with better clarity, and so I will not press Amendment 157 and will invite colleagues to support instead Amendment 318 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary. Presiding Officer, these are modest amendments, but they do important things. They lock the SCQF into everyday practice. They keep Parliament in control of future rebranding, and they place a statutory expectation of partnership on the key agencies that shape Scotland's learner journey. I move Amendment 101 and I urge support for the consequentials and associated amendments in this group. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And I now call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 318 and other amendments in the group.
Presiding Officer, I am supportive of all of Mr Greer's amendments in this group. They build on matters which he raised at stage 2 and they are practical and workable. I also support Ms Duncan-Glancy in the regard that she is trying to achieve, especially around Amendment 101, which requires Qualifications Scotland to have regard to the Scottish Credit and Qualifications Framework, while I too hope that the regulation provisions that enable us to substitute another framework are never needed, it is right that they are provided for in the event that they are required in the future. I support all of Ms Duncan Glancy's amendments in this group with the exception of Amendment 157. However, in responding to her, I understand she is not going to press my amendment, and my alternative amendment of 318 will instead be submitted. I understand she is going to support that. Regarding Amendment 2, as Mr Kerr will be aware from Stage 2, I am not able to support this, and while I do agree that Qualifications Scotland should work with Education Scotland and consider all stakeholders, I do not believe that this needs to be written into law. A non-legislative approach, such as a Memorandum of Understanding, would be far preferable. But additionally, as we discussed during Stage 2, Education Scotland is not in itself a legal entity. It's created by statute and it's not an organisation with separate legal personality, so duties cannot be imposed in relation to it. So for these reasons, I would urge members to vote against Amendment 2, though I assure them that cooperation between Education Scotland and Qualifications Scotland will continue.
Thank you. And I now call on Ross Greer to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 100.
Nothing further to add, Presiding Officer, but I will be pressing Amendment 100.
Thank you, Mr Greer. The question is that Amendment 100 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 2 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 100. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Moved.
Not moved. I call Amendment 101 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 100. Pam Duncan Glancy to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 101 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 102 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 100. Pam Duncan Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 102 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 103 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 100. Pam Duncan Glancy to move or not move?
It moved, Presiding Officer.
The question is that Amendment 103 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 104 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 100. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 104 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
Are we all agreed? Yes. Yes, the Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 105 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 100. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 105 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 106 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 100. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 106 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 107 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 100. Pam Duncan Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 107 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. We now turn to Group 5 on Strategic Advisory Council. I call Amendment 108 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. I call Pam Duncan Glancy to move Amendment 108 and to speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Strategic Advisory Council must reflect the full breadth of voices in Scottish education, and its procedures must be transparent from the outset. The amendments in this group achieve that. I begin with Amendment 108 in my name. It places a simple obligation on Qualifications Scotland to publish in advance the procedures it will use when consulting the Council. Openness at the start prevents confusion later and gives the Council the authority the title implies. Next, Amendment 110 is an avoidance of doubt provision. It makes clear that any regulations ministers may bring forward on the tenure of the council member must stay within the limits Parliament inserts at Stage 2. In other words, ministers cannot use secondary legislation to undo the term limit safeguards that colleagues across the chamber agreed to at Stage 2. Turning to membership, colleagues will see a series of Scottish Labour amendments, 112 to 115, which together define the perspectives that must be present around the table. Amendment 112 ensures places for those who undertake qualifications for teachers in schools, for college lecturers, for educational trade unions and, importantly, for learners with additional support needs. Amendment 113 guarantees that those working with knowledge of business and industry skills are represented. Amendment 114 gives voice to directors of education, and Amendment 115, 116 and 117 add representatives of colleges, Scottish Funding Council and of universities. Together, these provisions give Scotland's learners, practitioners, employers and system leaders a key role in advising the body. Finally, Amendments 118, 119, 120 clarify that ordinary members may serve no more than 3 terms, preventing any risk of the Council becoming a closed club, while still allowing continuity of expertise. Scottish Labour are also happy to support other amendments in this grouping, including Amendments 3 and 4 in the name of Mr Briggs, which will strengthen the voice of parents and carers, and Amendments 121, 122, 123 and 124 in the name of Mr Greer, which will strengthen the Council's consultation duties. Presiding Officer, the Advisory Council must command respect from all parts of Scottish education, not by title alone, but by the fairness of its composition and the transparency of its practice. The amendments I've outlined secure that aim. I therefore move Amendment 108 and invite members to support the remaining amendments in this group. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Martin Whitfield to speak to Amendment 111 and other amendments in the group.
I'm very grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer. And just before I start, may I draw the Chamber and those watching's attention to my notes of interest as a former teacher who was paid at the beginning of this Parliament by a local authority. Amendment 111 is talking about members who are appointed to the Council must represent the interests of children and young people. And this arose as a result of my ongoing interest with regard to the UNCRC and the genuine listening to young people and children about what affects them, and not just simply to have them in the room when a decision is made, but to have advocates and representatives who can go out, find out what they're understanding, find out what their desires are, and then to reflect them into this, one of the most important areas that this bill deals with because of the overarching end. I intend to take no further part in this part of it other than to say, because of the rights of children, those who represent them on this Council need to represent the children and young people. I'm grateful.
Thank you, Mr Whitfield. I now call on Miles Briggs to speak to Amendment 3 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And from the outset of consideration of the bill, I wanted to try to attempt to make sure that we see the voice of parents and carers put at the heart of the new organisation. And grateful for some of the work on this. Although I've not got all of what I wanted from the bill, I do welcome the fact that my Amendments 3 and 4 expand upon and clarify aspects of Section 9 3AB, which was inserted in the bill through my Amendment 129 at Stage 2. This provision provides that members who are appointed to the Strategic Advisory Council must include persons who represent the interests of parents and children and young people undertaking a relevant qualification. My Amendment 3 expands this provision so that it is about the interests of parents and carers. My Amendment 4 further clarifies that it is children and young people undertaking a Qualification Scotland qualification who are relevant here. And I move both amendments in my name.
Thank you. I now call on Ross Greer to speak to Amendment 121 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendments 122 and 124 make provision that the regulations establishing the Strategic Advisory Council must provide for it to consult with the interest committees, any other committees that Qualification Scotland has, and anyone else that the Council thinks is appropriate, as well as with Qualification Scotland itself, and that they should have regard to any wider consultation carried out by Qualification Scotland, i.e. that they shouldn't duplicate efforts in that regard. The purpose of these amendments is to improve transparency and effectiveness of how the Advisory Council operates in order to make it more impactful and to better shape Qualification Scotland's decisions. I think there's a clear consensus that the lack of meaningful consultation and engagement by the SQA was a major contributing factor to the situation that led to this bill. So embedding these requirements in to various aspects of Qualification Scotland structure in law should prevent a repeat of that. Amendments 121 and 123 are simply consequential amendments to give effect to 122 and 124. Thank you.
Could I just take this opportunity to advise members that they will note that we will shortly reach the next time limit and we have a further group still to debate. Under Rule 9.8.5a, I am minded to accept a motion without notice to propose that the time limit be extended by 30 minutes. I invite Minister for Parliamentary Business, Jamie Hepburn, to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the time limit for debate on amendments be extended by 30 minutes. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I now call Stephen Kerr.
A moment of the Chamber's time to speak in support of Amendments 112 through 120 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, because I think these amendments are really important in terms of improving the legitimacy, relevance and capability of the Strategic Advisory Council. And the reason I specifically want to highlight this is because if the Advisory Council is to be more than just a ceremonial talking shop, then it must be built on the expertise and experience of people who understand education at every level, particularly those on the front line. But more importantly, and this cannot be overstated, it must include voices from business and industry. Because without those perspectives, any recommendation the Council produces, no matter how well-intentioned, risks being completely disconnected from the real world of skills demand and economic opportunity. And I've already highlighted the example of what I think is happening in terms of we're going in the wrong direction on computing science. And I don't want that to be a repetitive outcome. And we also have a system that disproportionately, in my opinion, channels young people into four-year university degrees, often in oversubscribed fields such as primary teaching, or in disciplines where there is little to no industry demand in Scotland. And the result is that too many graduates emerge in a saturated job market, and they face the disheartening choice of leaving Scotland to find work and retraining in a completely different field, or entering a job they could have secured without the degree in the first place. And I just want to take a moment to read James Withers' words on this. He says, "There's no golden pathway, no learning journey that is more worthy than another. For far too long, we have fostered a culture in which going to university is seen as the ultimate post-school achievement, with all other options being considered varying degrees of second best." That, I think, is a very powerful quote, and that is why I think these amendments are very important. 119 also deserves particular mention because it limits the length of any single term on the Advisory Council to 4 years. And Amendment 120 goes further, ensuring no individual can serve for more than 12 years in total. And these limits are sensible and much needed. Fresh thinking, new voices and continual renewal must be embedded in the DNA of any national advisory body. This is a theme that I will come back to.
Thank you. And I now call the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I thank members for explaining the purpose of their amendments, and a number of these amendments improve the provisions for the Strategic Advisory Council in important ways which were discussed at Stage 2. I support Ms Duncan-Glancy's Amendment 108, which requires Qualifications Scotland to publish how it will interact with the Council and fulfil its consultation requirements with them. This will increase scrutiny and transparency. I also support Ms Duncan-Glancy's Amendments 118 to 120, which adjust the term limits for Council members. These strike a fair balance between ensuring individuals are not appointed on an indefinite basis and recognising that we do not want to make the rules so inflexible that institutional memory is lost because too many members are forced to leave at the same point. I'm also supportive of all of Mr Greer's amendments in this group, and I thank him for his continued engagement on those. These amendments will ensure that the Council has suitable information on wider opinion and can take this into account in its operation without duplicating the consultation that will already be carried out by Qualifications Scotland. I also support Mr Briggs' amendment, in particular Amendment 3, which recognises that any rule about having parent members should encompass carers too. And I'm also happy to offer my support to Mr Whitfield's Amendment 111. As colleagues know, I would have preferred that we had left all the membership rules off the face of the bill, but the decision was taken to mention parents at Stage 2, and if we are doing so, then I think it is only fair that we also make similar mention of children and young people. And while I have concerns generally about being overly prescriptive by putting rules in primary legislation, I cannot foresee us ever really wanting to change that particular aspect. However, I'm afraid I'm unable to support Ms Duncan-Glancy's amendments on membership. So that's amendments 112 to 117. There are a number of difficulties with some of the specifics, but I would also like to remind members that the membership of the Council will be able to be fully provided for under regulations. And in my view, the bill is not the appropriate place to make that detailed provision around membership. So doing so now, in the way suggested by these amendments, risks flexibility and also does not allow us to future-proof the legislation. More specifically, Amendment 112 has a number of technical deficiencies. The term relevant qualification is not defined, nor is the term relevant teaching and training. Although there are definitions of these in the bill, these are expressly limited to covering only paragraph 3 of Schedule 1, so the idea of relevancy is unclear in the context of Section 9. There is also no definition of a trade union, which contrasts with both paragraph 14A of Schedule 1, where there is a local definition, and Ms Duncan-Glancy's own Amendment 151 and 302, which would have inserted local definitions when referring to trade unions. In addition, it continues to refer to additional support needs rather than also capturing those with support needs at colleges by adopting the broader term, which is introduced by Mr Briggs' Amendment 76. So therefore, while the principle behind Amendments 112 may be commendable, the detail of it presents a range of challenges for the reasons set out, particularly mindful. Yes, I will.
Pam Duncan-Clancy.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking that intervention, and I appreciate the points that she's making, but can I ask why, when the government saw these amendments being published, they didn't themselves bring forward some manuscript amendments, as they did for other amendments in my name, in order to tidy up those aspects so that they could support them?
Cabinet Secretary.
Because the view of the government, as I was going to come on to say, is that there will be an option of simply waiting to get this right, as provided for in the regulations. And of course, this was not raised by any members. I don't recall during the passage of Stage 2. I may be wrong on that, Presiding Officer. I'll come back to that point. But I don't recall it being raised, nor was it raised by the DPLR committee in that regard. So there were no issues raised around us establishing this via regulation previously. But Ms Duncan-Glancy's other amendments on membership are, in my view, not suitably future-proofed either. For example, Directors of Education in Scotland. Happy to do so.
Ross Greer.
Thank you. I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention. I just wanted to ask for clarification on 112 before she moves on. I understand entirely the drafting issues that she's raised with it, but for me, for the Green Group, certainly the most important element of 112 is ensuring that there would be trade union representation. The Cabinet Secretary has mentioned regulations as an alternative. Could she just put on the record now that there absolutely will be trade union representation?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Mr Greer for his intervention. I'm going to come on to that point if I can deal with Amendment 114, but to give him reassurance on the record in advance, yes, that is my position. If we consider, though, 114, Presiding Officer, on Directors of Education in Scotland, that is presumably intended to mean the Association of Directors of Education in Scotland, but that is not what it says. And even if it is adjusted, it would not work if the network was replaced, for example, in the future. Similarly, Amendment 116 deliberately avoids referring to the Scottish Further and Higher Education Funding Council, but that is set up in statute, so could safely be referred to, and it would be clearer to do so. Additionally, I would therefore ask Ms Duncan-Glancy not to press these amendments on the basis that suitable, accurate and future-proof provision about membership can be made without this needing to be done right now on the bill. But I do want to reassure her that all the persons and organisations she has sought to prescribe in legislation today are those that we fully expect to be on the membership of the Strategic Advisory Council, enshrined in regulations or otherwise. Now, that includes the teaching trade unions that Mr Greer... Yes, happy to do so.
Can the Cabinet Secretary give a commitment, rather than say a full intent, can the Cabinet Secretary say that the groups outlined in Amendments 112 to 117 will be included on the Strategic Advisory Council via regulation?
Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, I'm happy to give that commitment. That is my absolute expectation. But I want to come on to talk about the detail here. So that includes the teaching trade unions, university and college representatives, local authorities and other education qualifications, training, skills and industry organisations and bodies. And it goes without saying that the Government fully supports the principle of these groups being on the Strategic Advisory Council. And given the strength of interest in this area from all members on it being clear in legislation, I do want to put that on the record that we will commit to working with members, as Ms Duncan-Glancy has alluded to prescribe these groups in regulations. Now, finally, I turn to Ms Duncan-Glancy's Amendment 110. This cross-refers to subsection 3, brackets AC and AD, but her amendments 118 to 120 would restructure these provisions, and that means that the cross-references no longer work. So I therefore can't support it, but I would like to take the opportunity to reassure Ms Duncan-Glancy that this amendment is not needed to achieve her desired outcome. The ability to make provision under subsection 2B will of course be restricted by anything that subsection 3 says about what the regulations must do. The council conveners are simply a particular type of members, so it will not be possible to make provision about the tenure of office or of either the conveners or other members, which conflicts with Amendments 118 and 120. So I hope this reassures her that 110 is therefore not necessary, and I ask her not to press on the basis that it is inserting a reference to a provision which will be removed, and that would only confuse matters.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I now call on Pam Duncan-Glancy to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 108.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And on the basis of the commitments that the Government have made to include representatives of trade unions, of directors of education, of colleges and universities, of representatives of universities, of course, and people who have knowledge and skills relevant to business and industry, I'd be prepared not to move those amendments when the time comes, now that we've secured their membership through regulation. I do wish, though, that the government had used the opportunity to do manuscript amendments to do this, and genuinely believe they could have done so. However, nonetheless, I think we can achieve a similar aim. I also take the point around Amendment 110, and can I just check if the Cabinet Secretary could intervene and help out? If 110 is not pressed, 118, 119 and 120 still should work. So I believe I should still press them, but 110 is no longer required. I think that is the point the Cabinet Secretary is making. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that. The membership of the Strategic Advisory Council is really, really crucial, because Qualifications Scotland needs to be fit for the future. It needs to, and I've said in other ways, I'm worried about its ability to do that, but at the very least in its membership, it has to reach out across the qualification system, across industry, skills, and across the bodies that represent it. And so, on that basis, I think we should support the remaining amendments that are pressed in this group. And on that note, I press Amendment 108 in my name.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 108 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. We now turn to Group 6, Unique Learner Number. I call Amendment 109 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, grouped with Amendment 224. I call on Pam Duncan-Glancy to move Amendment 109 and to speak to both amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Every learner travels a journey that stretches far beyond a single classroom or a single year group. They move from early years to primary, from primary to secondary, and if we do our jobs right, properly onto college, university, apprenticeships or work-based training and work. To understand whether that journey is smooth or broken, whether the attainment gap narrows or widens, or indeed to address challenges identified in these areas, I think it's important to be able to follow the same learner securely and confidentially across the whole system. That is the purpose of Amendment 109. It does not impose a new database or system specifically. It does not compel any school to adopt a particular piece of software overnight. What it requires is simply this, that Qualifications Scotland, when planning how it will deliver and improve its functions, consider whether creating a unique learner number, supported by an appropriate data sharing agreement, would help. If the answer is no, the agency may set out its reasons and move on. If the answer is yes, then Parliament will know early and can scrutinise any proposals in detail before money is spent. A companion amendment, Amendment 224, applies the same expectation to the Chief Inspector's Advisory Council. That ensures the Inspectorate's advice to Ministers is informed by the same question. Would a unique identifier assist the evaluation of standards and outcomes across different learning settings? Members will appreciate three advantages. First, it would allow policymakers to trace a cohort's progress accurately, seeing, for example, how many young people progress through education. Secondly, it would support fairer funding by spotting where support is working and where it is not. Thirdly, it would reduce the administrative burden on schools that currently have to match learners across multiple incompatible systems. And members will also know that in some pilots that are ongoing on looking at what we can do to identify widening access support for students who are going on to college and university, having that number attached to individuals will mean that we are able to refine that system right to the income and support of the family in question. And I am, of course, conscious of privacy concerns, and that's precisely why the amendments require consideration of data sharing agreements as part of the exercise. Any recommendation emerging from that process would have to satisfy data protection law and would come back to this Parliament for approval, as is good and correct. Presiding Officer, good data is the foundation of good policy. These amendments do nothing more and nothing less than ensure the new qualifications body and the inspector ask themselves at the outset whether a unique learner number is the tool they need to make Scottish education fairer and more effective. I move Amendment 109 and commend Amendment 224 also to the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I thank Ms Duncan-Glancy for setting out the purpose of her amendments. These amendments were debated at Stage 2 and again I am not prepared to support them today. While I do not want to revisit those arguments in today's session, for the benefit of those not present at Stage 2, I will provide an overview of why these proposed provisions are not appropriate for this bill. First of all, these issues go beyond the responsibility of either body's the Advisory Council and the matters that they would be expected to advise on. It would also not be within their responsibility, rather the responsibility of either organisation, nor would it be within their gift to implement any changes as a result of such advice. Any such consideration would need that consultation with stakeholders across the whole of education and skills, including higher and further education institutions whose autonomy must be recognised. I note the Education, Children and Young People's Committee published on the 15th of May. The report Widening Access to Higher Ed followed their inquiry to look at the progress being made on widening access in higher education. At the committee's evidence session on the 11th of June, Mr Day set out the progress undertaken in recent months on the unique learner number. That work has included engagement with University Scotland, the Scottish Funding Council and, more broadly, the Widening Access Commissioner. Officials... Yes, I will do so.
Pam Duncan-Clancy.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for that intervention. During that particular committee session, there was quite a long discussion around data sharing arrangements and what could and could not be done. Can the Cabinet Secretary set out now for the Chamber that if this bill isn't the mechanism to do this, what bill will be?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I think it worthwhile recounting on the record that there's a lot of work ongoing in Scottish Government at the current time on this, and that was the point that Mr Day was making at committee not 3 weeks ago now. Officials have also met with the Scottish Information Commissioner to garner his thoughts. Mr Day has emphasised that this work is extremely complicated, so you will appreciate that time needs to be taken to ensure it's done properly. I'm more than happy to engage with Ms Duncan-Clancy. I'm sure Mr Day will feel similarly on the substantials surrounding her amendment today, but the issues that she raises in today's amendment are important, but they cannot be delivered through this bill, and I cannot support, therefore, these amendments. But I would reiterate that invitation to discuss this with her and indeed others with any interest in the unique learner number out with the confines of this bill.
Thank you. And I now call on Pam Duncan-Clancy to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 109.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. No further comments in the interest of time, but I will press 109.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 109 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is closed. Point of order, Pauline McNeill.
Presiding Officer, didn't connect. I would have voted yes, please.
Thank you, Ms McNeill. Your vote will be recorded. Point of order, First Minister.
So my app would not connect. I would have voted no.
Thank you. First Minister, your vote will be recorded. Point of order, Katie Clark.
Connect. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Clark. Your vote will be recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 109 in the name of Pam Duncan-Clancy is yes 46, no 70. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I now call amendment 110 in the name of Pam Duncan-Clancy, already debated with amendment 108. Pam Duncan-Clancy to move or not move?
Not moved, Presiding Officer.
Not moved. I now call amendment 111 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 108. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 111 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I now call Amendment 112 in the name of Pam Duncan-Clancy, already debated with Amendment 108. Pam Duncan-Clancy to move or not move?
Not moved, Presiding
Not
Officer.
moved. I now call Amendment 113 in the name of Pam Duncan-Clancy, already debated with Amendment 108. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I now call Amendment 114 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 108. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I now call Amendment 115 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 108. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I now call Amendment 116 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 108. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I now call Amendment 117 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 108. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I now call Amendment 3 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 108. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 3 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed. I now call Amendment 4 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 108. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Moved. Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 4 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 118 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 108. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 118 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 119 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 108. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 119 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 120 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 108. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 120 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 121 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 108. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 121 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's like...
The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 121 in the name of Ross Greer is yes, 89, no, 27. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I now call Amendment 122 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 108. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 122 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 123 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 108. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 123 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 124 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 108. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 124 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 125 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 98. Willie Rennie to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 125 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed. We now move to Group 7 on charters. I call Amendment 126 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. And, excuse me a second. And I would draw members' attention to the following procedural information in relation to this group. If either Amendment 129 or 130 are agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 131 by way of preemption. If Amendment 136 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 137 by way of preemption. I call then Pam Duncan-Glancy to move Amendment 126 and to speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. A charter is not just a leaflet handed out at induction. It is a social contract between the qualifications body and the people it serves. If that contract is to command respect, the voices of learners, teachers and practitioners must be heard, not after the charter is printed, but whilst it is being written. Amendments 126, 130, 132 and 133 put that principle into practice for the Learner Charter. They require Qualifications Scotland to invite the full list of stakeholders set out in Amendment 130, learners themselves, their parents and carers, those who support additional needs, equalities organisations, skills agencies and more to co-produce the text. Those bodies must be involved in the development of the Charter for it to have a living purpose and for it to deliver its functions. Excuse me, Presiding Officer, whilst I just move to the further parts of my notes. Thank you, Presiding Officer. And although Amendment 130 creates various groups of people who should be engaged, I intend not to press Amendment 129 and instead press Amendment 130 with the support of the Government's Amendment 130A, which I also ask the Chamber to support, because that ensures care-experienced young people and those from a socio-economically disadvantaged background are empowered to participate in the charter-making process. That is an example of where the Government submitted a manuscript handout to support a manuscript amendment to support the success of this amendment, and I'm grateful to the Government for doing that. Amendment 128 in my name does the same for adult learners, because Scotland's qualification system must serve the apprentice in their 20s and the career changer in their 40s as faithfully as it serves the 16-year-old in S5. Amendment 134 completes the Learner Charter cycle. If the Strategic Council, Advisory Council suggest revisions, Qualifications Scotland must give them proper weight before publication. The same co-production model is extended to the Teacher and Practitioner Charter. Amendments 135, 136, 138 and 139 oblige Qualifications Scotland to invite classroom teachers, college lecturers, training providers and, critically, education trade unions to take their seats at the table. Amendment 137 underlines the duty to consult unions, subject specialists and college representatives. Amendment 140 mirrors the Learner Charter safeguard, requiring Qualifications Scotland to consider any changes by the Advisory Council before it goes live. Amendments 134 and 140 are amendments I brought back from Stage 2, but in a slightly different format. I want to give effect and to give teeth to the charters. The Government asked that I edit the amendment for Stage 3, and I've done this, and so I hope they can support these amendments today. Beyond these two founding charters, Amendment 141 provides that any future charter issued by Qualifications Scotland follow the same review and revision procedure set out in statute. Amendment 142 is purely consequential. Amendment 143 requires Qualifications Scotland, whenever it reviews a charter, to report its findings to the Advisory Council and address any revisions the Council proposes. Amendments 144 and 145 confirm that those steps apply, both when the charter is first prepared and whenever it is later revised. Presiding Officer, the Stage 1 report reminded us that reform must be done with professions and with learners, not to them. These amendments make that aspiration a legal obligation. They guarantee the charters are living documents, co-owned by the people who rely on them, and refreshed whenever practice or expectation changes. I therefore move Amendment 126 and invite members to support the entire package, Amendments 126 to 145, and Mr Whitfield's Amendments 127 and 131, so that Scotland's qualifications body can begin its work in partnership with the learners and practitioners that exist to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Martin Whitfield to speak to Amendment 127 and other amendments in the group.
I'm very grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer. And in respect of Amendment 127, in preparing the Learner Charter, Qualifications Scotland must have regard to the desirability to secure better or further effect of the rights of the children. And again, we return to one of my favourite topics, which is the UNCRC and the rights that children have. The rights for children to be listened to, the rights for children to be there when decisions are made. And I welcome this amendment and the work with the government in respect of it. And it builds on Amendment 259, which I brought at stage 2, which ensures that Qualifications Scotland take account of children's rights when creating its learner charter, without the government hopes being overly prescriptive. I think one of the challenges we found ourselves in this Parliament following the passing of the UN CRC is how we encapsulate and talk about that in legislation. And it will certainly continue with legislation that's passing through this place up until the end of this session, but is something that I think both the Parliament and the Government need to take into account. The second amendment in my name, 131, potentially falls foul, depending on what is passed before it. But on that matter, I would raise the fact that, again, the requirement was to include children and young people, and I think some of the amendments that are brought, which will sadly potentially sink Amendment 131, actually will achieve the same, but with different language from already existing legislation. And on that point, I will leave my submission at the moment.
Thank you. And I call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 130A and other amendments in the group. Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I welcome many of Ms Duncan Glancy's amendments in this group. I indicated at stage 2 that I fully supported Mr Greer and Ms Duncan Glancy's desire to make absolutely clear on the face of the bill that there will, as we had always intended, be co-production of the charters. I therefore support amendments 126, 130, 132, 133, 135, 136, 138, 139, 142, 144 and 145, which will achieve what I believe we all want to see here. Turning to the remaining amendments, Amendment 129 is an alternative to Amendment 130. Amendment 130 expands on the list of participants in Amendment 129 to also include those from socio-economically disadvantaged backgrounds. My Amendment 130A, which I am grateful to the Presiding Officer for selecting as a manuscript amendment, ensures that we use consistent language across the bill. With that, I would be happy to support Amendment 130 as it is stronger than Amendment 129. I note Mr Whitfield has proposed Amendment 131, which would clarify that children and young people must be involved in the preparation of the Learner Charter, and I trust that he is satisfied with Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 130 instead, which guarantees this. Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 137 would add specific groups to the list of who must be involved in the participation of the Teacher and Practitioner Charter. And I would note that these are already covered under subsection 3A of Amendment 136. I believe that adding them in the way proposed by Amendment 137 would be confusing, as it would suggest trade unions are not persons representing the interests of teachers or college staff. I would also note that no definition is supplied of trade unions, unlike elsewhere in the bill. I would therefore ask Ms Duncan Glancy not to press this amendment on the basis that her Amendment 136 is already sufficient. On Amendments 127 and 128, I am supportive of Mr Whitfield's Amendment 127, which highlight the existing UNCRC duties in the context of this Charter. However, I am not able to support Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 128 under Section 10.2. The Charter is to be what people should expect from Qualifications Scotland. This amendment asks Qualifications Scotland to ensure education meets every adult's individual needs, which is not its role. Schools, colleges and other educational establishments deliver education, not Qualifications Scotland. So I therefore ask Ms Duncan Glancy not to press this amendment, but I would note that adult learners will be part of co-producing this charter, so their voices will be heard. Her Stage 2 amendment clarified in Section 10.2 of the bill that the charter is about what each subset of learners, children, young people and adults, can expect, so adult needs will not be overlooked. Turning to Amendments 134 and 140, these duplicate Amendments 130 and 136. I believe Amendments 130 and 136 are better, as they also introduce the element of co-production, which I believe we all want to see. So I ask Ms Duncan Glancy not to press Amendments 134 and 140. Amendment 143 would require the Strategic Advisory Council to make recommendations on which changes should be made when revising the Charter. I'm not able to support this because I believe it is for the co-production process to drive the decisions about what changes should be made when the Charters are revised. Amendment 144 ensures the revised charters will be co-produced, with the Council giving feedback afterwards. That is the right approach. Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 141 seeks to apply the review rules in Section 12 to other charters. As drafted, this could apply to unrelated charters such as the Social Security Charter. And the rules in Section 12 are all specific to the Learner Charter and the Teacher and Practitioner Charter. So on this technical point, it would not work to add other charters here without making further adjustments. Otherwise, we would, for example, be requiring the review of any other charter to take place within 5 years of publication of the Learner Charter rather than within 5 years of its own publication. However, I would like to reassure Ms Duncan Glancy that if other charters are produced under Section 13, then I would fully expect the review model of the statutory charters to be followed.
Thank you. I call Pam Duncan Glancy to wind up. Press or withdraw Amendment 126. Ms Duncan Glancy.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I won't press Amendment 129 in this group, but I will press others, including 126. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 126 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 127 in the name of Martin Whitfield. Already debated with Amendment 126. Martin Whitfield to move or not move. Question is that Amendment 127 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 128 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy. Already debated with Amendment 126. Pam Duncan Glancy to move or not move.
Move.
Thank you. Question is that Amendment 128 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Emma Harper.
So I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Harper. I'll make sure that is recorded. Point of order, Kevin Stewart. Can we have Mr Stewart's microphone, please?
I would have voted no, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I'll make sure that is recorded. Point of order, Nicola Sturgeon.
That wouldn't connect. I'd have voted no.
Thank you. I'll make sure that vote is recorded. Point of order, Graham Day.
Apologies, Presiding Officer. My app didn't connect either. I'd have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Day. I will make sure that is recorded. The result of the vote on Amendment 128 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy is yes 49, no 65. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Call Amendment 129 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 126. I remind members that if Amendment 129 is agreed, I cannot call Amendment 131 due to a preemption. Pam Duncan Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 130 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 126. Again, I remind members that if Amendment 130 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 131 due to preemption. Pam Duncan Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
I call Amendment 130A in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 126. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
I think the question is that Amendment 130A in the name of the Cabinet Secretary is agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. Pam Duncan Glancy to press or withdraw Amendment 130 as amended. Ms Duncan Glancy?
Press.
The question is that Amendment 130 as amended be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed, and therefore I cannot call Amendment 131. Point of order, Jackie Dunbar.
Presiding Officer, I'm finding it very difficult to hear what you're saying.
Thank you, Miss Duncan Glancy. And it isn't even that late yet. I will try to speak up, Miss Dunbar. So I cannot call Amendment 131, which is pre-empted. I call Amendment 132 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 126. Pam Duncan Glancy, to move or not move?
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Question is that Amendment 132 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 133 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 126. Pam Duncan Glancy, to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Question is that Amendment 133 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 134 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 126. Pam Duncan Glancy, to move or not move?
Move.
Question is that Amendment 134 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on amendment number 134 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy is yes 49, no 69. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Call amendment 135 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with amendment 126. Pam Duncan Glancy, to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Question is that amendment 135 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 136 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 126. And again, I remind members that if Amendment 136 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 137 due to a preemption. Pam Duncan Glancy, to move or not move?
Move.
Question is that Amendment 136 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is agreed, and therefore I cannot call Amendment 137. Call Amendment 138 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 126. Pam Duncan Glancy, to move or not move?
Moved.
Question is that Amendment 138 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 139 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 126. Pam Duncan Glancy, to move or not move?
Move.
Question is that Amendment 139 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 140 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 126. Pam Duncan Glancy, to move or not move?
Move.
Question is that Amendment 140 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Christine Graham.
Point of order. I'm locked out of both devices, so I would have voted no.
I will make sure that vote is recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 140 in the name of Pam Luncan-Glancy is yes 49, no 66. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 141 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 126. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move? Question is that amendment 141 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a vote and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on amendment number 141 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 49, no 68. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 142 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 126. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move? Move. Question is that amendment 142 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call amendment 143 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 126. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move? Move. Question is that amendment 143 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on amendment number 143 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 47, no 68. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Call amendment 144 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 126. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move? Move. Question is that amendment 144 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call amendment 145 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 126. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move? Move. Question is that amendment 145 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call amendment 5 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with amendment 1. Miles Briggs, to move or not move? Question is that amendment 5 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed, and that takes us on to grouping 8, Corporate Plan of Qualifications Scotland. Call amendment 146 in the name of Ross Greer, group with amendments 148, 149, 150 and 151. I point out that if amendment 148 is agreed to, I cannot call amendment 149 due to preemption. Ross Greer, to move amendment 146 and speak to all the amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I move Amendment 146. 146 makes provision for the Corporate Plan of Qualifications Scotland to be approved by a vote of the Board, by a majority of those voting. The purpose of the amendment is to ensure that every corporate plan is voted on by the Board and agreed to before it's submitted to Ministers. And this is reflecting on the lack of effective engagement from the Board of the SQA. That's been a significant weakness of the organisation for a number of years. And I should put on the record at this point, I think there's been a dramatic improvement under the current board chair, but Shirley Roger won't be in post forever, and we need to bake into this bill provisions that will ensure robust governance and scrutiny regardless of the individuals appointed to the board. This is really quite a light touch requirement for board members to vote on the plan, but it It's essentially to ensure that plans are not nodded through, that board members take individual responsibility to scrutinise what is put in front of them because they need to exercise an individual vote. So that's the intention behind 146. 150 is consequential to 146. It ensures that the requirement for the corporate plan to be voted on applies to every corporate plan, so including any resubmitted ones or any revised ones, and of course to make sure that it doesn't just apply to the first one. Amendment 148 modifies paragraph 3A in section 14 of the bill to make clear that it's such persons within the groups that Qualifications Scotland consults before preparing a corporate plan, not every single person falling within those groups. That is, that they do not need to consult with every single person undertaking or with recent experience of undertaking a qualification. They don't need to speak to every teacher or lecturer or every employer in Scotland. They just need to speak to representative samples thereof. This also includes a bit of tidying up of the language from my Stage 2 amendment, given that relevant qualifications, teaching or training isn't defined for the purposes of this section. So Amendment 148 does preempt 149, as Presiding Officer has mentioned already, because subsection 3AB would be replaced with new lettering. However, 3AD would remain in the bill, and that covers others, and I would certainly expect that trade unions would be consulted under this provision. I think given the commitments we've already had on the record from the Cabinet Secretary about trade union involvement and other provisions in the bill, I'd certainly be satisfied that they will be consulted as part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to speak to Amendment 149 and all amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. A corporate plan is the roadmap that turns legislation into day-to-day practice. If it is to succeed, the people who deliver Scotland's qualifications in classrooms and lecture theatres across the country must help set that course from the very start. Amendments 149 and 151 make that expectation explicit. They require Qualifications Scotland, when drafting its corporate plan, to consult trade unions that represent teaching staff. Those unions bring three indispensable assets: direct experience of how assessment works in real time, a national view of workload and resource pressures, and the trust of the profession, whose cooperation in the new body will of course need. Amendment 148, in the name of Mr Greer, unfortunately preempts my own Amendment 149 and would impact on the ability of recognised trade unions to be represented in the consultation process. I therefore ask Mr Greer to reconsider pressing his Amendment 148 in favour of the current wording in the bill and support my Amendment 149 to ensure trade unions have a voice in shaping the direction our new Qualifications Authority takes. Scottish Labour are otherwise happy to support the other amendments in Mr Greer's name, Amendments 146 and 150. The duty imposed by my amendments in 149 and 151 is modest, but it matters. Trade union engagement at the planning stage means fewer unintended consequences later. It helps avoid policies that look efficient on paper but prove unworkable in a busy classroom. The Stage 1 report noted that teachers felt reforms were sometimes done to them rather than with them. These amendments respond to that concern by placing partnership on a statutory footing. Presiding Officer, successful reform depends on consent as well as command. I therefore move Amendment 149 and ask members to support Amendment 151 so that Scotland's new Qualifications Authority begins work side by side with the teaching professionals on whom it will rely. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I am supportive of all of Mr Greer's amendments in this group, and I thank him for bringing them forward to build on the amendments that he proposed at Stage 2. However, I am afraid that I am unable to support Ms Duncan-Glancy's amendments in this group. These amendments build on section 14(3)(a) of the bill as it stands just now, but they are incompatible with Mr Greer's Amendment 148, as we have heard from Ms Duncan-Glancy. If Amendment 148 is agreed to, paragraph BA of subsection 3A will be replaced with a new paragraph, so the cross-references in Ms Duncan-Glancy's amendments will no longer apply and the provision would not have any effect. So I do think it is important that Mr Greer's Amendment 148 is made, as it clarifies a number of points in relation to the consultation duty. First of all, it makes clear that Qualifications Scotland does not have to consult every single person who meets the eligibility criteria. Secondly, it removes the language of relevant qualification and relevant teaching or training, which is important because those are only defined terms for the purpose of paragraph B of Schedule 1, so it would otherwise be unclear what this meant. Therefore, given that there is a choice that has to be made between Amendments 148 and 149, I would urge members to support 148 for the reasons I have set out. However, I would like to reassure Ms Duncan-Glancy that Mr Greer's Amendment 148 leaves paragraph D of subsection 3A intact. This requires consultation with such other persons as Qualifications Scotland considers appropriate. Trade union representatives will therefore still be able to be consulted, and indeed I fully expect them to be so as part of the preparations for Qualifications Scotland's corporate plans.
Thank you. And I call Ross Greer to wind up. Press to withdraw Amendment 146. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Just in closing, I'm afraid I'm going to have to say to Pam Duncan-Glancy that I will be moving Amendment 148 simply because I think we're in danger of this section not being workable unless we make these points of clarification. It would not be workable, it would not be practical to have consultation requirements that include every, excuse me, every employer in Scotland, every young person in Scotland, every teacher, every lecturer, etc. And for the reasons the Cabinet Secretary has outlined as well. But I'm happy to take an intervention.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank Ross Greer for taking that intervention, but does he also understand that Amendment 149 makes explicit that it is representatives from recognised trade unions which represent the interests of persons mentioned in subsection 3A? So that is very specific about the subsection, but it is also giving a voice to recognised trade unions that otherwise we would be relying on perhaps goodwill of the organisation to do that. And does the member recognise that that would be a problem?
Ross Greer.
I'm grateful for the intervention. I recognise the concern, but the point is it doesn't address the issue that I've set out, which is the language that is currently in the bill would essentially make this section inoperable unless we clarify these points, because it's not just about teachers and lecturers, which Pam Duncan-Glancy's Amendment 149 would address because it's their representatives through their trade unions. We need to clarify that there is not a requirement here to consult with every single learner in Scotland, with every single employer in Scotland, etc. So for that reason, I'm going to move Amendment 148. We've discussed the role of trade unions in relation to a number of other parts of the bill. We've already had commitments in relation to the regulations that will be brought forward for the Strategic Advisory Council. It would certainly be my expectation that teachers and lecturers are consulted through their recognised trade unions. I can't see any way that could happen and be effective without it being through their unions. But unless we pass 148, it will be somewhat of a moot point because we will have created an inoperable section of the bill.
Just to confirm, you're pressing 146.
Pressing, thank you.
Okay, the question is that Amendment 146 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That we are not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Christine Graham.
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I would have voted yes, but I'm unable to connect.
I'll make sure that is recorded, Ms Graham. Point of order, Brian Whittle.
Sorry, Presiding Officer, I've got a bad connection here. I would have voted no.
Mr Whittle, I'll make sure that vote is recorded.
I was in the chamber.
Point of order, Faisal Chowdhury.
I was unable to connect. I would have voted yes.
I will make sure that vote is recorded. Point of order, Davy Russell.
I had a difficulty connecting there. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Russell. I'll make sure that vote is recorded. The result of the vote on Amendment 146 in the name of Ross Greer is yes 90, no 27. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Call Amendment 147 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 98. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 147 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. Vote is now closed. Result of the vote on Amendment 147 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 48, no 70. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 148 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 146. I remind members that if Amendment 148 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 149 due to preemption. Ross Greer to move or not move? The question is that Amendment 148 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. The result of the vote on Amendment 148 in the name of Ross Greer is yes 96, no 22. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed, and as a result I cannot call Amendment 149 due to preemption. I call Amendment 150 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 146. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 150 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 151 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 146. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
That is not moved. We move on to grouping number 9, laying of reports. I call Amendment 152 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, group with Amendments 153, 160, 47 and 247. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move Amendment 152 and speak to all amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, President Officer. Transparency must run the length of this reform, and if Parliament entrusts bodies with authority over Scotland's education, Parliament should receive their reports at exactly the same time as ministers, no earlier and no later. That is the simple purpose of the 4 amendments in this grouping in my name. Amendments 152 and 153 require Qualifications Scotland to lay its annual report before the Scottish Parliament at the same time as it submits that report to ministers. 160 applies the identical standard to the Accreditation Committee's annual report, ensuring that Parliament sees without delay how standards are being upheld. And Amendment 247 extends the principle to any report produced by the Chief Inspector of Education in Scotland. If a document is important enough for ministers, it is important enough for the legislator charged with scrutinising them. These provisions create no extra work at no extra cost. The reports are already written. They simply draw Parliament into light on equal footing with the Executive and allow members to question the bodies concerned while the information is fresh. Unfortunately, I am not able to support Amendment 47 in the name of Mr Kerr at this point, as I recognise there are times where it would not be appropriate for an inspection report compiled by the Chief Inspector to be published owing to potential safeguarding issues that might arise based on the publication in one specific report. Presiding Officer, timely access to information is the foundation of effective scrutiny. I therefore move Amendment 152 and invite members to support Amendments 153, 160 and 247. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 47 and other amendments in the group. Mr Kerr.
Amendment 47 which Pam Duncan-Glancy has just referred to, is straightforward because the implications of it are anything but trivial. It would require the Chief Inspector of Education must report to the Scottish Parliament, not simply that they may. And that one word change from may to must is a deliberate and necessary shift in power and accountability. It ensures that the Chief Inspector is directly answerable to the elected representatives of the Scottish people, which is the subject of further amendments in a later group. That they're answerable not merely to ministers, not to officials, and certainly not to the closed loop of government insiders. The principle is simple. Parliamentary scrutiny must be the norm and not the exception. This is not a procedural footnote, it's a cultural statement, and we've dwelt a lot on the importance of culture change in the proceedings of today. It signals that the new system we're creating is one in which transparency is built in from the start, where independent oversight means real independence backed by real obligations to report in public and in Parliament. And let's recall the reasons that we're here. The Muir report identified serious failings on how Education Scotland and the SQA operated, particularly the lack of visible independent scrutiny. In fact, Professor Muir wrote, quote, "There is a real need for more effective and transparent accountability across national agencies and for Parliament to have a greater role in holding them to account." The end of the quote. So Amendment 47 answers that call from Professor Muir. It ensures that the Chief Inspector, who will hold vital responsibilities for school inspections, performance evaluations and now potentially qualification accreditation, although we have just had a vote which defeated that, must present their findings to this Parliament for open scrutiny, and that is how trust is rebuilt in the system. And I also want to speak in support of Amendments 152 and 160 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy. These amendments would ensure that both Qualifications Scotland and the Accreditation Board must lay their annual reports before the Scottish Parliament at the same time as submitting them to Scottish ministers. This provision is important not only for transparency but for equality of information. Too often in recent years we've seen agency reports drip-fed to Parliament after ministers have had the opportunity to interpret or sometimes spin them for their own purposes. That is not accountability, that is control. And if this Parliament is to be taken seriously as the democratic overseer of national education policy, it must in full and simultaneous possession. It must be in full and simultaneous possession of the facts. Amendments 152 and 160 reinforce that principle, and I support them. Presiding Officer, there's a recurring theme in the amendments I have lodged and those I support today, and that theme is accountability to Parliament, not ministers. If we are to earn the trust of teachers, parents and learners, we must design a system that reflects the principles of good governance, openness, scrutiny and public reporting. This bill at times still leans too heavily on the idea that ministers know best. But in education, as in any public service, those who inspect must be accountable to those who represent the public, not simply those who hold office. And Amendment 47 makes that accountability clear, and I urge colleagues across the chamber to support it.
Thank you. I now call the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I am grateful to Ms Duncan-Glancy and to Mr Kerr for setting out the purpose of their respective amendments in this group, and I am pleased to support Ms Duncan-Glancy's Amendment 247, which requires any report produced by the Chief Inspector under Section 40 to be laid before Parliament at the same time as being shared with Scottish ministers. Indeed, this is consistent with changes that were made at Stage 2 in respect to Sections 38 and 39. However, while I support this approach for the Chief Inspector, whose office is independent of ministers, I cannot support her similar amendments 152 and 153 in respect of Qualifications Scotland's annual report and Amendment 160 in respect of the report produced by the Accreditation Committee being laid in Parliament at the same time. This is because it is well-established practice in relation to non-departmental public bodies for their annual reports to be submitted to Scottish ministers first, to whom NDPBs are ultimately accountable. Ministers, in turn, will lay the report before Parliament. And I see no reason to deviate from this process, especially as a copy of the report will be guaranteed to be laid before Parliament. I believe it is right that, as it is Scottish ministers who are accountable to Parliament and that Qualifications Scotland is accountable to ministers, that they submit the annual reports to ministers to lay on their behalf. Now, finally, on Mr Kerr's Amendment 47, I will repeat my position from stage 2. It is difficult to envisage that the Parliament would have the capacity to make use of individual inspection reports on every establishment inspected, currently expected to be around 250 per year, based on current practice. Now, that number could well change and increase over time, depending on independent decisions that the Chief Inspector reaches. But I would contend that it would be far preferable for Parliament to focus on the overall report on the performance of Scottish education, as has already been allowed for. And I would also emphasise that every inspection report will be published, as they are today, so they will be available to the public and to parliamentarians for publication. And I believe that provision is enabling the Chief Inspector to lay inspection reports is much more proportionate, and this will be used to ensure that reports of significant or wider interest can be brought to the attention of Parliament. I therefore urge members not to support these amendments.
Thank you. I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to wind up. Press to withdraw Amendment 152. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. No further comments. I press Amendment 152.
The question is that Amendment 152 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 152 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 49, no 69. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Call Amendment 153 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 152. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 154 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 98. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 156 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 98. Willie Rennie to move or not move?
Moved.
Question is that Amendment 156 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 156 in the name of Willie Rennie was yes 98, no 0. There were 21 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. At this point, I am going to suspend briefly for a comfort break. I would be grateful if members were back in the chamber at 5 to 7. Okay, thanks very much.
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a battling stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
About the work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets. Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How do you mean no more commission? Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a battling stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
About the work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.
Scotland. I call Amendment 155 in the name of Ross Greer, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. Ross Greer to move Amendment 155 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I move Amendment 155. It adds a new section to the bill called Reports of Advice to Qualification Scotland from certain committees. And in effect, what it does is it requires Qualification Scotland to prepare and publish reports summarising the advice that's been provided by their interest committees, the Accreditation Committee, and their response to that advice. The first report needs to be published within 12 months of this section coming into force, and each subsequent report must be published within 12 months of the last report. But there is flexibility for that information to be provided more frequently. That's the minimum threshold, but where necessary it should be provided more frequently than that. The purpose of the amendment is to increase accountability and transparency in regard to the advice provided by the committees, how this is fed into Qualification Scotland's decision-making process and what the outcomes of it are, rather than it being part of a single annual report. What we want to achieve here is more buy-in from those who have, in good faith, engaged in this process and who want to see why the decisions that Qualification Scotland has made, on what basis they were made. So Amendments 295 and 303 require Qualification Scotland to convene meetings between the board and the respective interest committees, that's learners and teachers and practitioners, when that has been reasonably requested by those committees and where the Qualification Scotland think it's appropriate to do so. So these amendments are designed to further empower the committees and provide that direct line of communication and accountability between the committees and the board. The ultimate intention here is to avoid senior management within the organisation ever acting as a blockage between the interest committees, who will hopefully have full and frank advice to give, and the board of the organisation. We've seen with the SQA a total disconnect between learner panels and the board of the organisation. So this is one mechanism by which we can eliminate that, by giving the committees that option. 297 ensures that teachers in training are represented on the relevant interest committee. I'd like to thank Peter Bain and School Leaders Scotland in particular for suggesting that one to me. They made a very compelling case for the very particular perspective that those in teacher training can provide, and how it would be valuable to make sure there's a space for them. And on that point, happy to take the intervention.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful to Ross Greer for giving way on that point. It is indeed on that point about how we are going to, or how it should be defined as in teacher training, given we have 4-year degree courses, we have 1-year courses, and then we have a period of training as a probationary teacher, and then ongoing training as they go through the early periods of life. What does the member envisage that to cover with this proposed amendment?
Ross Greer.
I'm grateful to the intervention. Certainly my intention behind it would be to take as broad a definition as possible, particularly given, as the member mentions, you can have individuals who are in teacher training through the 1-year PGDE route, and what we wouldn't want to see is a very high turnover of individuals in that role. We'd want to give them the opportunity to build up experience and even just confidence in that setting and being able to give their perspective. So certainly what you wouldn't want is a kind of hard cut-off date where those individuals are constantly turning over as part of it. So I would envisage taking a pretty broad approach to the definition of those who are in training to be a teacher. I think that's something that Parliament can continue to scrutinise as we move forward with actually setting up these committees. I was reluctant to define it any more specifically here in case we inadvertently ended up excluding the kind of individuals that we'd like to see appointed as part of that particular role on the Interest Committee. And I'll finish there, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to speak to Amendment 255 and other amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I begin by moving Amendment 255. It supplies a bill-wide definition of equal opportunities, mirroring the protected characteristics listed in the Equality Act 2010 and adding socio-economic disadvantage and care experience, which evidence tells us still shapes success in education. It also provides a safeguard to protect against the 2020 exam fiasco from happening again. The definition underpins the remaining amendments in this group. Independence comes next. At present, every appointment to an interest committee requires ministerial consultation. Amendments 275, 290, 294 and 300 remove that requirement. Qualification Scotland should be free to recruit the expertise it needs without political gatekeeping. Parliament will retain oversight through annual reporting. Turning to membership, Amendment 296 establishes a dedicated Parent and Carer Interest Committee. Parents are a child's first educators. Their perspectives deserve its own forum. For the Learner Interest Committee, Amendment 293 instructs Qualifications Scotland to pursue equal opportunities actively and to ensure seats for young people with care experience, those from socio-economically disadvantaged backgrounds and those with education support needs. On the Teacher and Practitioner Committee, Amendment 298 clarifies that registered teachers must be classroom teachers, not managers, or with little contact on the front line. Amendment 299 applies the same equal opportunities duty to that committee, and Amendments 301 and 302 ensure that education trade unions are consulted whenever their professional insight is relevant, which is in practice will be most of the time. Turning to the other amendments in this grouping, while Scottish Labour do not accept that accreditation should be placed within Qualifications Scotland, I recognise the important role of transparent reporting and that would play in developing an internal system of governance, and so I would support Amendment 155 in the name of Mr Greer. These measures do not slow the system, the amendments in my name, they strengthen it. They place decision makers face to face with the realities of disadvantage, additional needs and frontline teaching. Presiding Officer, if interest committees are to be more than a tick box, they must be free from ministerial micromanagement and rich in the diversity of voices that make up Scottish education today. The amendments before the Chamber achieve exactly that, and I invite members to support them. I therefore move Amendment 255 in my name.
Thank you. I now call Martin Whitfield to speak to Amendment 291 and other amendments.
I'm grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer. And the two amendments in my name, 291, 292, come as a result of what I think we've seen on a number of occasions, which was an amendment at stage 2, formerly Amendment 226, which passed and inserted a new subparagraph that required membership of the Qualifications Scotland Learner Interest Committee to include children and young people, regardless of whether they are undertaking or have recent experience of undertaking a Qualifications Scotland qualification. And the reason for that was, again, the importance of having young people not just at the table, but also part of the decision-making. Unfortunately, due to the journey of the bill during stage 2, it lost its commanding paragraph and now flies around unaided. So, with the assistance of the government, for which I thank them and their drafting teams, I have resubmitted them as 291, 292, which will give them somewhere to live within this bill and survive into legislation if it travels that far. I'm grateful.
Thank you. I now call Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I'm grateful to members for setting out the purpose of their amendments. I'm supportive of all of Mr Greer's and Mr Whitfield's amendments in this group, and I thank them for their engagement on these provisions since stage 2 concluded. I'm also supportive of Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 293, which ensures that when members of the Learner Interest Committee are appointed, regard is had to the desirability of including typically underrepresented groups in these kinds of forums. Her amendments 255, 275, 293 and 299 also ensure equal opportunities are encouraged when appointing members to both interest committees, which I also fully support. However, I am not able to support Ms Duncan Glancy's amendments 290, 294 and 300, which are concerned with eliminating any requirement for Scottish ministers to be consulted on the appointment of members to any committees. And I'd like to make clear in this regard that it is only in relation to the 2 interest committees set out in the bill that such a requirement would exist. And I believe it is right that ministers are consulted on the membership of these 2 interest committees. These provisions were originally included as a safeguard to ensure Scottish ministers could have a role in deciding membership, to ensure that range of different voices were on the committee and, in effect, act as an additional control alongside provisions in the bill for Qualifications Scotland to make effective appointments. Given the importance, though, of building trust in the new qualifications organisation and these interest committees being an integral part of doing so, I do believe it's right that we have this safeguard, and I would urge members to resist these amendments. Amendment 296 adds in a requirement for Qualifications Scotland to establish a Parent and Carers Interest Committee. I'm not able to support this because it has always been the Government's position, and I hope the view of all of those in the Chamber, that restoring trust and accountability directly to learners and teachers is the absolute priority for Qualifications Scotland at the beginning of its tenure. That is why the Learner and Teacher Interest Committees should be the initial focus for Qualifications Scotland, and that is why those respective committees are in statute. In practice, there is nothing to stop Qualifications Scotland establishing a Parents and Carers Committee, and in fact it may be something they wish to undertake following embedding the Learner and Teacher Committees. However, I am not of the view that this should be a requirement stipulated in legislation. Yes, happy to do so.
Duncan Glancy.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking that intervention, but she must recognise that parents and carers too want to advocate for the needs of learners, including children and young people, and that having this interest committee doesn't dilute the fact that there's a learner interest committee or a practitioners interest committee. It just gives parents and carers an opportunity to influence and have their say in the qualifications body too.
Cabinet Secretary.
I hear the point this member makes. The point I was making is in terms of the chronology of the establishment of Qualifications Scotland. We want that organisation to be resolutely focused on learners and teachers, and I'm not precluding that from happening in the future. There is a way in which that can be established, as I've set out, but I do think the chronology of what comes first is quite important in terms of that resolute focus on learners and teachers in the initial days. Now, Amendment 298 restricts membership of the Teacher and Practitioner Interest Committee, aside from one member of Qualifications Scotland, to just those who teach or have taught in schools or colleges. I'm not able to support this amendment because there are a range of other educational environments and establishments where different types of teacher training provider or practitioners will deliver learning for Qualifications Scotland's qualifications. So, for example, in community settings, it's essential that we do not exclude those practitioners and others from the committee's memberships. And finally, Presiding Officer, I would like to confirm my support for Amendments 301 and 302, which require the Teacher and Practitioner Interest Committee to consult with teaching trade union representatives in every case in which the committee considers that appropriate. I would, of course, expect that to happen in any case, and I thank Ms Duncan Glancy for her amendments in that respect.
Thank you. I call Ross Greer to wind up. Press to withdraw Amendment 155.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Just very briefly in winding up, I appreciate Martin Whitfield's metaphor about sections of the bill we'd amended in that were then left flying free and needing to give them somewhere to land. But I omitted to say to him when I was explaining the thinking behind 297 and ensuring that we don't have a high turnover, for example, individuals on a one-year PGDE suddenly finding there's a kind of hard cut-off date just as they've got their feet under the table. That's why in how I've drafted 297, it's not just those who are undertaking, but those who have recent experience of undertaking teacher training, so that we can make sure that we give individuals the opportunity to make a full contribution and that there's a managed transition period, for example, between appointments. And with that, I will press.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 155 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
That is agreed. I call Amendment 157 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 100. Pam Duncan Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 318 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 100. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Question is that Amendment 318 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call Amendment 158 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 98. And I'd remind members that if Amendment 158 is agreed, I cannot call Amendment 159 due to a preemption. Pam Duncan Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 159 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 98. Pam Duncan Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 160 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 152. Pam Duncan Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
Question is that Amendment 160 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Result of the vote on Amendment 160 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 48, no 69. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 161 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 98. I'd remind members that if Amendment 161 is agreed, I can't call Amendment 162 due to a preemption. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 162 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 98. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Move.
Question is that Amendment 162 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And that is the vote closed. Point of order, Jackie Bailey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Unfortunately, I couldn't connect to the digital voting platform. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Bailey. I'll make sure that is recorded. Point of order, Shirley-Ann Somerville.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My app wouldn't connect. I would have voted no.
Thank you. I will make sure that vote is recorded. And the result of the vote on Amendment 162 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 47, no 69. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Call Amendment 163 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 98. I'd remind members that if Amendment 163 is agreed to, cannot call Amendment 164 due to a preemption. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 164 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 98. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Moved.
Question is that Amendment 164 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Richard Leonard.
Deputy Presiding Officer, my app wouldn't work. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Leonard. I'll make sure that vote is recorded. Point of order, Liz Smith.
Same for me, and I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Smith. I'll make sure that vote is recorded. Result of the vote on Amendment 164 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 22, no 96. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 165 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 1. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Move.
Question is Amendment 165 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call Amendment 166 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 1. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Move.
Question is that Amendment 166 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call Amendment 167 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 1. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Moved.
Question is that Amendment 167 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call Amendment 168 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 1. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Not moved, Presiding Officer.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 169 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 98. Willie Rennie, to move or not move?
Moved.
Question is that Amendment 169 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Richard Leonard.
Sorry, my app wouldn't connect. I would have abstained.
Thank you, Mr Leonard. I'll make sure that vote is recorded. And the result of the vote on amendment number 169 in... I can advise Bill Kidd that your vote has been recorded, and the result of the vote on amendment number 169 in the name of Willie Rennie is yes 96, no 0. There were 22 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendments 170, 171, 172, 173 and 174, all in the name of Willie Rennie and all previously debated. Invite Willie Rennie to move amendments 170 to 174 en bloc.
Moved.
Thank you. Does any member object to a single question being put on amendments 170 to 174? Happy to move it en bloc, in which case the question is that amendments 170 to 174 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division in members who cast their votes now. Vote is now closed. Point of order, Brian Whittle.
Presiding Officer, my app wouldn't connect. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Whittle. I'll make sure that vote is recorded. The result of the vote on amendments 170 to 174 in the name of Willie Rennie are yes 96, no 22. There were no abstentions. The amendments are therefore agreed. I call amendment 175, 176, 177, 178 in the name of Willie Rennie and all previously debated. Willie Rennie to move amendments 175 to 178 en bloc.
Moved.
Ask any member objects to single questions on being put on amendments 175 to 178. No. The question is therefore that amendments 175 to 178 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division in members who cast their votes now. And the amendment, the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on amendments 175 to 178 in the name of Willie Rennie is yes 96, no 22. There were no abstentions. The amendments are therefore agreed. I call amendment 179 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 98. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Presiding Officer, this is the amendment the Cabinet Secretary inserted at stage 2 by accident and that she undertook to remove at stage 3, and so I will press this amendment to do it on her behalf. So I'll move the amendment.
Move the amendment. The question is that Amendment 179 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Nicholas. The result of the vote on Amendment 179 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 22, no 95. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We move to Group 11, Curriculum Scotland. I call Amendment 6 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy. Group with amendments as shown in the groupings. I point out that if Amendment 251, previously debated in Group 2, Accreditation and Quality Assurance of Qualifications, is agreed, I cannot call Amendment 254. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move Amendment 6 and speak to all other amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Colleagues will recall that every review placed before us, the OECD study, Professor Muir's report and our own Stage 1 evidence in committee, made the same diagnosis of the problem that we face in Scotland's education system today. Curriculum accreditation and improvement are spread across too many bodies that do not always speak to each other and are incoherent. The amendments in this group propose a remedy to this. Curriculum Scotland, a single arm's-length organisation that will steer what is taught, guarantee the standard of certificates that flow from that teaching and drive the continuous improvement of both. Amendments 6 and 7 establish the body. Amendments 180 to 192, 250, 254, 256, 262, 264 and 312 give it its powers, governance and reporting duties. Curriculum Scotland would develop the national curriculum, ensuring that what a child learns in primary school links coherently to the knowledge and skills they are interested in and indeed they need in the workplace and in secondary schools, accredit and regulate qualifications, separating those functions from the awarding body whilst keeping them alongside the curriculum experts who understand what is taught in classrooms. So this was a key opportunity and is a key opportunity for Parliament to find to set up the curriculum body, deliver on what those studies and experts suggested and pull it out of the SQA as we've already debated, needs to happen. Report annually to Parliament is another duty of Curriculum Scotland. It will report on standards, coherence and cost, and it will give the Chamber the transparency it is requested at every stage of scrutiny. Funding and reporting routes mirror those already approved for Qualifications Scotland and the Chief Inspector, giving Parliament annual sight of plans, performance and spending. Some have suggested that we should leave accreditation, of course, as we've heard, where it is for now, and I'd ask Ministers instead to conduct another review. I don't share that view, as members know. I won't reiterate it here. But the Chamber has another opportunity to reject that there is a further review. No substitute for decisive action without moving the accreditation function from Scottish Qualifications Authority. Placing it in Curriculum Scotland would achieve independence. A review merely promises to think about independence another time. Learners sitting exams next year deserve certainty now. And colleagues may ask the question, does this add cost? And I've heard members across the Chamber talk about the setting up of a body. It does not. Curriculum Scotland is built on the resources that could currently sit in Education Scotland's Curriculum Directorate, and the existing accreditation team could move over. So those staff would move, the budget would move with them. And had this bill had the opportunity to address some of the concerns members and experts have around Education Scotland's functions, then we could have looked at that. But because of the bill's scope, and I'm told because it's an extension of government rather than, as it should be, an independent body developing curriculum, it was unable to do that. So that's why my proposals are to set up Curriculum Scotland. And finally, members may also say, why legislate for this now? Well, the evidence is already before us. The OECD concluded that Curriculum for Excellence lacked a clear national steward. Professor Muir recommended an agency with precisely these functions, and the committee endorsed that direction of travel, and I'm happy to take the intervention.
Ms Briggs. Could we have Mr Briggs? Oh.
Boy error. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. It's been a long day. I do admire what the members tried to achieve, but would she not accept that this would really need a standalone bill to set up a new organisation, not adding it on, and that's why we can't support these amendments?
I thank the member for taking that intervention, and I've been assured by others that all of the functions and all of the associated aspects of setting the organisation up and moving staff as and where necessary, including make sure trade unions are absolutely front and centre of all of that, moving finances with it, creating committees and organisational capacity and governance that make sure that all of the reporting functions that we've discussed for the other bodies in the bill and elsewhere are part of it. It's not the neatest opportunity to do this, but it is the only opportunity that we face. The government didn't do this in their reform bill. They didn't give effect to this part of those recommendations. And as a result, we've seen a situation where we know that the government had little answer to the question on independent scrutiny of qualifications. And so it's not a neat solution, but it is a solution, and it's one of 3 solutions that I've offered Parliament today. I'd like to have the members' support for this, but hopefully the member can see it in himself to support the other opportunities that the bill that our amendments have. Presiding Officer, Parliament can either commission another study of a problem that everyone already recognises, or it can solve that problem tonight by supporting amendments in my name that give effect to some of the other aspects of education reform that the government haven't sought to address, and deliver independence for scrutiny for the accreditation and regulation of qualifications. I therefore move Amendment 6 and invite members to support the full package of amendments in my name.
Thank you. I now call Stephen Kerr.
I'm sorry to disappoint Pam Duncan-Glancy, but I really rise to speak against her amendments because while I understand fully what her intentions are, I don't think this is the right way to go about creating yet another public body in Scotland. I have every sympathy for where she's coming from in relation to Education Scotland, because I think that I'm one of many people in this chamber who question the value of everything that Education Scotland is supposed to be doing, but which isn't doing. So I want to acknowledge the sincerity of the intention behind the proposals, but it's a goal. The idea of bringing coherence, purpose, greater accountability to curriculum governance, these are all worthy things. These are goals that I can share, but I have to say clearly that creating an additional statutory body I don't think is the right solution, because we've been warned, and she alludes to this, we've been warned repeatedly by credible independent voices that the landscape of national agencies in Scottish education is already too cluttered, too confusing and too inefficient. And Professor Ken Muir, in his report, issued a stark warning. He said, Scotland has a high number of national bodies with specific interests in components of the education system, where comparable nations may have only 1 or 2 organisations. Scotland has many more with what are perceived to be overlapping roles and responsibilities. And he went on to say that students, parents and carers sometimes also perceive the current qualifications environment as being cluttered with competing qualifications and organisations across multiple levels. And I think we've got to take Professor Muir's report at face value, and we've got to take his warning seriously. I think more bodies would probably mean more complexity, more risk of duplication, confusion and bureaucracy. The OECD, interestingly, in 2021, in their report, talked about curriculum for excellence and said, in relation to the landscape, in Scottish education, it's highly complex and at times lacking in clarity and coherence. And then it warned creating new institutions risks compounding the complexity unless roles are very clearly articulated and coordinated. So I think the creation of such a body, although I understand the motives and applaud the intention to create such a body at stage 3 of a bill, as I would suggest, not particularly sound. It should have been something that was considered long ago, and then it would have been appropriate for us to have properly looked at the proposal.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. I now call the Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Ms Duncan Glancy for explaining the purpose of her amendments, Presiding Officer. My decision to refocus Education Scotland, which I announced to Parliament via GIQ in June of last year, was a fundamental step in realising the shared ambition in relation to education reform. The curriculum improvement cycle, as members will know, is also already underway, with Education Scotland successfully leading that work with the teaching profession. And when considering these amendments, I am thoughtful about the principle of legislating only when necessary, and I ask members to keep that at the forefront of their minds when voting on these amendments. Ms Duncan Glancy's amendments would establish a new body corporate called Curriculum Scotland, set out its functions, which, as discussed in Group 2, would also include accreditation and regulation, and require the transfer of Education Scotland staff and property to it. And while I appreciate the intention behind these amendments, I cannot support them. I do not believe there are sufficient advantages to establishing a new standalone curriculum body in legislation and the expense that will incur when we already have a National Education Agency being refocused on curriculum improvement and supporting implementation across the system.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I call on Pam Duncan Glancy to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 6.
I thank thank you, Presiding Officer, and I understand the sentiment of members across the chamber, and it is not something that I have taken lightly. It's not a decision that I've taken lightly at all, and we understand on these benches the implications of suggesting that there is another body to be set up. But I would remind the chamber that the reason that I'm doing this is not because we think another body should be set up, but because the body that does exist could be reformed in such a way that gives it independence from government, which Ken Muir did suggest was an appropriate thing to do in terms of the curriculum and the body that leads that curriculum in Scotland, and that in so doing we could move staff and resources to a body that had the independence of government to be able to deliver the curriculum that young people across Scotland need, and at the same time provide an opportunity to find somewhere for accreditation to sit still within the education landscape but out of the Scottish Qualifications Authority. At stage 2 and throughout this debate, the Cabinet Secretary has said herself a few times that if she had the money, creating another body might have been what she wanted. But that, I don't think, is a reason to completely reject the importance and the potential benefit that we could get from doing so. I will reassure members that I will press the First Amendment in this, but if it doesn't pass, then I will not be pressing all of the others, so I won't keep us here all night discussing each and every other amendment on Curriculum Scotland. And I remind members that there will be 2 other options for accreditation further in discussions. And on that note, I press Amendment 6 in my name. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 6 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 6 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy is yes 22, no 94. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I now call amendments 7, 8, 9, 10, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191 and 192, all in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy and all previously debated. And I invite Pam Duncan Glancy to move amendments 7 to 10 and 180 to 192 on block.
Not moved.
Not moved. Therefore, on the basis that Pam Duncan Glancy has indicated she will not be moving amendments 7 to 10 and 180 to 192, it would be helpful if any member who wishes to move any of the amendments 7 to 10 and 180 to 192 could indicate now. No member has indicated that they wish to do so. I therefore intend to read out the amendment numbers and confirm that they are not moved. I will do so at a pace that would allow any member to call out at the relevant point that they wish to move the amendment. So I confirm for the record that the following amendments in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy are not moved. Amendments 7, 8, 9, 10, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191 and 192. I now call Amendment 193 in the name of Douglas Ross, already debated with Amendment 98. Douglas Ross, to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 193 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. That is the vote closed. Point of order, Pam Duncan Glancy.
My app didn't look like it had refreshed. It says I didn't vote, but I think I did and I voted yes.
Thank you. Your vote will be recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 193 in the name of Douglas Ross is yes 49, no 69. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 194 in the name of Douglas Ross, already debated with amendment 98. Douglas Ross, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I now call amendment 195 in the name of Douglas Ross, already debated with amendment 98. Douglas Ross, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. And I call amendment 196 in the name of Douglas Ross, already debated with amendment 98. Douglas Ross, to move or not move?
Not moved, Presiding
Not
Officer.
moved. We now turn to Group 12 on independence of the Chief Inspector. I call amendment 11 in the name of Stephen Kerr, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. I draw members' attention to the procedural information in relation to these amendments as set out in the groupings, and I call on Stephen Kerr to move Amendment 11 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This group contains over 40 amendments, and while I will not take the Chamber through each of them line by line, I can sense how disappointed you all are. Maybe I'll change my mind then, if you're so disappointed. I believe it is essential to set out clearly the principles that underpin these amendments. These amendments go to the very heart of one of the most important issues in Scottish education and in this legislation, namely the independence of the Chief Inspector of Education. At stage 2, my colleague Sue Webber, MSP, rightly brought forward many of these proposals. At stage 3, I'm bringing them back because I believe the cause of genuine accountability, rigorous scrutiny and institutional integrity demands nothing less. This is not administrative housekeeping. This is a matter of democratic integrity. These amendments go to the heart of the constitutional architecture that underpins trust, scrutiny and accountability in public life. And while I will not read out the number of each amendment, I will speak to the cohesive vision that they are intended to deliver. We are all aware of the need for a cultural transformation in Scottish education, but cultural change needs structural support, and no structure matters more than the one charged with shining a light on how our schools are performing. Let me be clear, in no mature parliamentary democracy should the executive be able to direct, suppress or amend the findings of its own inspectorate. That is not scrutiny. That is subordination. It is not accountability. It is capture. So let me quote the Muir report once again. Quote, "A new inspectorate body must be independent of government and be able to evaluate performance across the education system without political interference. Credibility, integrity and trust are dependent on such independence." That is what Ken Muir wrote in his report. Now, this isn't a nice to have, it's a constitutional necessity. The Chief Inspector must not be a creature of government. The office must be immune from ministerial direction and clearly accountable to Parliament, not to ministers. The independence of the Inspectorate is not an optional extra, it's a constitutional necessity. We do not allow ministers to audit Scotland's findings. We do not permit them to dictate the conclusions of the Scottish Information Commissioner. And we must not let them control the Chief Inspector of Education. The role must be recast as an independent statutory office holder, reporting directly to Parliament and protected from political interference. The bill, as introduced, contains a fatal flaw. While it creates a new Chief Inspector, it retains too many mechanisms of ministerial control, powers over appointment, over remit, over publication, over referral, even the ability to grant or deny entry into a home during inspection. And the public has noticed. In recent years, inspection reports have been sanitised, delayed or quietly buried. Teachers know this. Teachers know this. Parents suspect it. Everyone understands that the Inspectorate has become too close to government, too cautious, too curated. After COVID-19, when robust independent scrutiny was most needed, it was conspicuously absent. Reports minimised the scale of learning loss and downplayed the extent of behavioural decline. That is not what the public expects of independent evaluation. When scrutiny becomes service and challenge becomes choreography, we all lose. This suite of amendments delivers the clarity and constitutional strength we require. Of course.
First Minister.
I'm grateful to Mr Kerr for giving way. I wonder if Mr Kerr would provide Parliament with the evidence to substantiate the comments he's currently making.
Stephen Kerr.
Very happy to do that in the form of a very simple fact, and that is many of our schools weren't even inspected, some for over a decade. What this is about is creating an independent inspectorate that is prepared to take on the difficult and challenging task of speaking truth to power. Amendments 11 to 16 and 90, 93, 94 transfer key powers of appointment and oversight from ministers to the Parliamentary Corporation, ensuring that the Chief Inspector is not beholden to government patronage. That is consistent with the principles applied to other independent office holders, such as the Auditor General. Amendment 89 removes the legal ambiguity that renders the inspector's independence meaningless. That clause, stating that the role is subject to any contrary provision in this or any other enactment, is a loophole large enough to drive a ministerial motorcade through. And it must go. That clause undermines the entire purpose of statutory independence. By removing it, we establish that independence is not conditional, it is foundational. Amendments 20 and 23 eliminate residual clauses allowing ministerial direction of how the Chief Inspector carries out their functions. Some would ask, should ministers not have any role? And the answer clearly is yes, they should. But that role must be defined as influence, not control. And Amendment 21 preserves the ability for ministers to request inspections when concerns are raised, but it leaves the decision where it belongs, with the independent judgment of the Chief Inspector. That is the balance we need. Amendment 21 recognises that Scottish ministers may receive serious concerns about specific schools. It allows them to request an inspection, but critically, it does not oblige the Chief Inspector to act on that request. That balance is important. Ministers may raise the alarm, but only the Chief Inspector should decide whether to act. That keeps the operational judgment where it belongs, independent of political interference. Amendment 31 removes the Bill's definition of accepted establishments, which currently excludes colleges and teacher training institutions from inspection. That exclusion makes no sense if we are to adopt a coherent system of oversight across all parts of our education system. Amendment 32 removes the power of Scottish ministers to modify definitions of what the Chief Inspector may inspect. These powers, if left in, would allow ministers to quietly limit or expand the inspector's remit at will, and that is a recipe for opaque policy making, not transparent accountability. And ministers may think, well, this doesn't apply to us, we wouldn't behave in such an unseemly way, but we're creating legislation that's supposed to last and to stand the test of time, and to stand the changes of government that inevitably are coming our way. Amendments 33 and 34 make clear that the Chief Inspector reports to a committee of the Scottish Parliament with education in its remit. This is essential. Parliament, not ministers, must be the ultimate recipient of inspection findings. Amendment 36 enhances the Chief Inspector's inspection plan by requiring it sets out the frequency of inspections across all relevant educational settings, creating certainty and transparency. And there are several amendments, 43, 44, 49, 50, 54 to 57, that remove requirements for reports, plans or actions to be submitted to or approved by the Scottish ministers. For example, Amendments 55 and 56 remove the need to obtain ministerial permission before entering dwellings during inspections. I referenced that. Amendment 57 deletes section 46, which allows referrals to ministers for necessary improvements. Those are the words. Again, a function that should be independent. Amendment 58 sets out clearly when the Chief Inspector may issue reports, identifying the action. That action is required by a school or authority, triggering a statutory requirement for follow-up. Amendment 63 defines relevant person for those actions as the education authority or managers of the grant-aided school. This legal clarity ensures accountability is always directed to the correct party, not to ministers. The OECD report that I've referenced a few times this afternoon, which was commissioned by the Scottish Government itself, delivered a sobering verdict. On page 126, the OECD concluded, quote, "The Inspectorate is currently part of Education Scotland. The need for greater assurance that national aspirations were being delivered for all children and young people was clearly evident in discussions with the OECD review team. Scotland should develop strategic distance from other organisations and agencies supporting schools that give stakeholders, the public and the political system, confidence in its independence and rigour." It went further, I quote, "As a national agency, an inspectorate is a key policy tool for consistency and comparability across federated or devolved systems." Went on to report other countries, Ireland, the Netherlands, New Zealand, have endowed their inspectorates with statutory independence. Scotland must do the same, and half measures will not suffice. I think we need to be honest in our conversations. Many of us, I'm sure, meet regularly with teachers, And too many teachers have lost faith in the system because they felt inspection was too cosy with government and too far removed from professional realities. These amendments are not about punishing ministers. They are about building confidence. They are about making sure that scrutiny is real, not symbolic. They are about ensuring that if something is going wrong in a school, the Chief Inspector can say so without fear or favour and without asking for permission. Presiding Officer, to leave the bill unamended is to leave ambiguity in place, and ambiguity is where complacency takes root. The lesson of Education Scotland is that proximity to power blunts scrutiny. We must not repeat that mistake. The amendments in this group do not weaken democracy, they seek to strengthen it. They uphold the principle that while ministers govern, it is Parliament that scrutinises, and the Chief Inspector must be an instrument of that scrutiny, not a subordinate arm of government. Trust in public institutions begins with how they are structured. These amendments bring structure, independence and clarity to a role that has been for far too long clouded by compromise. We cannot legislate for trust, but we can legislate for independence, for integrity, for scrutiny that answers not to ministers but to the Scottish Parliament. Support these amendments. Let's make inspection in Scotland not only credible but constitutionally sound. I urge ministers across the chamber to support this full package of amendments and in doing so to affirm that independence is not optional, it is essential.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to speak to Amendment 198 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. For an inspectorate to command confidence, it must not only be independent in law but adequately resourced in practice. And Amendment 198, I think, secures that practical independence. At present, the bill leaves the total number of inspectors wholly at the discretion of ministers. Amendment 198 would require ministers, when deciding that number, to do two things. First, consult the Chief Inspector. And secondly, take account of the workload set out in the Chief Inspector's own annual inspection plan. That means staffing will follow need, not convenience. The principle mirrors the evidence we heard at Stage 1 and in Professor Moore's review. If an inspectorate is to provide rigorous assurance and credible improvement advice, it must have capacity aligned to its programme of work, rather than to a headcount fixed in advance. The duty created by Amendment 198 is modest. It obliges ministers to listen and consider, not to rubber stamp, but it is a safeguard. It prevents a scenario in which the inspectorate's statutory plan says one thing, while its people power, set elsewhere, makes delivering that plan impossible. There are a number of amendments in this group in the name of Mr Kerr, and my colleague Martin Whitfield will speak further to these amendments. But for various reasons, we are unable to support all of them. But we can support Amendment 21 in the name of Mr Kerr. Presiding Officer, credibility absolutely depends on capability, and Amendment 198 doesn't allow the Chief Inspector to decide alone how many staff they need. It allows them to influence the government's direction on that, and that, I think, is crucial so that the Inspectorate can do its job with the resources backed up to do it properly. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I now call Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer. And it's a pleasure to speak in this section, but to echo Mr Kerr's earlier contribution, I'm profoundly disappointed I'm going to be unable to support most of his amendments in the section, and I do so because he has talked about the profound importance of this bill and of education to Scotland, to the people of Scotland, and indeed its future. And this is a seminal moment, certainly for this session, with regards to an education bill. But he's also talked about the separation of powers, and this is where I am challenged with the amendments that he's brought forward. They are, if I can group them, a set that wish to involve the corporate body of this Parliament, and also a set that wish to instil upon a committee of this Parliament responsibilities. And I think, with the greatest respect to Mr Kerr, who's moving these amendments, we need to look at the separation of power and take it one step higher. I have no challenge with the independence of various inspectors, departments and organisations that sit within the remit of education. But I do question the route that he is taking for that independence, because if we can go back to 1748 and the very recent words of Montesquieu, that when legislative and executive powers are united in the same person or the same body, there can be no liberty. There is no liberty if the powers of judging is not separated from the legislature and the executive. There would be an end to everything if the same man or same body were to exercise those three powers. And questioning the gender wording of a quote from so long ago, if you bring into the legislature the responsibility to govern and oversee, which I am deeply afraid your amendments go too far and incur and place a responsibility on those committees, we fundamentally challenge the purpose of this place, which the member has spoken on a number of occasions about the obligation to oversee, to review, to hold to account. If we are going to do that in this Parliament, then this Parliament is not the place to govern elements of education. It is the place to hold the executive to account in their responsibility to the people of Scotland, and in particular the young people of Scotland, to have an education system that is fit for the purpose it is intended, to give all of us a better future. I'm grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr Brookfield, I call the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I set out at stage 2 that the model for the Chief Inspector, as provided for in the bill as drafted, follows previous successful models for other HM inspectorates in Scotland. Now, Mr Kerr's amendments 11 to 16, 33, 34, 90, 93 and 94, 49, 50, 54 and 89 in this group seek to replace that model with one where ministers have no role and the Chief Inspector is instead supported by the Scottish Parliament's corporate body. And in imposing that approach, I am very mindful of the recommendation made by the Finance and Public Administration Committee regarding the need for a moratorium on SPCB-supported bodies. That position has now been powerfully reinforced by the report by the SPCB-supported Bodies Landscape Review Committee just last week. Now, in addition, Mr Kerr's proposed model would not allow, as the model proposed in the bill does, HM Inspectors of Education to continue to be civil servants, one of Professor Kenmure's key recommendations. Now, that would bring the significant implications associated with transferring staff out of the civil service, including for their terms and conditions of employment, and I therefore cannot support these amendments. Turning to Mr Kerr's other amendments in this group, as members will be aware, ministers have statutory duties that they must fulfil relating to education, including the duty to endeavour to secure improvement in the quality of school education. Now, I believe that many of the amendments proposed by Mr Kerr are inappropriate, as they would prevent or significantly hinder the ability of ministers to fulfil those duties. So I would urge members to resist Mr Kerr's amendments 20 and 21 on ministers being able to secure inspection, 43 and 44 on the inspection plan, 57 to 73 on removing ministers' role in enforcement directions, 95 which looks to remove the ministerial power to appoint someone to deputise for the Chief Inspector, and 23 on the ministerial power to specify the frequency of inspection. Now, moving on to his amendments 31, 32 and 36, these would remove the definition of accepted establishment from the bill. Now, as we rehearsed at stage 2, that is problematic because, taken together, that would routinely bring post-16 further education colleges and the higher education institutions that deliver accredited initial teacher education within the scope of the Chief Inspector's duty to secure inspection. This would cause potential duplication and confusion because it would cut across the statutory roles of both the SFC and the GTCS, and I would therefore encourage members to also resist those amendments. Now, with regards to Mr Kerr's amendments 55 and 56 on the power of entry, I understand that the member's intention here is to remove ministerial influence over the inspectorate. He is also, no doubt inadvertently, removing a safeguard which applies before an inspector may enter a person's private dwelling. So I would strongly encourage members to resist those amendments. Turning to Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 198, this seeks to restrict the ability of ministers to determine the number of inspectors to be appointed. It does so, however, in a way that introduces a level of ambiguity. So, for example, It's not clear what the formulation in consultation with means, rather than the more usual following consultation with. This might be taken to suggest that agreement from both is required. Furthermore, the recruitment of inspectors would be linked to what is set out in the inspection plan. This would prevent the recruitment of inspectors from taking place in advance of a new inspection plan being agreed, even when a draft plan has received unanimous support. Now, I'm sure that members will agree that this would not be a desirable outcome, and I think it is important that ministers should be able to respond to the staffing needs of the inspectorate. And on that basis, I cannot support this amendment, and I would ask members to reject it.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I now call Stephen Kerr to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 11.
Well, first of all, Deputy Presiding Officer, I'm grateful to all who have contributed, obviously, to the debate on this grouping. I was particularly impressed that so many SNP MSPs were listening to my final comments of my speech. There must be a triggering word in there somewhere. I'll have to try and find out what it is. But I do struggle with the idea that somehow I'm creating some kind of anomalous sort of role, because at the end of the day, the Auditor General and Audit Scotland, who act independently and whose activities range across a whole widespread range of different activities that involve public funds, with the Auditor General regularly appearing before the Audit Committee, I struggle to understand why, in his role of helping us as parliamentarians scrutinise the work of the government, why the Chief Inspector of Education would be any different in that respect, providing this Parliament, as we will come on to discuss reports in a future grouping, this Parliament with information that would allow us to have a fuller and deeper scrutiny of the very thing that the Cabinet Secretary says that my amendments would seek to hinder, namely the responsibilities that I acknowledge rest on the shoulders of ministers in respect to the discharge of ministerial duties towards the education system and the performance of education in Scotland. So I struggle with that idea. But, Deputy Presiding Officer, I will seek to move Amendment 11, but I give advance notice if that is unsuccessful, then I will not be pressing any of the other amendments in this group.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. The question is, does Amendment 11 be agreed to? Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division, and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Jamie Hepburn.
I'm afraid I cannot tell if my vote's gone through, but I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Hepburn. Your vote was in fact recorded. Oh, point of order, Craig Hoy.
Apologies, Deputy Presiding Officer, my app is frozen. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Hoy. Your vote will be recorded. So, yes. The result of the vote on amendment number 11 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes, 28, no 90. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 197 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 98. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 197 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 197 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 48, no 68. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 12 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 11. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call Amendment 13 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 11. And I remind members that if Amendment 13 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 198 by way of preemption. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call Amendment 198 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 11. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 198 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Brian Whittle.
Presiding Officer, my app wouldn't connect. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Whittle. Your vote will be recorded. Point of order, Nicola Sturgeon.
App wouldn't connect. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Sturgeon. Your vote will be recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 198 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 49, no 68. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 14 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with amendment 11. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call amendment 15 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with amendment 11. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call Amendment 16 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 11. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call Amendment 199 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 98. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved, Presiding Officer.
Not moved. I call Amendment 200 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 98. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. We now turn to Group 13 on purpose of inspection. I call Amendment 17 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with Amendments 18, 25, 45 and 80. I point out that if Amendment 23 previously debated in Group 12 on independence of the Chief Inspector is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 25 by way of preemption, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary to move Amendment 17 and to speak to all amendments in the group.
Presiding Officer, I welcome the shared agreement, including in the committee Stage 1 report, that the purpose of inspection should be set out in the bill. In the interest of building consensus, I agreed at Stage 2 not to press my amendments and to work with other members in advance of Stage 3 to develop a shared purpose for inspection with as broad support as possible. And I therefore am very pleased that, working in particular with Ms Duncan Glancy, we've been able to bring forward Amendment 17 in my name, along with Amendments 25 and 80, which are consequential to it. Now, I'd like to put on record my thanks to Ms Duncan Glancy and the staff in her office who helped to facilitate this. Critically, Amendment 17 acknowledges the purpose of providing assurance to the public about the quality of education being provided in our educational establishments. It also, though, addresses a concern raised at Stage 2 by the EIS that the purpose of inspection should include holding institutions, not individual teachers, to account, which is made clear in Amendment 17. So I would therefore urge members to support these amendments today. Turning to Mr Kerr's amendments, my concerns with these, which he has brought back following Stage 2, are that they remain overly prescriptive. Including amendments of this nature in legislation makes it very difficult for the new Chief Inspector to develop their role organically, and importantly, it would also limit their ability to respond to the changing needs of our education system over time. And at Stage 2, I noted in response to Mr Kerr's amendments, I believe that it is significant that when Professor Muir gave evidence to the committee, he expressed some concern that the Inspectorate could become dominated by reporting, which is a risk I believe these amendments exacerbate. Now, Professor Donaldson also highlighted the risk of flexibility for the Chief Inspector in overly focusing on its reporting role. Additionally, Amendments 18 and 45 would prevent thematic inspections from being possible, as it would require every matter listed in Amendment 18 to be covered in each inspection and inspection report. And if accepted, those amendments really do risk hindering the Chief Inspector's flexibility and also weakening the independence of inspection and reporting in our education system. So I would urge Mr Kerr not to move these amendments, and if they are moved, I would ask members not to support them. I move Amendment 17.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I call Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 18 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Amendments 18 and 45 seek to reshape the purpose of school inspections in Scotland to ensure underlying issues within schools are identified and worrying trends are not ignored. I take cognisance of what the Cabinet Secretary has said about an overburden of reporting, but I believe that I need to take the time, I apologise, to make the case for why these issues require to be called out and appear on the face of the bill as areas for inspection, because these amendments don't create unnecessary bureaucracy or abstraction, but rather root the process in the realities of modern Scottish education. These amendments outline key areas for mandatory assessment that reflect the experience of staff, pupils and parents, and each element is proposed not as a technicality but as an educational necessity. And we must begin where the crisis is most acute, in school discipline. That's Part A of the Amendment 18. It's agreed, I think, by every member of this Parliament that there is a discipline issue in Scottish schools. The NASUWT Scotland survey for March 2025 found that 83% of teachers reported more pupils physically violent or abusive in the past year. 8 in 10 had been threatened with a weapon. And over a third, 37%, were actually assaulted by pupils in 12 months. Nearly 90% experienced verbal abuse, some swearing and threats to racist or sexist insults. Now, the Scottish Government's Behaviour in Scottish Schools Survey 2023 reported that incidents of violence, aggression, disruption have risen significantly in recent years. In fact, 35.8% of Scottish 15-year-olds told PISA 2022 researchers that they'd witnessed a physical fight at school, double the OECD average. What is particularly alarming is the increased vulnerability of female teachers. Teachers have described being groped, sexually harassed and physically intimidated. The Cabinet Secretary is fully aware that female teachers feel least safe, yet the response has been to issue vague recommendations without investment or statutory backing to make a difference. Given this reality, we must call into question the implementation of discipline policies. Under Scotland's new National Action Plan on Relationships and Behaviour, which was launched in August 2024, every school should have a clear behaviour policy that is followed by all. However, the NESUWT found 1 in 5 teachers could not confirm their school even had a behaviour policy, and of those who did, only 6% said it was always enforced. Worse still, teachers have raised concerns about over-reliance on restorative behavioural approaches. 69% of Scottish teachers in one survey said that this approach was the single biggest factor in deteriorating pupil behaviour at their school. Nearly 2/3 felt restorative practices like mediated conversations after incidents were ineffective for managing serious discipline. The NESUWT's General Secretary cautioned that teachers, and I quote, are being left without the backup and effective deterrents needed to address poor pupil behaviour. That's the end of the quote. Despite this, the SNP government's recent guidance, which we haven't had the opportunity to discuss in the chamber, is a collection of buzzwords, which entirely fails to meet the seriousness of the situation. The guidance lacks clarity, direction, and the legislative backbone to deliver safety. Instead of rules, teachers are given laminated lists of bullet points to hand out. Miles Briggs was bang on the money when he said, "This SNP-issued guidance is a pathetic response to the epidemic of violence in Scottish classrooms." I think he was right. We now know that violence is a big problem in schools, and the guidance issued to schools is not worth the laminated paper it is written on. The culture of tolerating or hiding violence affects the whole school environment and learning outcomes. It drains teaching time. Staff firefight disruptions. Instead of teaching, good teachers leave, and pupils' learning suffers. It is vital that inspectors ask the questions. Are school discipline policies effective? Are they implemented? Are staff safe? Because if we cannot guarantee safety, then every other aim, equity, attainment, inclusion, is undermined. Amendment 18 enshrines this focus into the heart of inspections. Now, Part B is the quality of the learning environment. Now, Audit Scotland's 2021 report, Improving Outcomes for Young People, made clear the stark disparities between schools in different council areas. From digital connectivity and support staffing to access to up-to-date sports facilities and safe buildings, the variation is, I hope we all agree, unacceptable. The physical and digital infrastructure of a school directly affects learner outcomes. Inspectors must be empowered to assess the fitness of the learning environment in its totality. And the learning environment is not only about buildings, it's also about class context and culture. Class size is one key indicator. In primary schools, the average class grew to 23.3 pupils by 2022, and over 10% of primary pupils were in classes of more than 30. Despite an official policy aimed to cap classes at 25 for Primary 1 and 30 for Primary 2 to 3. Secondary classes can be even larger in popular subjects, although official averages aren't collected. Why does this matter for inspections? Because overly large classes can undermine the quality of the learning environment. Noise levels rise, individual support dwindles, and teachers struggle to manage diverse learning needs. Indeed, an internal EIS survey found 72.8% of secondary branches and 65.5% of primary teachers identified smaller class sizes as a top priority for improving inclusion and behaviour. Inspectors must therefore observe class sizes and pupil-teacher ratios as their effect on classroom atmosphere provides vital context for a school's performance. Now, the next element is the support provided to persons with additional support needs, including access to appropriate resources and specialist support. The Angela Morgan Review 2020 condemned the implementation of Scotland's additional support for learning laws as fragmented and inconsistent. And Audit Scotland again backed this up in 2021. Far too many learners with ASN, particularly those in mainstream settings, are not receiving the support they need. The presumption of mainstreaming, while well-intended, has not been matched with adequate training or staffing. Audit Scotland reports a persistent attainment gap. Pupils with identified ASN receive significantly lower exam results on average and are less likely to go to positive destinations, and I know how much the government love to talk about positive destinations after school, than their peers. A fundamental problem identified by the Morgan Review in 2020 is that implementation of ASN support is fragmented and inconsistent. In practice, This can mean ASN provision differs wildly by council or school. A child might flourish in one school with good support, but a similar child elsewhere might struggle without it. The Morgan Review concluded that many aspects of the system need improvement, from staff training to resources and coordination. These findings were accepted by the Scottish Government, which developed an ASN action plan, but progress has been slow. By late 2024, only 40 of 76 recommended actions had been completed. This context makes it critical that inspections rigorously examine how each school supports ASN learners. Frontline testimony from teachers and families suggests an ongoing ASN support crisis. The SSTA has warned of a system not built to meet pupils' needs. And the SSTA President, Stuart Hunter, said in 2025, earlier this year, ASN staff are overwhelmed and the system is breaking. This leaves class teachers trying to juggle full teaching loads plus the role of learning support. We cannot continue to have a policy where children with complex needs are placed in classrooms without the means to support them and then leave it to teachers to manage the consequences. Inspections must ask, are ASN pupils being supported in practice, not just in theory? Now I come to the next element, which is the morale and well-being of teachers and staff. And I'm sorry I'm taking so long to spell this out, but the importance of each of these elements in this amendment needs to be illustrated, because the morale and mental health of teachers and school staff are not soft issues. They directly influence teaching quality and pupil experience. When staff are demoralised or burnt out, absenteeism rises and continuity suffers, and it becomes harder to retain good teachers, leading to shortages. Unfortunately, multiple surveys since 2018 indicate worsening stress and well-being among Scotland's teachers. Even before the pandemic, an EIS survey in 2019 found only 33% of teachers felt generally satisfied in their job. And by 2021, an EIS health and well-being survey of over 16,000 teachers painted a grim picture. Over 70% of respondents said they felt stressed frequently or all the time, and fully 50% rated their well-being at work as poor or very poor. In 2022 to 23, Scottish teachers took 383,000 sick days, the highest number in over a decade, while data compiled by the Improvement Service showed stress is now the #1 cause of teacher absence across Scotland. The Improvement Service warned this trend is expected to worsen in coming years if nothing changes. So, this is the importance of including this element in the inspection. Are staff protected? Are they listened to? Are they being treated with professional dignity? The next element is to do with the number of teachers and staff in the establishment that can meet the needs of persons undertaking a qualification in that establishment. A 2025 survey by School Leaders Scotland revealed that more than a third of secondary schools had to cut or reduce course offerings due to lack of teachers. Subjects like business studies, computing, home economics, modern languages, modern studies, physics are losing a foothold in timetables. In some schools, these courses have been withdrawn entirely for lack of a specialist teacher. For example, 20 schools reported removing computing from their curriculum. Others could only offer Nat 4-5 computing by assigning a teacher from another subject, a non-specialist. And it goes on. These are often practical subjects, crucial for skills and for certain career paths. And when they vanish, our young people lose opportunities. And I would have thought that all of us in this chamber were interested in underpinning equality of opportunity for Scotland's children and young people. And this applies in core exam subjects like maths and English. Staffing is strained. And SLS found that secondary schools start each day with an average of 2.9 teaching vacancies unfilled, even before accounting for teachers off sick. And there's a lot that we could say about vacancy rates. I'll pass over those and summarise as follows. Inspections must ask, is the workforce meeting the needs of pupils? Now, there are two items together. One is the type of employment contract held by teachers and staff in establishment, and the other is the number of teachers in the establishment who are completing probationary service or are newly qualified teachers having completed their probation service no more than 5 years before the date of the inspection. 1 in 6 teachers in Scotland is currently employed on a temporary contract. Newly qualified teachers routinely complete probation and are left scrambling for piecemeal roles. Now, I recently visited a school in the Central Scotland Regional constituency and met a fantastic young teacher. But he was running out of time and had no prospect, he told me, of a permanent position. He had worked really hard to get where he'd gotten to. He had worked in Tesco's, he'd worked in McDonald's as he went through his teacher qualification, and now he was faced with the prospect, not having a permanent position and having to return to the piecemeal work that he'd been doing before. How do we feel about that? I know how I feel about that, because I was looking into his face. This was a committed professional. This was someone who had a vocation in teaching. And you could see it in the children in his class. They loved him, they loved his teaching, he was interesting. He was exactly the sort of teacher that I would want my kids and grandkids to have. And yet here he was, facing the prospect of a very uncertain future. Newly qualified teachers, we should be looking at them closely. And this churn erodes continuity for learners. It disincentivises careers in teaching, and it puts probationers in deeply vulnerable situations. This uncertainty is corrosive, both for the profession and for the pupils. Inspections must include an assessment of staffing stability, both in number and contract quality. Why does all this matter? Firstly, high reliance on temporary staff can disrupt continuity for pupils. A school with many temporary teachers might experience mid-year staffing changes or temps rotating year to year. And as the EIS has argued, you can't maintain consistently high quality learning if a significant chunk of your staff are effectively visiting teachers with no job security. And I'm also mindful of the teachers themselves. Being on a string of temporary contracts causes stress, lowers morale, and ultimately pushes some very talented people to leave the profession that they chose and love. For instance, after finishing the teacher induction scheme, only 12.8% of new primary teachers in 2023-24 obtained a permanent post, down from 57.6% 6 years earlier. Now, Amendment 18 will require inspectors to consider what proportion of a school's teachers are permanent versus temporary or probationers. The rationale is that a school relying too heavily on temporary staff might signal deeper problems in workforce planning or management culture. So the questions that we need to ask ourselves is, when we see 30%, as is the case
Mr. Kerr, could I just say, could you resume your seat for a wee second? Thank you so much. Obviously, you're perfectly entitled to speak to your amendment, which you have done very thoroughly. But we're now, I think, 15 minutes on. I think the normal indication is about 5 minutes. So could I please ask you to draw your remarks to a close? Thank you very much indeed.
Well, I have to say that I was unaware that there was any kind of a time limit. I'm trying to give a genuine.
Mr. Kerr, can you please resume your seat? I think if you were to speak perhaps with your business manager, you would understand a bit more about this process, because they have the information that you may have been seeking in that regard. So, but please resume and bring your remarks to a close. Thank you very much.
Yeah, listen, it's not my party that's brought stage 3 of an education bill to the Scottish Parliament on the last Tuesday before the summer recess. In fact, it's my party that most consistently brings the subject of education to this chamber at all. And therefore, I don't really feel to apologise for trying to explain why this amendment is a big amendment in my mind about what constitutes a thorough inspection and what elements should be. You might not agree with it, but for members to applaud the suggestion that I should somehow know my place and know where I stand in the affairs of this Parliament and sit down and shut up is not going to work with me. So I will move on to, because I'm near the end actually, because I'm at H in the amendment, that such matters as the Chief Inspector considers appropriate. And the point I'd make about this is that education is dynamic. New challenges emerge all the time, and inspectors must have the freedom to adapt. I think that should strike a chord with what the Cabinet Secretary said a few moments ago. That's why Amendment 18 includes a provision for the Chief Inspector to add other areas of relevance to an inspection, which is quite right. Amendment 45 ensures that these considerations are reflected in the reports laid before Parliament. Transparency must match rigour. Each element, as I've tried to illustrate, of Amendment 18 is backed by strong evidence and stakeholder support. From discipline and learning environment to staffing and teacher morale, these factors are vital to the quality of schooling and have often been raised by teachers' unions, parents' groups and educational researchers as needing attention. I understand certain members of the government party may not want me to talk about any of these things because they shed a light on what has been the state of Scottish education for the last 18 years under their stewardship. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't include these on the face of the bill as elements in an inspection. These issues are intertwined with each other. Poor morale, well, the First Minister can speak as loudly as he likes because I've got the microphone. He's just chuntering away there. Poor morale is caused by bad behaviour, which is caused by lack of stability in the class, either due to no regular teacher or lack of pupil support. This poor behaviour leads to teachers leaving and the cycle repeats. By writing them into the statutory inspection regime, Parliament will ensure that school inspections in Scotland provide a full picture and actionable recommendations on the things that matter most for improving our schools. Implementing these will help drive improvements such as safer classrooms, better support for ASN children, more consistent staffing for exam courses and a more motivated teaching workforce. These are exactly the outcomes a Stage 3 parliamentary speech should highlight, underlining that Amendment 18 is a well-founded and crucial step towards delivering excellence and equity in Scottish education. This is not tokenism. These are elements of fact grounded in truth. And we affirm that education cannot flourish in denial. And we affirm that schools, staff and learners deserve an inspection system that asks the right questions, demands the right standards and helps every school improve. I urge colleagues across the chamber to support these amendments and restore both purpose and integrity to school inspection in Scotland.
I now call Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And just to reiterate to give my thanks to the Cabinet Secretary for working with me and my team on the purpose of inspection. I think that we've got to a place where it could be exactly as it should be. I also, though, think that Mr Kerr's amendment, number 18, highlights a lot of the issues that we see in classrooms today that teachers, pupils, parents and others are telling us that are of huge concern. The numbers of teachers on temporary contracts, the numbers of newly qualified teachers that can't get jobs, the experience of violence and poor behaviour in school, all of these aspects, and of course the experience of pupils with support needs. All of these are aspects, I think, that the inspection and inspectors should be looking at. And so for those reasons, I would support both the Amendment 17 and Amendment 18. I think that together they're a good group of amendments, and I would encourage Parliament to support both.
Thank you. I would advise members that they will note that we have now passed the agreed time limit for the debate on this group to finish. And I would advise members that, in fact, I exercised my power under Rule 9.8.4a, open brackets, small c, close brackets, to allow the debate on this group to continue beyond the limit in order to get to the end of it. And I call the Cabinet Secretary to wind up. Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I'm very grateful again to Ms Duncan-Glancy and her office for working with me and officials in relation to Amendment 17 and in relation to Mr Kerr. I would again urge him not to move his amendments in this group and instead support the amendments in my name.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The question is that Amendment 17 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I now call Amendment 18 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 17. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 18 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Brian Whittle.
Sorry, Presiding Officer, my app wouldn't connect again. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Whittle. Your vote will be recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 18 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes, 49, no, 68. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. And could I just take this opportunity of correcting the record as regards the result of the vote on amendment number 198 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already dealt with. In fact, the result is as follows: yes, 49, no, 69. There were no abstentions, and the amendment is therefore not agreed, and the correction, of course, does not change the result of the vote as intimated previously. I now turn to Group 14, Frequency of Inspection. I call Amendment 19 in the name of Stephen Kerr, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. I draw members' attention to the procedural information in relation to these amendments as set out in the groupings, and I call on Stephen Kerr to move Amendment 19 and to speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Kerr.
Deputy Presiding Officer, the amendments I bring forward in this group, Amendments 19 and 22, are rooted in one fundamental principle, that every learner in Scotland, regardless of postcode or background, has the right to attend a school that is rigorously and transparently inspected. That is not a radical demand, it is a basic requirement of quality assurance in any high-functioning public service. Audit Scotland, in its 2021 report, Improving Outcomes for Young People Through School Education, highlighted a fundamental weakness in the Scottish education system, that there is no statutory requirement for cyclical school inspections. Instead, Scotland operates a risk-based model that inspects only a small sample of schools annually, just 1.6% of all schools in 2021-22, which means that some schools, as I mentioned earlier to the intervention, in response to the intervention from the First Minister, some schools in Scotland have not been inspected in over a decade. This is not a theoretical concern, it is a reality. It means that parents are left without reliable information about the performance of their child's school. It means that head teachers may go an entire career without receiving external professional challenge. It means that schools can drift unintentionally but measurably away from excellence without anyone noticing until it is too late. And Amendments 19 and 22 would address this directly by requiring that each educational authority establishment is inspected at least once every 4 years. I believe this is reasonable and proportionate and achievable. And it brings Scotland into line with our neighbours, because across Europe, statutory inspection cycles are the norm. According to the EU Commission's 2015 report, A Continuum of Approaches to School Inspections Across Europe, which was commissioned from the Dublin City University, most countries operating within a 3 to 5 year inspection window. England, Ofsted, inspects state-funded schools on a 4-year cycle for schools previously rated good or outstanding. Wales is just outside this average, operating a 6-year inspection cycle, supplemented by annual self-evaluation reporting. Ireland, a multi-year rolling inspection programme applies, with schools typically inspected every 3 to 5 years. The Netherlands uses differentiated inspection cycles but guarantees inspections at least once every 4 years, even for high-performing schools. However, in Scotland, half our schools haven't been inspected for a very long time, and Scottish education used to be and should be the gold standard, and now we can't even seem to inspect our schools on a regular basis. And why does this matter? Because inspection is not a bureaucratic exercise, it's a cornerstone of public accountability. It tells the public how the education system is performing, it supports professional improvement, it creates conditions for trust and transparency, it can identify issues before they become endemic. And Amendments 19 and 22 introduce a statutory requirement that every educational establishment be inspected at least once every 4 years. This is not an abstract or academic concern, it responds directly to what is a glaring weakness in the current system. In Stage 2, in the committee meetings we held, I raised this very point. And I said, and I repeat today, that a lack of regular inspection is not only a failure of policy, but a failure of principle. We are supposed to be here, the champions of equity and quality in Scottish education, yet we permit an inspection regime that allows schools to go unvisited for many years. And the Cabinet Secretary responded at Stage 2 that the inspection capacity was limited and that a statutory duty could overburden the system, but that is not a reason to evade accountability. That is a reason to resource it properly. If we accept the argument that we cannot afford to inspect our schools regularly, then what are we really saying? What we're really saying is that we cannot afford quality assurance in schools. And we cannot afford, we're also saying that we can't afford transparency. And that is a position that no serious government or party should adopt. We all agree that the most efficient way to reduce the burden on the NHS is through preventative measures, as this will cost significantly less in the long term. We have that argument regularly in this chamber. Well, I would argue the exact same here. If you want to reduce poverty, improve health outcomes, create a highly skilled and highly productive workforce, then we must ensure our schools are of the highest standard, and that implies regular inspection. The 4-year cycle ensures that every child over the course of their primary or secondary journey attends a school that will be inspected at least once. Is that really asking for too much? Because that is the baseline of fairness. It also provides schools with a predictable timeline, no more speculation about when inspection might arrive, no more operating under a cloud of uncertainty. It professionalises the process and strengthens public trust, and also, I would argue, the trust of school leaders and their staff. Let me also briefly address the amendments lodged by Pam Duncan-Glancy, Amendments 202 and 203, which propose school inspections at a 7 or 11-year cycle. And while I believe these intervals are too long to provide the necessary accountability, I recognise again their intention. And if my 4-year proposal is not accepted by Parliament, I urge colleagues to at least support these amendments as a backstop, because even a flawed cycle is better than no cycle at all. And I also welcome Amendment 241, which allows schools to request an inspection. This is pure common sense. If a school believes it would benefit from an external review, that request should not be dismissed. Amendment 241 rightly requires the Chief Inspector to respond with either a commitment to inspect or a written justification for declining. Presiding Officer, these amendments do not demand perfection, they demand professionalism. They do not impose micromanagement, they impose accountability, as they should. And without regular inspections, we cannot claim to know what's happening in our schools. And without a reporting duty, we cannot claim to be transparent. And without statutory requirements, we cannot claim to be serious. as Amendments 19 and 22 set a clear and reasonable achievable standard, and they call for they answer the call of Audit Scotland, that I've referenced earlier. They align us with international best practice, and they send a message to every parent, teacher and learner in Scotland: your school matters and it will not be forgotten. I urge colleagues across the chamber to support these essential reforms.
I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to speak to Amendment 201 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. A school inspection should offer two assurances. First, that every learner's right to a high-quality education is being met, and secondly, that support will arrive promptly where standards fall short. Neither assurance can be given if inspections don't take place for years, and there are some establishments in Scotland that have not had an inspection at all since 2008. To anchor regular inspection in law, Amendments 201, 202 and 203 provide a rebuttable presumption of minimum frequency. They present the Chamber with two practical options. Amendment 202, an inspection at least once every 7 years. Amendment 203, an inspection at least once every 11 years. 7 years spans a learner's journey from the first day of primary school to the start of secondary, while 11 years follows the same learner from primary 1 right through to the final year of what is considered mandatory secondary education in Scotland. Either interval would be a marked improvement on the current position. I emphasise that these frequencies, of course, are a floor, not a ceiling, and that they could be amended and we could have them more frequently. That's why we would support the Cabinet Secretary's amendments 24, 26, 27 and 28, which would empower ministers to, by the affirmative parliamentary procedure, affirmative thus unlikely to go back, to slide back on 7 or 11, but the affirmative parliamentary procedure to vary the specified interval by regulation should the opportunity arise and it be considered necessary that establishments would be inspected more frequently. Our amendments, I think, are stronger because they ensure a specific time in legislation and that no school waits indefinitely for external scrutiny. But nonetheless, there is the backstop, as you might call it, of the Cabinet Secretary's amendments. Regular cycles, however, are only part of the picture. Amendments 229 and 230 in my name require the Chief Inspector, in their published inspection plan, to set out a transparent, risk-based model which can be used to identify where additional or earlier visits may be necessary. That ensures resources follow need, not timetable. And that is something that, when we spoke to teachers and school leaders, they felt that that was really important, that they could have the ability to identify where they could seek improvement and seek help. And that's why Amendments 229 and 230, I think, are also important amendments. And finally, Amendment 341 gives educational establishments the right to request an inspection, even if it is not otherwise due that particular year. Stage 1 committee said that a fresh external view can be Stage 1 committee report said that a fresh external review can be invaluable when a school has already begun its own improvement journey. This amendment makes that professional discretion possible. It also requires engagement with the local authority for that purpose, so that both the local authority and the school understand that a request for inspection would be useful for the school and that they can make it together to the inspectorate. With these measures, baseline frequency, a risk-based overlay and the option for schools to call in an inspection when they judge it to be helpful, we move from an inspection regime that is sporadic and opaque, and that in its sporadic and opaque nature can also deliver fear into the staff that work in schools, which is not what inspection should deliver. So these amendments, I think, move us from an inspection regime that's sporadic and opaque to one that's predictable, responsive and supportive. That is exactly the sort of independent inspectorate regime that we need in Scotland. And therefore, I move Amendment 201 and I support Amendments 202, 203 and commend Amendments 229, 230 and 341 in the other members' names, and I confirm that Scottish Labour will support the Cabinet Secretary's amendments as well. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, and I call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 24 and other amendments in the group.
Presiding Officer, the frequency of inspection, and in particular our schools, is a really important topic, and we discussed this at length during Stage 2. Now, at Stage 2, Mr Kerr proposed that all schools should be inspected at least every 3 years, which would have seen the inspector undertaking about 800 inspections per year. His amendments 19 and 22 would now require such inspections to occur every 4 years, as we have heard, and given that there are around 250 school inspections per year, we would still need to significantly increase the resourcing of inspection to achieve the approximately 600 inspections per year, which those amendments would require. But arguably, even more importantly, would be the system impacts. Now, inspectors generally come from head teacher or deputy head teacher roles, so the implications of suddenly recruiting many more of those individuals for their schools and pupils would be very challenging. Now, Ms Duncan Glancy also proposes in her amendments 201, 202 and 203 that we include a minimum frequency of inspection on the face of the bill, offering alternatives of 7 or 11 years, as we have heard. The fact that we are offered, though, today 3 different minimum frequencies underscores a fundamental problem with this approach. What are the criteria or rationale on which we are to judge whether a minimum of 4, 7 or 11 years is optimal for our schools? So that is why my own amendments 24, 26, 27 and 28 set out a process by which ministers must engage fully with the education system and, following that careful consideration, set out to Parliament what is believed to be the optimum minimum frequency for school inspection. Amendment 28. Yes, I will.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary. Sorry. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention. And I recognise the point, because we've got an amendment proposing 4, proposing 7 and proposing 11. I would argue that I set out quite a strong rationale, actually, for a school being inspected at least once in a young person's primary school career, or if not, at least once into their secondary school into 4th year. And those, I think that would provide a rational, logical and specific defined inspection regime in legislation, and the Cabinet Secretary's powers, the powers in the Cabinet Secretary's amendments allow that to be reconsidered, either to be more frequent in the future. And so I don't know why the Cabinet Secretary can't support a minimum in legislation.
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I thank the member for her intervention. I want to come on to talk to that. I'm broadly supportive of the positions she expresses. However, she will recall that during stage 2, she had a proposal at that time which was about ensuring that regulations would be made. Now, I think that she's since changed her position, of course, through these amendments that have come forward today. But I do not believe we should be rushing to set a minimum frequency today, because at stage 2, Ms Duncan Glancy introduced a requirement that teachers should be consulted before any minimum frequency was set, and I agree with her. So I believe that she was right in taking that view then, and there should be consultation with the teaching profession before we set that minimum level, which regulations would allow us to do. I do have some sympathy with the intentions of our other amendments, as I've alluded to. Amendment 229 and 230 would put in place a requirement for the inspection plan to set out a risk-based method by which the frequency of inspection is to be set, and a description of risk levels and how these would be assessed. And consideration of risk is, of course, part of effective inspection and an approach which is already embedded in the approach to inspection. But this might inadvertently give the impression that inspections are only initiated when there are perceived to be problems, which could risk skewing the overall picture of the education system that inspections can only obtain. So it also risks building that rigidity into inspection additionally. Those amendments would also take away the current provision requiring the inspection plan to set out the frequency which different types of establishment would be inspected, and I'm sure members will agree that that would be an unsatisfactory result, and I'm happy to give way.
Pam Duncan Glancy.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for giving way, and actually those timescales and the need to have timescales in legislation has been tested with teachers, school leaders, inspectors and others across the country, because I do understand the importance of doing that consultation, and I have done that and consider the due diligence that the Cabinet Secretary might expect. I also don't take. Would the Cabinet Secretary accept then? That, or accept in addition, that saying that the risk-based approach is more concerning or punitive, surely the Cabinet Secretary can also see that the risk-based approach and the approach where schools can invite the inspection to support improvement, to support their continued improvement cycle, reaches the balance that would give schools the necessary control and power over the times that inspections come, as well as the inspector having the right resources and powers that they have in order to ensure there's enough inspections going on at regular intervals.
I thank Ms Duncan-Glancy for her intervention. I don't agree with that in relation to the purpose of inspection. I think it would skew the purpose of inspection, as I've just set out. And in relation to the amendment she's brought forward today, there are now 3 options in front of Parliament this evening in relation to the cycle that would be applied to the inspections as set out by the Chief Inspector. Given that there is no agreed position on any 3 of these options, the position the Government has taken is one that Ms Duncan-Glancy advanced with me at stage 2, that we should look to consult via regulations. I think that's the best way forward, to consult particularly with the teaching profession, because this will have an impact on them and the work that they undertake every day in Scotland's schools. I've previously set out, Presiding Officer, I'm not able to support Amendments 229 and 230, and I think we should leave those matters to the good and independent judgment of the Chief Inspector. I would also remind members that the draft inspection plan will be subject to scrutiny and consultation. It will need to be laid before Parliament prior to approval, at which point members will have the opportunity to provide representations and challenge on such matters. Similarly, 241 from Ms Duncan-Glancy would provide that establishments could request an inspection under certain conditions. Now, while I understand the intention behind that proposal, it again jeopardises the balance of inspection, and it risks bogging the Chief Inspector down in the bureaucracy of receiving, considering and having to respond to requests. And again, while there is nothing objectionable in the concept, I strongly believe that those considerations as to when inspections are required should be left to the Chief Inspector to set out in their inspection plan, and I therefore ask members not to support Amendment 241.
Thank you, and I call Stephen Kerr to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 19.
I find it a really strange argument that we shouldn't look at what other jurisdictions are doing proportionally and judge ourselves against what is international best practice on the basis of independent research. The fact that we don't have enough inspectors, well, we need to rectify that. It's very simple, really. It's like we don't have enough of a bunch of other positions in the health service or in other public services. That's entirely down to poor workforce planning over a number of years by the SNP. I don't think that's an argument for not doing what we should do to benefit our schools, our teachers, our learners, our parents. So the idea of not having something in statute that suggests that a school should have an inspection on a cyclical basis seems to me to be a fairly poor argument for not doing what I think is the right thing. And the idea that we're going to have yet more consultations and more reviews, and then we may or may not bring forward a proposal, it's this vacuousness that I think the profession and the educational world find most... Of course I will. I'm delighted to give way to Kevin Stewart.
I thank Mr Kerr for giving way. What is vacuous is saying that you want to spend more money on things like school inspectors when Mr Kerr belongs to a party that wants to cut the tax base by £1 billion.
Stephen Kerr.
Well, it's just a shame that at 9:02, maybe not many of our fellow Scots are watching this Parliament's proceedings, because that
Let's hear Mr Kerr.
The redundancy of a party that is out of ideas and out of steam and hopefully will be out of office very soon, because frankly it's called priorities. You create priorities, and if it's a priority to raise standards, it's all right for the Cabinet Secretary at the front here to
hear
shout
one another.
her normal stuff, her sedentary position. It's up to her whether she wants to shout that kind of stuff. But I'll tell you, if we don't understand that to govern is to choose, what your priorities are. The Conservative Party's priority would be the education system of our country, because it's the wellspring of our prosperity. But I'm happy to give way again if he wants to further humiliate himself.
Kevin Stewart.
I know what my priorities are, Presiding Officer. I would not cut the tax base by £1 billion, and I'd rather spend the money on frontline teaching and on pupils than a huge bureaucracy of inspectors.
Well,
Stephen Kerr.
I think Kevin Stewart needs to attend the sessions of this Parliament more frequently because he would have heard Ivan McKee last week describe how his party are going to save in government £1 billion. £1 billion. Well, I'll tell you, you're going to save £1 billion through reducing redundancy and waste. Then perhaps you can spend some of that money on increasing the number of school inspectors we've got. That's the kind of sensible, common sense approach to government that our party will be putting to the people of Scotland over the next few months and at next year's election. So the whole situation is all. This is a very. I have to say,
Let's
though,
hear Mr. Kerr.
I have to say, in all seriousness, this is a very unfortunate way in which we have ended up discussing something as serious as school inspections. That it just becomes another political football for certain members of this Parliament to kick about when we are discussing these things in a pragmatic and sensible way across the chamber. The Cabinet Secretary, again, heckling from a Senate position. That's the style we've become used to from Shona Robson. So I will conclude, Presiding Officer...
Let's hear Mr. Kerr. Let's hear one another.
I will conclude, Presiding Officer, by moving the Amendment 19 in my name.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 19 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Davy Russell for a point of order.
I had a difficulty in logging in there. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 19 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 26, no 91. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 20 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with amendment 11. I remind members that if amendment 20 is agreed to, I cannot call amendment 201 due to a preemption. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move?
I'm going to move.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 20 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 20 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 26, no 92. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 201 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 19. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
The question is that amendment 201 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 201 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 48, no 70. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 21 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with amendment 11. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 21 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 21 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 49, no 69. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 22 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with amendment 19. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 22 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The The result of the vote on amendment number 22 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 27, no 92. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 202 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 19. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
The question is that amendment 202 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 202 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 48, no 70. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 203 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 19. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Moved, Presiding Officer.
The question is that amendment 203 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 203 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 49, no 68. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 23 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with amendment 11. And I remind members that if amendment 23 is agreed to, I cannot call amendments 24, 25 and 26 due to preemptions. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 23 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 23 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 27, no 91. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 24 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with amendment 19. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that amendment 24 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call amendment 25 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with amendment 17. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Formally moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 25 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 26 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with amendment 19. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 26 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? I call amendment 27 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with amendment 19. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Formally moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 27 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 28 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with amendment 19. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 28 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. We move to group number 15, functions of the Chief Inspector. And I call amendment 204 in the name of Ross Greer, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. And I point out that if amendment 32, previously debated in group 12, independence of the Chief Inspector, is agreed to, I cannot call amendment 205 due to preemption. Ross Greer to move amendment 204 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. These amendments are relatively late addition to the debate, so the amendments are very limited in their scope. I'm aware that some members have started receiving emails from constituents about them today. I seem to elicit that response in people. Hopefully both roughly equal numbers of for and against have filled members' inboxes in issues related to me over the last few months. The reason I brought these is concerns primarily from colleagues in local government who are concerned about the lack of attention paid to homeschooling and the children in Scotland who are educated at home. The intention here is to maximise the Chief Inspector's options in future without the need to change primary legislation at a later point, because I've got some concerns about the lack of inspection, the lack of home visits paid to those who are choosing to educate their children at home. So I've laid out a couple of options here. Amendment 204 would give the Chief Inspector the option, but not the duty, to inspect home education provisions. So this is a may, not a must. And it would give ministers the power to specify those arrangements via regulations. 205 gives ministers the power to include homeschooling in the list of establishments that HMIE may inspect via regulations at a later point. Again, the advantage being not needing to move further primary legislation. Again, this is a may not must situation. There's no obligation on them to bring forward those regulations, but it creates the power to do so if at a future point Government or Parliament believes that's necessary. And 221 simply requires the Chief Inspector to undertake a review to look at whether homeschooling should fall under their remit for inspections and whether the duties on education authorities in relation to home education should change. If I'm being honest, Presiding Officer, I don't think most councils in Scotland could tell you how many children in their areas are actually being educated at home. I think that's how little scrutiny is currently paid to this. Yes.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful to Ross Greer to take an intervention on that point. And what we have is a really an approach that hasn't been considered in the earlier stages of this bill. And what I would say is, from my understanding of local authorities, there is frequently a head teacher specified for homeschooling. They look and integrate with the families that operate it and check that the curriculum for excellence or the equivalent is being delivered. Is the member aware about how many local authorities are not doing that? Because actually my subjective understanding is there is frequent outreach from a significant number of local authorities, particularly across the south of Scotland, to the very people that he's talking about.
Ross Greer.
I'm grateful to the member for the intervention. Of the handful of local authorities, or the handful of local authorities where I spoke to a locally elected member, at least, ahead of this debate, none of them could give me an answer as to how many children were being home educated in their areas, which I found quite striking, thus these amendments. And I am trying to surface this issue here. I don't think that each one of this is a kind of multiple choice options for Parliament here. I don't think any one of them is going to provide the solution. I'm primarily interested in getting the government's response to this issue, because the more I have engaged with it over recent days, the more concerned I've become that there is a bit of a black hole here. And I should say I understand entirely why many families choose to home educate their children, very often in situations where their child has been failed by the local authority's education provision, or certainly where they feel that they've been failed. This is not meant as a criticism. It's simply on the basis that I think all areas of our education system should be held to broadly similar standards, and there is a bit of a gap here. None of these amendments would actually result in homeschooling immediately being subject to HMIE inspections. In different ways, they give us the option of returning to it in the future. Yes.
Karen Adam.
So I thank the member for taking an intervention. In terms of homeschooling children, often is the case because the child, it's not that the school has failed the child, even it's a case of the child needs bespoke education to them that the family knows will help support that child. So to try and then, I suppose, assimilate the child into a system that the family have purposely removed the child from for the best interests of that child, do you not think that that might end up adding additional problems to what the child was moving away from in the first place?
Ross Greer.
I'm grateful for the intervention. To be clear, these amendments are not designed to move children out of home education and into or back into a school environment. As the members has outlined, many parents choose to home educate their children to make sure their needs are being met. What I'm proposing here is that we should be checking that children's needs are being met. In every other aspect, every other area of our education system, there are checks and balances to make sure that children's needs are being met and children are being safeguarded. There is an anomalous gap here in how we regulate, how we make sure that children who are being home educated are having their needs met and are being safeguarded. And I'm just not comfortable with one part of the education system being held to a much different, I've got to be honest, a much lower standard. I'm not saying that a lower standard of education is what's being delivered in home education, but in terms of the regulation around it, there is a much lower standard that it's being held to. And I want us to consider whether that difference in what is essentially quality assurance is appropriate. So, for example, I think it would be appropriate for HMIE to have the ability to do a thematic inspection of homeschooling in Scotland, but they don't have the power to do that at the moment. I don't think there's a need for us to be prescriptive at this point, but I think we should give ourselves the option of returning to this issue to fill in what I think is quite a notable gap in the system. That being said, if the Scottish Government has an alternative way to address this, so I understand concerns about a review being led by the Chief Inspector, if the Government were agreeable to a review being led by ministers to consider these issues, to consider the duties on local authorities as well as on the Government and HMIE, I think that would perhaps be a positive route forward. I've simply raised this because the more I've looked at it, the more I've engaged with colleagues, particularly in local government, I've very quickly become very concerned, even at just on a really fundamental level, the absence of data, the absence of being able to quantify how many... Yes.
Dunbar.
For taking the intervention. Could I ask if you've engaged with the home education community in regards to what you're trying to put forward today, and what their views were on how they think that this could be progressed to ensure that we're getting it right for every child?
I'm grateful to the member for the intervention. Amendment 221 would be to engage with the home education community, because I think it is essential that we take them on board. But what I want is for us to have the mechanism to do that. So 221, that review process would give us the opportunity to have that kind of engagement with them, to understand what they would want and need if it were the inspection system. You know, one of the ideas behind our inspection system is that it's about supporting our education establishments to improve the quality of learning and teaching. I would be interested in us undertaking that exercise to learn from home educators what support they would need to improve the quality of learning and teaching in their homes. But as I said, I'm open to different approaches if the Government has them. I'd be keen to hear from the Cabinet Secretary before making a decision on whether to press any of these amendments to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr Greer. Members will note that despite extending the previous time limit by 30 minutes, we'll shortly reach the next time limit and we still have further debate. As a consequence, I'm minded to accept a motion without notice to propose that the last sentence of Rule 9.8.5a be suspended. And I would be grateful if the Minister for Parliamentary Business might move such a motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that the last sentence of Rule 9.8.5a be suspended. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. And under Rule 9.8.5a, I'm minded to accept a motion without notice to propose that the time limit be extended by 30 minutes. And can I ask the Minister to propose such a motion?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that the time limit for debate on amendments be extended by 30 minutes. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. And now I call Ros McCall to speak to Amendment 206 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm only going to speak to my Amendment 206. The childminding provision in Scotland is currently insufficient to ensure adequate accommodation for children eligible for the current early years offering. We've seen childminding professionals' numbers almost half, and a massive part of the issue is increased regulation requirements brought on by the early years rollout of 1140 hours childcare and the corresponding costs and paperwork for the profession. Now, I accept that there needs to be the needs of children must be at the centre of our processes, but that has to be balanced by the staff to ensure that their safety and care in the system that it provides that balance. So this amendment seeks to streamline the inspection regime for childminders in Scotland. Currently, childminders registered with the Care Inspectorate can also be subject to separate inspections by Education Scotland, and this can result in duplicated inspections, placing an unnecessary regulatory burden on childminders, many of whom are sole operators or small businesses. So my amendment is requiring Scottish ministers to make regulations to change the routine in duplication of inspections by both the Care Inspectorate and Education Scotland. And if a childminder has already been inspected by the Care Inspectorate for educational provision, the Chief Inspector will therefore not conduct a separate inspection unless certain parameters are made. I will. Thank you.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful to Ros McCall for taking the intervention and can I thank her for bringing this amendment, because this is a significant challenge that childminders are facing of effectively a duplicate inspection system where on so many occasions the experiences that have been reported to me is that there is no connectivity between those two inspections, whereas actually if there was connectivity, joined up thinking, the inspection would be useful both for the parents but also for the childminder themselves, and also possibly again try and create an attraction for people to come back into that profession.
Ros McCall.
Martin Whitfield, I thank him for his intervention, and I can't, as usual, disagree with a single word he's stating, because this is exactly the problem that we're facing. So this amendment is basically stating that once the Care Inspectorate do their inspection, that would then mean that the Chief Inspector does not go back in and do a separate inspection unless certain parts have been met, which is that specifically requested by the Care Inspectorate. There is significant concern about the education provision that needs immediate attention, or a joint inspection has been agreed. Across our early years in the childcare sector, childminders play a vital role in offering flexible, nurturing care to thousands of families. Yet while they're already subject through regulations and inspection by the Care Inspectorate, they're often faced additional overlapping inspections from Education Scotland for exactly the same provision. This not only places a disproportionate burden on small, often sole trader services, but also diverts valuable time and energy away from the thing that matters most, which is caring for and educating our youngest children. This is about good governance, about streamlining regulations, reducing unnecessary bureaucracy, and showing our childminders that we value the work they do, and by respecting their time and their professional judgment. So this amendment will ensure maintaining quality and safeguarding standards with reducing bureaucracy and supporting Scotland's childminders, and I ask that members support the amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 35 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And let me begin by extending an olive branch of sorts, I think, to Ross Greer, because I think in putting forward his amendments, he's raised a very important subject in the Chamber. And although I'm not sure that he's going to be pressing his amendments tonight. I think he has absolutely highlighted an issue that I certainly would share some of his concerns about. I am persuaded by the principle that every child in Scotland, regardless of how or where they're educated, deserve a full, fair and rigorous education, and that should be extended to those who are being educated at home. How exactly that would be done, I'm not entirely clear myself, but I would also say that I think it's important that we consult with parents who are homeschooling their children to understand what their expectations might be of any interventions in this area. And can I also say that point members to my register of interests as a director of a not-for-profit company, Whistleblowers UK, which exists to campaign for legislative reform in the area of whistleblowing and also support people who are involved in whistleblowing and need that support. And I say that in anticipation of turning to the amendments in my own name, 3553 and 258, because these amendments concern the responsibility that I would wish to confer on the Chief Inspector for creating a secure, independent whistleblowing function within Scottish education. These are not merely procedural amendments, they are moral propositions. They're rooted in justice, integrity and the protection of the public interest. The ability to raise concerns safely, independently and without fear of retaliation is fundamental to any healthy public service, in fact any healthy organisation of any type. But in too many parts of our education system, that culture of openness is absent. At present, Education Scotland offers no formal independent route by which professionals can report concerns about misconduct, malpractice or systemic failure. And those avenues that do exist are typically internal, often obscure and sometimes tainted by conflicts of interest. This is a glaring failure of governance, and I believe it puts our children at risk. My amendments would place the responsibility for a secure, independent and transparent whistleblowing function into the hands of the Chief Inspector. This is the only sensible place, in my view, for it to reside, because the Chief Inspector is or must be an independent actor, free from the entanglements of local authority management or indeed government interference, as I spoke of earlier. They must be the safe harbour for professionals whose conscience will not allow them to remain silent. Now, Presiding Officer, whistleblowing, this is actually Whistleblowing Awareness Week, so it's very appropriate that, that I should have the opportunity afforded me by this amendment to say that whistleblowing, and I hope we'll all agree with this, is not a fringe issue. It is central to safeguarding professional ethics and public trust. And we've already seen, most starkly in the El Jamel case in NHS Tayside, what happens when fear, silence and bureaucratic inertia are allowed to take root, and we must not allow the same rot to fester in Scottish education. So, of course.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful to Stephen Kerr for taking the intervention, and he will know that I fully support the principles behind whistleblowing and have done for a long period of time. But rather than reiterate what was what I discussed with the member at stage 2, which I would in essence ask people to draw, I still have concerns with the amendment that he's proposed today, because education is not like the NHS. It is a different environment with a different group that make up the jigsaw of it. And much as I agree that a whistleblowing entity is necessary, I'm not sure that, with the greatest respect, I'm not sure the process in this amendment is it.
Stephen Kerr.
I appreciate Martin Whitfield's intervention. I understand his concerns. We've discussed this not only formally but informally as well. But I think the point I'm trying to raise in the Stage 3 amendment proceedings is the issue that whistleblowing needs to be taken far more seriously. Now, I'm proposing amendments which I believe would meet an immediate need, and that is to tackle a certain culture that I think we would, in all honesty, in all candour, accept exists in Scottish education. We need teachers and school leaders to feel completely free to voice their concerns as they see them. And at the minute, I don't think that culture exists. I speak to enough school leaders, head teachers and teachers, as I'm sure he does, to know that this is a genuine concern. Amendment 35 would establish a formal process that would be accessible, widely publicised and governed by best practice in public interest disclosure. And it will be wholly distinct from any employer's internal grievance procedures. We're not talking about that. And that separation is vital because in too many cases, the employer can be the source of the problem. This would affirm the right of teachers, support staff, administrators, even pupils in some contexts, to raise their voices when something is going wrong as they see it. They say to our education workforce, your integrity is valued, your concerns will be heard, your career will not be sacrificed for doing the right thing. Amendment 53 strengthens this framework by requiring the Chief Inspector to publish an annual report to Parliament, detailing the number and type of concerns raised, investigations conducted and recommendations made. That transparency is essential to accountability, and it gives Parliament and the public the means to scrutinise whether the system is working. A functioning whistleblowing framework will do four things, vital things. It will protect learners by ensuring safeguarding concerns are acted upon. It will support ethical leadership. It will retain principled professionals. And it will promote early institutional learning before problems escalate into scandal. And it will also address an uncomfortable, urgent fact that many of those most at risk when whistleblowing protections are absent are women. The Scottish education workforce is majority female, and it is female teachers who are disproportionately subject to disrespect, to aggression and to violence in the classroom, often without institutional protection or recourse. We know from our engagements, I'm sure we all do, with teachers in some parts of Scotland, in certain schools, that when incidents have occurred, teachers have been actively discouraged from reporting. They've been actively discouraged from reporting. They've been asked to consider their professional reputation and the reputation of the school and so forth. That's not acceptable. So these amendments are modelled in part on the independent, and this is the point that Martin Whitfield raised earlier. These are in part modelled on the independent national whistleblowing officer created for the NHS in Scotland. And that role has shown it is entirely feasible to have a small independent office that ensures complaints are handled fairly, safely and outside the management chain. There is no good reason why the education workforce should be afforded any less protection than NHS staff. Let us be absolutely clear. Whistleblowing saves systems from failure. It is a means of protecting the public interest and of ensuring that the best interests of pupils, parents and the wider public are safeguarded at all times. In education, this is particularly vital because schools are closed environments and power is hierarchical. Cultures can become toxic. And when issues arise, whether mismanagement, safeguarding failures, curriculum malpractice, or the bullying of staff or pupils, the instinct too often is to deny, deflect, or retaliate. Presiding Officer, if we are serious about creating a world-class education system, one grounded in safety, ethics and trust, then we must begin by protecting those who protect the truth. That is what these amendments do. Let's also reflect on the wider benefits that a well-functioning whistleblowing framework can bring. First, it improves learner safety. When staff feel safe to raise safeguarding concerns, the entire system becomes more responsive. Children are better protected. Risks are identified earlier. Lessons are learned more quickly. And second, it strengthens leadership. When leaders know that staff have recourse to independent oversight, they are more likely to lead ethically, transparently and responsibly. The very existence of whistleblowing protection adds a preventative force against abuse of power. Third, it improves staff retention. Talented professionals who are committed to doing the right thing will remain in the sector if they believe that ethical conduct is supported, not punished. It creates a culture where good people want to stay. Fourthly, it supports organisational learning. Whistleblowing is often the first signal that something in the system is going wrong. If that signal is silenced, the institution continues to drift. If it is heard and acted upon, the institution can change before failure becomes inevitable. An early warning leads to early action. And most importantly, it upholds the principle that public institutions must serve the public good. Education is not a private matter, it is a public service. The rights and well-being of learners, the trust of families and the integrity of national policy are all bound up with how we handle internal dissent. We must build a culture that says telling the truth matters, standing up for children matters, calling out failure is a form of care. Now, I genuinely believe that the Cabinet Secretary is someone who understands what I hope she understands, what these amendments are intended to do. Because there is a cultural problem in the education sector. I urge members to support these amendments, not simply as policy, but as a statement of our values, that truth matters, that courage is to be honoured, and that Scottish education must be accountable from the inside out.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. I call Miles Briggs to speak to Amendment 210 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm not sure if it's a good or a bad thing that it takes Parliament to sit to 10:15 just for Ross Greer and Stephen Kerr to find some common agreement, but that's maybe an achievement from this evening. But can I put my support for Ros McCall's Amendment 206 and also in relation to Ross Greer's amendment, expressed concern because I don't think the proposals put forward have indeed had any consultation, a point which, quite rightly, I think Jackie Dunbar was trying to make. And also, I'm not quite sure in terms of where the Chief Inspector would take forward an inspection regime with the home education community, which hasn't been consulted on. So I welcome what he's maybe trying to achieve in relation to 205 and the potential for future, but as a group of amendments, we would not support them. My amendment 210 I've brought back from stage 2, and it was very much in relation to petition PE 1979, which is currently going through Parliament. And it would allow Scottish ministers to set out further detail by regulations, including how inspections should address safeguarding and how complaints can be made to the Chief Inspector and what actions they would be able to then take in response. And I think this is an important change which I hope the Cabinet Secretary has considered beyond stage 2, because we need to see a system across education and children's services, I believe, to look at complaints being made in relation to child protection and safeguarding functions. Now, I'm looking forward to hearing what the Cabinet Secretary has to say in relation to whether or not to press this amendment or whether or not this is something the Government would take forward in improved guidance. I think that's really important for the petitioners who are still taking forward a wider change which they hope to see. But I will, for now, yes. Yeah.
I'm Duncan Glancy.
I'd thank the member for taking that intervention, and I'm supportive. We're supportive of his amendment to 210. And would the member agree with me that safeguarding is a crucial function of the inspector, and putting it on the face of the bill, including that details can be thought and can be sorted out in regulation, is a good balance between making the detail and engaging people that are required to do so, but also putting into legislation that safeguarding is an important function of our inspectorate in Scotland.
I thank the member for that intervention and totally agree, and this is why I wanted to bring this back. I would have hoped for more engagement with government over a workable amendment from government. But this is why, with that not happening, I've brought this back. And would hope, if this doesn't pass, that we do have a commitment for guidance on this and the work which many campaigners, cross-party actually, are taking forward in this area. I think it's really important. It maybe does not sit specifically within this bill, but it will be something I hope the next Parliament will consider. And in relation to Stephen Kerr's amendments, I think that's also something for the wider whistleblowing opportunity, which, having taken forward a whistleblower for the NHS, I'm not quite sure why we would not see one for education and children's services as well. So I think there is an opportunity, if this is not it in this bill, in the next Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I'll speak first to Amendments 204, 205, 221 and 257 from Ross Greer, which relate to the inspection of home education. Members will recall that earlier this year we published updated home education guidance for local authorities and for parents and carers to update and to set out their roles and responsibilities in relation to home education. And that updated guidance had, before it was published, substantive consultation with the broader home education sector, and I'm mindful of that in responding to Ross Greer's points today. That being said, given we have only just published this new guidance, I can see an argument for continuing to monitor and to evaluate its implementation. I think we should be careful not to limit the scope of any future work in relation to educational aspects of home education, and have that full involvement that I spoke to in relation to stakeholders would be really important in that regard. So I would propose that in this group, the member withdraws his amendments based on my commitment that we will commence a review of the current arrangements before the end of this parliamentary term, so that we can be assured that the arrangements for home education provide sufficient support. And I will ask HMI and relevant partners to be part of that work if that appeases Mr Greer. In relation to Ms McCall's Amendment 206, I very much understand the sentiment on streamlining the inspection of childminding services more broadly. I don't think at this point in the legislation it would be appropriate to take this proposal forward. But I do want to give the member some reassurance here, because in January of this year, the Interim Chief Inspector, Jenny McManus, set out that there were no plans for HM inspectors to inspect childminders, despite their ability to be able to do so. And as part of developing that new shared inspection framework for early learning and childcare, with the Care Inspectorate, both inspectorates have agreed that the Care Inspectorate will continue to inspect childminders. And I understand that childminding stakeholders are reassured by this public statement from HMIE, which I think is certainly welcome. So I would urge members to reject this amendment, but I would reiterate that there is no intention for the Inspectorate to inspect childminding settings. And the member will also be aware of the shared inspection framework that has been developed with both organisations in relation actually to some of the recommendations from Professor Muir's report. In terms of whistleblowing and child protection, I want to turn to Mr Kerr's amendments on whistleblowing and Mr Briggs on child protection. I take both of these issues extremely seriously, and I'm going to talk later about a number of the ways in which I think these points can be addressed, but I do have to say I'm unable to support these amendments in the context of this bill. So with regards to Mr Kerr's amendments 35 and 53, as I previously set out to committee at stage 2, I am specifically concerned that the employment-related provisions, which include a whistleblower function for the Chief Inspector, would not be within the legislative competence of the Parliament, and that would risk the bill being unable to become law. Further, though, as has been detailed in a letter to me from University Scotland, this amendment would cut across existing mechanisms in the higher education sector. That most notably exists in universities, where they have well-established and robust whistleblower mechanisms available to ITE students on the same basis as all other students and staff. So the scope of the amendment would also risk cutting across the Public Service Ombudsman statutory remit, which in broad terms relates to maladministration and service failure. We've discussed resource this evening, a number of different amendments, and that would also be a relevant factor in that regard. I do take the member's point in relation to culture. We have discussed this at length, and I am sympathetic to the points he has raised, but I think there are technical challenges with the amendment as drafted. Now, moving to Mr Briggs' Amendment 210, in relation to child protection and safeguarding, as I said at stage 2, I very much have every sympathy with his intentions. We do already have agencies with clear responsibilities for the enforcement of child protection measures, particularly Police Scotland and Local Authority Children and Family Social Work. Giving the Chief Inspector an enforcement function risks complicating that landscape, and it could have unintended consequences. So, for example, Child protection guidance is very clear that any concerns about a child's safety or well-being should be reported to police or social work, who have powers to make interventions as needed. And if the Chief Inspector were to have a role too, then there is a risk of reports potentially going to them initially instead, which would need to be passed on to the police or to social work, and ultimately slowing things down and potentially increasing the risk for children. So, as I noted previously at stage 2, the matters which we are looking at here around safeguarding, concerns of various kinds, complaints in related areas are really complex, and there are a range of different interlocking statutory roles, and so any potential change needs to be the subject of extensive consultation, given that potential for unforeseen circumstances. Now, there have been also some concerns shared by the Office of the Chief Social Work Advisor, who's questioned the potential interface with the role of the Chief Social Work Officers, who already hold statutory responsibilities in our local authorities, as well as the role of the Care Inspectorate, particularly for educational establishments. So, in summary, I would stress again that while I do not see the bill as being the vehicle to achieve this, I think we do need to collectively consider these important issues raised by Mr Kerr and Mr Briggs, and I give an undertaking that, with the confines of this bill, I am committed to doing exactly that with both members. During stage 2, additionally, I did undertake that I would explore these matters further, and I would engage with COSLA in particular, mindful of their statutory responsibilities. I wrote to COSLA on the 13th of June to propose that this is a matter discussed at the next meeting of the Education and Childcare Assurance Board. I will also ensure that the GTC Scotland are included so that issues arising from their current review of fitness to teach can be considered. That's an aspect that I know Mr Rennie has been interested in, as well as a number of other members viewing that as particularly important.
Thank you. And I call on Ross Greer to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 204.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for addressing my amendments. I agree with her absolutely that the review that she's committed to, that I welcome, shouldn't just be limited to the education aspects of homeschooling. I agree, issues like safeguarding, I think, should be considered. And I'm, for the reasons outlined to Martin Whitfield, I'm not at all convinced that all councils in Scotland are providing adequate support to families who've made this choice. I would point to the bill that the new Labour government have just introduced in England that places a duty on education authorities, a stronger duty to provide that. And I think that is potentially a route forward that we should consider here in Scotland, but the review would absolutely be the right first course. And given that the Cabinet Secretary is committed to starting that review before the end of this parliamentary session, I will be happy to withdraw Amendment 204, and I will not press my other amendments in this group.
Thank you. Ross Greer seeks to withdraw Amendment 204. Does any member object? Amendment 204 is... At this point, I am minded to suspend proceedings for 5 minutes, and I'd be grateful if business managers might come to meet me here. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. That concludes Stage 3 proceedings for the Education Scotland Bill for today. Stage 3 proceedings will continue tomorrow with Group 16, and that concludes decision time, and I close this meeting.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy, but we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.